Close your eyes and imagine this. You're about to fall asleep, but instead of scrolling through the same tired thoughts about tomorrow's problems, you're going to let one of history's most powerful teachers whisper truth into your subconscious mind while you rest. Florence Scovel Shinn understood something that most people never grasp in their entire lifetime. She knew that the hours you spend sleeping aren't wasted time. They're actually the most receptive moments your mind will ever experience. And tonight, as you drift off, her wisdom is going to do something extraordinary. It's going to slip past all your defenses, all your doubts, all the walls you've built, and it's going to start rewriting the story you've been telling yourself about who you are and what's possible for you. What if everything you've been taught about struggle was backwards? What if the universe wasn't testing you, but actually conspiring in your favor this entire time? Florence discovered this truth nearly a century ago, and people called her radical. They called her too optimistic. They said her ideas were too simple to work, but here's what they couldn't argue with. Her students transformed their lives. Broken relationships healed overnight, empty bank accounts filled, bodies that had been sick for years suddenly recovered. And the most fascinating part? None of it required force or strain or grinding yourself into exhaustion. Florence taught that your words are not just sounds that disappear into the air. They're seeds, they're commands. They're actually creating the circumstances of your life right now, in this very moment, whether you realize it or not. Every time you say, "I can't afford that," you're not just making an observation. You're giving an instruction to the universe. Every time you say, "Nothing ever works out for me," you're not being realistic. You're being an architect, designing more situations where nothing works out. But tonight, something different is going to happen. As you listen to these teachings while you sleep, your conscious mind, the part that argues and resists and says yes but, is going to take a break. And your subconscious mind, the part that actually runs 95% of your life, is going to absorb these truths without interference. It's going to hear Florence's revolutionary ideas about supply, about divine timing, about the law of substitution, and it's going to start believing them. Not because you forced it to, but because truth has a frequency that your soul recognizes instantly. The rational mind might call this wishful thinking. But here's what actually happens when you fall asleep to these ideas night after night. Your nervous system begins to register a different baseline. Where there was panic about scarcity, there starts to be a quiet curiosity about possibility. Where there was rigid attachment to one specific outcome, there begins to emerge a kind of trust in the process itself. Florence talked about something she called the image in mind. She insisted that whatever picture you hold consistently in consciousness must manifest. Not might manifest, must manifest. She said the universe is a vast printing press, and your imagination is the negative. Whatever image you develop there, reality has no choice but to print it into form. But here's the crucial part most people miss. The image has to be held without strain, without desperation, without the frantic energy of someone trying to force a door that's already unlocked. This is where the sleep state becomes your greatest asset. Because when you're drifting off, you can't grip, you can't force. The conscious mind, with all its insistence and anxiety, starts to dissolve. And in that dissolution, these ideas about supply, about infinite possibility, about your fundamental worthiness to receive, they slip past every defense mechanism you've built. They settle into the deeper layers where your actual beliefs about reality live. Your subconscious doesn't argue. It doesn't debate philosophy. It simply absorbs whatever you feed it consistently and begins to reorganize your external world to match. This is why people who fall asleep listening to these principles often report something curious. They stop trying so hard, and things start working out more easily. Not because the universe suddenly decided to be nice to them, but because their internal frequency shifted, and what they're now broadcasting magnetically aligns with different outcomes. There's a principle in biology called habituation. If you expose a nerve cell to the same stimulus over and over, it stops responding as intensely. The signal becomes background noise. This is why horror movies stop scaring you on the third watch. Why that song you loved becomes invisible after 100 plays. Your nervous system adapts to repetition, and what once felt electric becomes ordinary. But here's where it gets interesting. While your conscious mind habituates and stops paying attention, your subconscious mind does the exact opposite. It doubles down. It takes repeated information as a directive, as something important enough to encode deeply, This is why children learn languages effortlessly through immersion. Why advertisements work through sheer repetition, even when you think you're ignoring them. Why falling asleep to the same ideas night after night creates a psychological architecture you didn't consciously build. When someone listens to these concepts as they drift off, they're not just learning information, they're installing a new operating system while the old one is offline. The critical mind, the one that argues and resists and says, "But what if it doesn't work for me?" That voice goes quiet in the liminal space between waking and sleep. What remains is pure reception. The subconscious mind, which controls approximately 95% of your daily thoughts and behaviors, sits there like a student in an empty classroom, absorbing everything without question. And because it doesn't distinguish between imagined experience and real experience, between a vivid thought and an actual memory, it begins to treat these principles as if they've already happened, as if you've already succeeded, as if the life you're visualizing is a memory of the future that just hasn't caught up yet on the calendar. This creates a strange form of confidence that people around you will notice before you do. You'll walk into rooms differently, not with arrogance, but with the quiet assurance of someone who's already seen how this ends. You'll make decisions faster because the internal debate, the one that used to paralyze you, has been overwritten by a deeper certainty. You won't be able to explain it, and you won't need to. There's a strange paradox in this. The less you need external validation, the more people will offer it. When you stop performing confidence and simply embody it, others sense the shift. They'll start asking for your opinion in meetings you used to sit silently through. They'll defer to your judgment on decisions they would have made without you months ago. Not because you've become louder or more forceful, but because you've stopped apologizing for taking up space. You'll notice it in how people respond to your boundaries too. The same no that used to require a 5-minute explanation and an apology will now stand on its own. You'll say it once, clearly and without guilt, and people will simply accept it. Not because you've become harsh, but because there's no uncertainty for them to push against. The wobble in your voice that used to signal negotiation has vanished, replaced by a calm finality that isn't rude, it's just decided. And here's what nobody tells you about that stage. It's going to make some people uncomfortable. There will be friends, colleagues, maybe even family members who preferred you when you were easier to sway, when your opinions were softer and your boundaries more porous. They won't say it directly. Instead, they'll make comments about how you've changed, how you've become different, using a tone that suggests different isn't entirely good. They'll mistake your self-assurance for arrogance, your clarity for coldness. Let them. Because what's really happening is this. You're no longer participating in dynamics that required you to be smaller. And some relationships were built on the foundation of your uncertainty, your need to please, your willingness to bend. When that foundation shifts, those relationships have to either evolve or end. It's not cruel, it's just honest. Some people will celebrate your growth. They'll be curious about the books you're reading, the habits you're building, the clarity you're finding. They'll ask questions not to judge, but to understand. Those people are rare. Hold on to them. But most people won't do that. Most people will feel threatened, not because you're attacking them, but because your transformation is a mirror. It reflects back what they're avoiding in themselves. Your discipline reminds them of their procrastination. Your peace highlights their chaos. Your boundaries expose their lack of them. And that discomfort often comes out sideways, as sarcasm, as subtle digs, as jokes that land just a little too heavy. Look at you, mister. Self-help. Must be nice to have all that time. You've changed. Said like an accusation, not an observation. Here's the hard part. They're not wrong. You have changed. That's the whole point. But they say it like you've betrayed some unspoken contract. Like you agreed to stay exactly who you were so they'd never have to question who they are. You didn't sign that contract. You never did. The philosopher Søren Kierkegaard wrote about something he called leveling. It's the way groups resist individual growth because it disrupts the comfort of sameness. When everyone's stuck, no one has to feel bad about being stuck. But when one person starts climbing out, it breaks the illusion. Suddenly, being stuck becomes a choice, and that realization is uncomfortable. So the group pulls, sometimes gently, sometimes not. They'll invite you to things they know don't align with your goals anymore. They'll reminisce about the good old days when you were more fun, which really means when you were more like them. They'll make you feel like growth is pretentious, like wanting more is selfish, like changing is abandonment. It's not. You're not leaving people behind, you're stepping forward. There's a difference. And sometimes, the people who say they love you the most are the ones who benefit from you staying small. Not out of cruelty. Not always. Sometimes it's fear. Sometimes it's projection. Sometimes it's just that your evolution reminds them of their own stagnation, and that's a mirror most people aren't ready to face. There's a term in psychology called relational homeostasis. It's the tendency for relationships to resist change, even positive change, because change disrupts the equilibrium. You start setting boundaries, and suddenly you're difficult. You stop overextending yourself, and suddenly you're selfish. You pursue your dreams, and suddenly you're not the same person anymore. And they're right, you're not the same person, that's the point. Growth is supposed to change you, that's not betrayal. That's biology, that's evolution. The caterpillar doesn't apologize to the cocoon. But here's what makes this so painful. The people who resist your growth often frame it as concern. They'll say they're worried about you. They'll say they miss the old you. They'll weaponize nostalgia, turning your past self into a ghost you're supposed to compete with. The old you who said yes to everything. The old you who never challenged the status quo. The old you who made yourself small so they could feel big. And if you're not careful, you'll start believing that version of you was better. That accommodation was virtue. That self-erasure was love. It wasn't. Real love doesn't require you to shrink. Real love doesn't punish you for blooming. Real love says, I see you changing and I'm here for all of it. But not everyone is capable of that kind of love. And that's not your responsibility to fix. You can't heal someone else's fear of growth by stunting your own. You can't make someone comfortable with change by refusing to change. You can't light yourself on fire to keep someone else warm and call it loyalty. At some point, you have to choose yourself, not out of spite, not out of anger, but out of profound self-respect. And self-respect, when it's genuine, doesn't announce itself. It doesn't post about boundaries on social media or send paragraphs explaining why the relationship is over. It simply withdraws its energy from places where it's not valued. There's a particular kind of peace that comes with that decision. Not the peace of resolution, where both sides shake hands and part amicably, but the peace of acceptance. The understanding that some people will never see your worth, and that their blindness is not your responsibility to cure. So the silent one begins to reorganize their inner world. They stop waiting for the phone to ring. They stop checking to see if the message was read. They stop holding space in their heart for someone who's made it clear that space doesn't matter to them. And here's what's interesting. This withdrawal is often misunderstood by the very person it's directed toward. When the silent one finally goes quiet, permanently quiet, the other person notices. Of course they notice, because what they took for granted is suddenly absent. The friend who always reached out first stops reaching out. The partner who always initiated the difficult conversations stops trying to fix things. The family member who always showed up stops showing up, and the response is often confusion. Why are you being distant, they ask. Why are you acting different? As if years of neglect can be summarized in a single mood. As if the silent one's withdrawal is the problem, rather than the symptom of a much older wound. But the silent one knows better now. They know that explaining will only lead to more dismissal. That expressing hurt will only be met with defensiveness. That asking for change will only result in temporary performance, followed by a return to the same patterns. So they stay silent, not as punishment, not as manipulation, but as protection. They've learned that some battles aren't meant to be fought. That some people aren't capable of the empathy required to understand what they've done. That sometimes, the kindest thing you can do, for yourself and for them, is to simply disappear from the equation. This isn't weakness. This is evolution. It's the recognition that closure is something we give ourselves, not something we extract from people who lack the capacity to provide it. The quiet person has stopped waiting for apologies that will never come. They've stopped replaying conversations in their minds, searching for the perfect words that might have changed the outcome. They've stopped hoping that somehow, someday, the person who hurt them will wake up and finally understand. Instead, they've built something more valuable than vindication. They've built peace. They've learned to find closure in their own understanding, in their own growth. In the simple act of choosing, every single day, not to carry someone else's toxicity forward into their future. There's a particular kind of strength in this that often goes unrecognized. Society loves the dramatic confrontation, the tearful reconciliation, the moment when the villain finally sees the error of their ways. But real life rarely offers such tidy resolutions. Real life offers something different. It offers the opportunity to become the kind of person who doesn't need those moments anymore, who can look at someone who wronged them and feel nothing. Not hatred, not longing, not even forgiveness, really. Just a calm, distant acknowledgement that this person existed in their past, caused harm, and is now irrelevant to their present. The quiet person has discovered that some questions don't need answers. Some arguments don't need to be won. Some relationships don't deserve a proper ending, because they never truly began with the mutual respect that would warrant one. They've learned that walking away without explanation isn't rude, it's self-preservation. It's refusing to participate in a dynamic where their feelings are constantly minimized, their boundaries are repeatedly violated, and their very reality is called into question. And perhaps most importantly, they've learned that the people worth keeping in their lives are the ones who would never force them to make this choice in the first place. The reality is that highly intelligent people often spend years trying to bridge this gap. They practice what's called code switching, constantly adjusting their communication style, their vocabulary, their level of detail based on who they're talking to. They become linguistic chameleons, masters of reading the room, experts at translating their thoughts into something more palatable for their audience. And it's exhausting. Imagine having to do real-time translation in your own native language. Every conversation becomes a calculation. How much can I say? How deep can I go? Will this person understand? Or will I see that glazed-over look in their eyes? Will they accuse me of showing off if I use the precise word that captures exactly what I mean? Should I dumb this down? Simplify it? To make it smaller so it fits more comfortably in the space between us? This is the invisible labor that highly intelligent people perform in almost every social interaction. They're not just communicating, they're constantly calibrating, adjusting, managing the emotional responses of the people around them. They've learned through painful experience that their natural way of thinking, speaking, and analyzing the world can make others uncomfortable. And rather than be rejected, rather than face another accusation of being too much, they learn to make themselves smaller. But here's what happens with that constant self-editing. Resentment builds. Not the loud, obvious kind, but the quiet, corrosive type that accumulates over months and years. It's the resentment of never being able to fully show up as yourself, of always having to perform a watered-down version of your thoughts, of watching people bond over surface-level conversations while you're standing there, full of things you could say, connections you could make, depths you could explore if only it were safe to do so. And intelligent people start to wonder, is this what connection is supposed to feel like? This constant self-censorship? This perpetual awareness that you need to package your thoughts in more digestible portions? They begin to realize that what they're experiencing isn't really connection at all. It's accommodation. They're accommodating everyone else's comfort level, everyone else's pace, everyone else's need to not feel intellectually threatened. And here's where something particularly insidious happens. They start to lose access to their own thoughts. Not because the thoughts disappear, but because they stop trusting them. When you spend enough time simplifying, explaining, breaking down complex ideas into digestible pieces for others, you begin to wonder if maybe your thoughts really are unnecessarily complicated. Maybe everyone else is right. Maybe you are overthinking. Maybe the problem isn't that others can't follow. Maybe the problem is that you're making things harder than they need to be. It's a form of gaslighting, except there's no single perpetrator. It's society, it's well-meaning friends. It's the constant drumbeat of keep it simple and don't overthink it and you're being too analytical. They internalize these messages until they become self-editing before the fight. Thoughts even fully form. They catch themselves mid-idea and think, this is too complicated, nobody wants to hear this, I should probably just, and the thought dies unfinished. The tragedy is that their complexity isn't a flaw to be corrected, it's how their mind naturally operates, it's their native language. Asking them to think more simply isn't helpful advice. It's asking them to translate in real time, constantly, exhaustingly, until they're not sure which version of their thoughts is the real one anymore. They notice this most acutely in professional settings. During meetings, they can see the full picture, how this decision connects to that policy, how this short-term solution creates that long-term problem, how these three factors are going to interact in ways no one else seems to be considering. But when they try to bring it up, they watch eyes glaze over. They see people literally lean back in their chairs, that universal body language of disengagement. Someone inevitably says, "Let's not complicate things," or "Can we focus on the immediate issue?" And just like that, their comprehensive understanding becomes an inconvenience. So they learn to parcel it out. Mention one connection today, another next week, hope that eventually people will see what they saw immediately. It's like watching a car speeding toward a cliff in slow motion, except you're the only one who can see the cliff, and everyone keeps telling you to stop being so negative. The pattern seers develop their own silent language, a raised eyebrow across a conference table, a slight pause before agreeing with the consensus. They find each other eventually, usually by accident, usually through a moment of mutual recognition when both make the same observation nobody else catches. It's like finding someone who can see the same invisible color you've been trying to describe your whole life. These underground alliances become survival mechanisms. Two pattern seers working together can validate each other's observations, provide reality checks, prevent the spiral into paranoia that comes from constantly seeing what others miss. They develop coded phrases. "Have we considered the downstream effects?" really means, "I see the disaster coming." "Interesting timing" translates to, "This is connected to 17 other things happening right now." The subtext becomes their actual language. But even with allies, the loneliness persists. Because here's the paradox. The better you get at seeing patterns, the more isolated you become. Your world expands while simultaneously shrinking. You understand more about how things connect, but fewer people can follow your explanations. It's like climbing a mountain where the view becomes more spectacular with each step, but the air gets thinner and you're increasingly alone. Pattern seers often retreat into fields where their ability is valued rather than feared. Data science, systems engineering, intelligence analysis, places where seeing connections is the job description rather than a social liability. They find relief in environments where "how did you know that?" is a question of admiration rather than suspicion, where being 3 steps ahead is an asset, not an eccentricity. They also gravitate toward each other romantically. Two pattern seers in a relationship communicate in shorthand that would sound like complete gibberish to outsiders. One mentions a news story, the other immediately sees the same web of implications, and entire conversations happen in the space between words. There's a profound relief in being understood without translation, in not having to slow down your thinking or hide your observations. But this shared understanding, this relief of recognition, creates its own subtle trap, because the more time they spend together, the more their shared reality becomes the only reality. They start to believe that the way they see things isn't just one perspective, it's the correct perspective, the obvious perspective, the one that anyone rational would arrive at. They begin to develop a private vocabulary. Inside jokes that started as harmless observations slowly harden into rigid categories for understanding the world. They have names for types of people they dismiss, shorthand phrases that carry entire judgments. What began as playful pattern recognition becomes a filter that flattens everyone else into predictable archetypes. And because they're both intelligent, they're sophisticated enough to avoid the most obvious forms of arrogance. They don't say, "We're smarter than everyone else." Instead, they say, "Most people don't think critically," or "The average person doesn't question assumptions." The effect is identical, but the phrasing lets them maintain a sense of humility. They start to notice they're having the same conversations repeatedly. Not because these conversations are particularly profound, but because they've found a groove that feels comfortable. They can predict each other's responses with eerie accuracy. One will start a sentence, and the other will finish it. This feels like connection, like deep compatibility. And it is. But it's also something else. It's the slow construction of an echo chamber for two. The outside world starts to feel increasingly foreign. When they're forced to interact with others at work events, family gatherings, casual social situations, they find themselves exchanging, knowing glances across the room. Little moments of, "Can you believe this?" that only they understand. These glances feel like connection, like us against the world romance. But they're also walls being built, brick by brick. They become each other's primary reality check, which means they've eliminated the actual function of a reality check. When one expresses a strong opinion, the other either agrees or offers a critique so familiar it's already been internalized. There's no true outside perspective anymore. No genuine challenge to their shared assumptions. And here's what makes this particularly difficult to recognize. It doesn't feel like narrowing. It feels like finally finding home. It feels like the rest of the world was the problem, and this relationship is the solution. This sense of home becomes a trap disguised as comfort. Because what they're really doing is replacing your entire support system with themselves. Friends who used to get immediate callbacks now wait days for responses. Family members who once had weekly visits now see you once a month, if that. Colleagues who used to grab coffee after work now barely get a wave goodbye as you rush to meet your partner. The isolation happens in layers. First, they create friction with the people closest to you. They'll pick fights before you're supposed to see your best friend. They'll be in a terrible mood every time you have family plans. They'll suddenly need you desperately whenever you have other commitments. They're training you to associate other relationships with conflict and stress. Then comes the subtle criticism of everyone in your life. Your best friend is dramatic or a bad influence. Your sister doesn't understand your relationship. Your coworkers are just jealous of what you have. They plant seeds of doubt about every person who cares about you, making you question relationships you've trusted for years. Here's where it gets insidious. They do this while positioning themselves as the only person who truly gets you. I'm the only one who sees the real you, they'll say. Everyone else just wants to control you, but I accept you exactly as you are. They're creating a false binary where it's them versus the world, and you have to choose. And slowly, imperceptibly, you do choose. Not in one dramatic moment, but in 1,000 small decisions. You skip your friend's birthday party because your partner seems upset. You cut a family dinner short because they've been texting that they miss you. You stop sharing your problems with others because your partner says you should come to them first. Before you realize what's happened, they've become your entire world. Your social circle has shrunk to their friends, their family, their approved contacts. You've stopped doing activities they don't enjoy. You've abandoned hobbies they don't understand. You've restructured your entire life around their preferences, their schedule, their emotional needs. And here's the most painful part. You've done all of this voluntarily. There was no gun to your head, no explicit ultimatum, just a slow, steady pressure that made these choices feel inevitable. Like water shaping stone, their influence has carved away pieces of you so gradually that you didn't notice until the erosion was profound. You tell yourself it's compromise, but compromise is bilateral. Compromise means both people bend. What you've experienced is unilateral sacrifice dressed up in the language of partnership. The narcissist, meanwhile, has compromised nothing. Their friendships remain intact, their hobbies continue uninterrupted, their preferences still dictate every decision. They've added you to their life, like an accessory, something that enhances their experience, without requiring any fundamental change to who they are or how they operate. And when you finally recognize this imbalance, when you dare to point out that you've given up everything while they've given up nothing, they'll reframe your sacrifice as your choice. I never asked you to do that, they'll say. Technically accurate, but devastatingly dishonest. Because while they never explicitly demanded these sacrifices, they created an environment where making them was the only way to maintain peace. This is the architecture of narcissistic control. It doesn't announce itself. It doesn't present demands in clear language that you could refuse or negotiate. Instead, it establishes conditions, emotional weather patterns where certain choices become impossible and others become inevitable. You gave up your friends because bringing them around created tension. You abandoned your hobbies because pursuing them triggered silent treatments. You restructured your life because maintaining your boundaries resulted in such disproportionate conflict that surrender felt like the path of least resistance. And now you stand in a life that barely resembles the one you had before. The room that once held your personality, your preferences, your people, it's been redecorated entirely in their aesthetic. And you're supposed to be grateful for the privilege of still being allowed inside. The tragedy isn't that you changed. People change in healthy relationships too. That's natural, even beautiful. The tragedy is that your change wasn't evolution, it was erosion. You didn't grow into a better version of yourself. You were whittled down into a more convenient one. There's a profound difference between compromise and capitulation. Compromise says, I'll meet you halfway because I value our connection. Capitulation says, I'll disappear entirely so you don't have to bend at all. And somewhere along the way, you stopped knowing which one you were doing. You convinced yourself it was love that made you flexible, that your willingness to reshape yourself was proof of your commitment, your maturity, your capacity for partnership. But flexibility has a breaking point. And you reached yours so long ago that you didn't even hear the snap. Now you're living in the aftermath. You scroll through old photos and barely recognize the person staring back. Not because you look different, but because the light in your eyes has changed. There's a guardedness there now, a performance. Even your smile has learned to ask permission. Your friends have started using a particular tone when they ask how you're doing. That careful, diplomatic voice people use when they're worried but don't want to overstep. They see what you've spent so much energy trying to hide, that you're not thriving, you're surviving. And even that is taking everything you have. The person you're with might not even realize what they've done. Narcissists rarely do. In their mind, you've simply become more reasonable, more compatible, more perfect for them. They'll genuinely believe your relationship has improved because you've stopped overreacting to things that hurt you. Your silence reads as peace to them. Your exhaustion looks like contentment. What they don't see is the internal collapse happening behind your calm exterior. They don't notice that you've stopped sharing anything meaningful because you've learned that vulnerability is punished. They don't recognize that your silence isn't acceptance. It's survival mode. You're not healing, you're just getting better at bleeding quietly. And here's what makes this particularly insidious. The person denying your reality often has no idea they're doing it. They're not sitting in a dark room plotting how to undermine your sense of self. Most of them genuinely believe they're being reasonable, helpful even. They think they're saving you from unnecessary drama or protecting you from your own sensitivity. This is what makes reality denial so difficult to address. There's no smoking gun, no obvious villain, just two people living in completely different versions of the same relationship, with one person's version systematically erasing the others. The denier sees themselves as the patient one, the rational one, the one who keeps things in perspective. Meanwhile, you're drowning in a reality they refuse to acknowledge exists. And because they're so convinced of their own reasonableness, any attempt you make to explain your experience gets filtered through their framework of, you're too sensitive or you're being dramatic. It's a closed loop. Your reality can't penetrate their narrative because their narrative is specifically designed to keep your reality out. This is why people in these situations often describe feeling like they're living in two worlds simultaneously. There's the world where your feelings and experiences are real and valid, and there's the world where you have to function every day, pretending those feelings and experiences either don't exist or don't matter. You develop this strange double consciousness. Part of you knows what you're experiencing is real, but another part of you has learned to perform as if it isn't, because that's the only way to maintain the relationship without constant conflict. You become fluent in translation, constantly converting your actual feelings into language that won't trigger defensiveness or dismissal. That really hurt me becomes, I might be overreacting, but your genuine pain gets prefaced with apologies and qualifiers, softened until it's small enough for them to tolerate. You start measuring your words carefully before speaking, calculating whether the emotional cost of their potential reaction is worth the relief of expressing yourself. It's exhausting mathematics, constantly weighing whether to say something and face their withdrawal, or stay silent and carry the weight alone. Most of the time, silence wins. It's simply easier. This hypervigilance around their emotions creates a bizarre power dynamic. The person causing harm becomes the one who must be protected from the consequences of that harm. Their comfort takes priority over your pain. Their feelings about your feelings become more important than your actual feelings. It's emotional hierarchy that flips reality upside down. You notice yourself editing memories in real time, softening the sharp edges of what actually happened. When recounting the story to a friend, you add context that wasn't there. Explain away their behavior. Fill in charitable interpretations. They were probably stressed, or I might have said something wrong first. You become their defense attorney, even in your own mind, building cases for their innocence while prosecuting yourself. The fragility also teaches you to become a feeling predictor. always trying to anticipate their emotional weather. You develop radar for mood shifts, scanning for subtle signs of incoming sensitivity, the slight change in tone, the too long pause. The particular kind of silence that means you've stepped on an invisible landmine. You become hyper-aware, hyper-alert, not for your own safety exactly, but for the safety of the relationship, which rests entirely on keeping them comfortable. And here's what makes this pattern so insidious. It doesn't feel like abuse. There's no yelling, no obvious cruelty, just someone who seems deeply affected by everything, who appears genuinely wounded, whose pain looks so real that questioning it feels monstrous. You're not being controlled by anger or threats. You're being controlled by their apparent vulnerability. It's manipulation wrapped in sensitivity, control disguised as fragility. Over time, you lose touch with your own emotional baseline. The emotional whiplash becomes your new normal. One moment, everything seems fine, calm, like you've finally figured out how to navigate their moods. The next, you're in the middle of a storm you didn't see coming, scrambling to understand what you did wrong, searching for the tripwire you must have crossed. You replay conversations in your mind, analyzing every word, every pause, wondering where things went sideways. The answer is often nowhere. You didn't do anything wrong. The storm wasn't about you. It was scheduled, inevitable, part of a pattern you've been trained not to question. This is where the exhaustion really sets in. Not the kind you fix with a good night's sleep, but the kind that lives in your bones. Emotional exhaustion, decision fatigue. The constant vigilance required to manage someone else's instability takes a toll you don't recognize until much later. You stop making plans because they might change. You stop sharing your wins because they might trigger envy or withdrawal. You stop expressing needs because it's easier than dealing with the fallout. Slowly, quietly, you shrink yourself to fit the narrow space their volatility allows. And here's the cruelest part. You start to believe this is normal, that all relationships require this level of accommodation, that love means walking on eggshells, that if you just tried harder, communicated better, loved more patiently, things would stabilize. But emotional instability isn't a communication problem you can solve. It's not a puzzle you can crack with the right combination of words and timing. It's a pattern that exists independently of your efforts, and no amount of contorting yourself will change it. The damage accumulates invisibly. Your nervous system stays in a heightened state of alert. Your self-trust erodes. Your emotional range narrows. You become a manager of moods, a predictor of storms, a student of someone else's instability roles you never auditioned for but somehow ended up starring in. And slowly, your world shrinks. You stop making plans too far in advance because you've learned that plans can become weapons. You hesitate before sharing good news because you've discovered that your joy can sometimes trigger their pain. You monitor the energy in a room before you speak, calculating whether your words will land safely or detonate something you'll spend hours diffusing. You become hypervigilant in ways that feel almost supernatural. You can sense a mood shift from 3 rooms away. You can predict an emotional storm from the slightest change in tone, the smallest shift in body language. You develop an early warning system that never fully shuts off, even when you're supposed to be relaxing, even when everything seems calm. This hypervigilance follows you everywhere. You bring it to new relationships, scanning for signs of instability before they appear. You bring it to work, where you're overly attuned to everyone's emotional states. You bring it home to yourself, monitoring your own reactions with the same intensity you once used to monitor theirs, wondering if you're responding normally or if you've been permanently recalibrated. Your tolerance for ordinary conflict diminishes because all conflict now feels potentially catastrophic. A simple disagreement with a friend sends your nervous system into overdrive. A minor tension at work triggers the same internal alarms that used to precede hours of emotional chaos. You've been conditioned to expect every small fire to become an inferno, so you either avoid friction entirely or overreact to normal human discord. And perhaps most insidiously, you start to doubt your own perception of what happened. When you finally step away, or when the relationship ends, you find yourself questioning which memories are real. I want you to imagine something with me right now. Picture yourself standing at your mailbox, and your hands are trembling slightly as you hold that lottery ticket. Your heart is pounding so hard you can hear it in your ears. And in that moment, before you even check the numbers, something inside you already knows. Not hopes, not wishes, knows. That's not luck, my dear friend. That's divine law, responding to your command. You see, I've watched thousands of people pray for money, beg for abundance, plead with the universe for just one lucky break, and I'm going to tell you something that might shock you. Their very pleading pushes away what they desire most. Because the universe doesn't respond to begging, it responds to commanding. And there's a world of difference between the two that nobody ever taught you. Right now, as you're listening to these words, there are people who win repeatedly, not once, not twice, but again and again. People who seem to have some secret arrangement with fortune itself. And the world calls them lucky. But I'm here to tell you that luck is simply divine law that hasn't been understood yet. These people aren't special. They're not chosen. They're not more deserving than you. They simply know how to speak the language that the universe actually hears. I'm going to share with you 10 powerful ways to command lottery wins by divine law. But more than that, I'm going to show you how to completely transform your relationship with abundance. Because here's what I've learned after decades of watching miracles unfold in the most ordinary lives. You don't attract money by wanting it. You command it by becoming the kind of person who already has it in consciousness. The millionaires who win, who succeed, who seem to dance through life with golden horseshoes, they're not doing what you think they're doing. They've stopped chasing. They've started commanding. And today, I'm going to show you exactly how they do it, and more importantly, how. You can start doing it too, right now, in this very moment. Because the lottery ticket in your hand is not a game of chance. It's a mirror reflecting back to you exactly what you believe you deserve. Let me tell you about something that happened just last week. A woman came to me, tears streaming down her face, clutching a lottery ticket. She'd been playing the same numbers for 7 years. 7 years of disappointment. 7 years of asking me, why doesn't it work for me? And I looked at her, really looked at her, and I asked one simple question. What do you say to yourself when you buy that ticket? She didn't even hesitate. I say, I never win anything, but maybe this time will be different. There it was. The entire problem wrapped up in one sentence. She was speaking her defeat before she even had a chance at victory. Every single time she bought that ticket, she was programming her subconscious mind with the words, I never win. And the universe, being the perfect mirror that it is, simply agreed with her. You see, most people think the lottery is about picking the right numbers. But I'm here to tell you something that might sound absolutely wild. The numbers don't matter nearly as much as the consciousness behind the person picking them. I've watched people win with birthdays, with random quick picks, with numbers they saw in dreams, and I've watched people lose with mathematically calculated systems, with lucky numbers blessed by fortune tellers, with every strategy under the sun. The difference was never in the numbers. The difference was always in the person. When someone who expects to win buys a ticket, they're not hoping, they're not wishing, they're not desperately clinging to a fantasy. They're simply claiming what they already know belongs to them. There's a certainty in their energy, a calm assurance that says, this or something better. That phrase right there, this or something better, that's one of the most powerful tools you'll ever learn. Because when you release your stranglehold on exactly how your good must come to you, you open the floodgates for miracles you couldn't have even imagined. You see, most people miss their miracles because they're so busy dictating terms to the universe. They say, I want this job, in this company, starting on this date, with this exact salary. And when it doesn't show up precisely as ordered, they declare the whole thing a failure. They completely miss the better position that was trying to come through, the one they didn't even know existed. I've watched this happen more times than I can count. A woman desperate to marry a particular man, blind to the fact that he was entirely wrong for her. She prayed, she affirmed, she visualized, all while clutching onto her specific picture. And the universe, in its infinite wisdom, had to let her learn the hard way. 2 years into that marriage, she finally understood why her inner voice had been whispering no the entire time. But here's what's beautiful. When you add this, or something better, you're acknowledging that there's an intelligence far greater than your limited human perspective. You're saying, I know what I want, but I'm wise enough to admit I might not know what's truly best for me. This isn't about being passive or wishy-washy. It's about being spiritually mature. It's about understanding that your job is to plant the seed to declare your intention, to claim you're good, but the how and when? That's not your department. Think of it like ordering from a divine menu. You get to choose the meal, but you don't get to march into the kitchen and micromanage the chef. You don't get to specify which pan they use or exactly what temperature the oven should be. Your job is to place the order with absolute conviction that it's on its way, and then trust the preparation process. Now, I can already hear some of you saying, "But Florence, if I don't control every detail, how do I know I'll get what I want?" And that's exactly the kind of thinking that's been blocking your good all along. That need to control is just fear wearing a business suit. When you try to control how your good comes to you, you're essentially telling the universe, "I don't trust you to handle this. I know better than infinite intelligence." Do you see how absurd that is? It's like ordering a custom gown from the finest tailor in Paris and then breaking into their workshop at midnight to tell them which thread to use and how to hold the scissors. You wouldn't dream of doing that because you trust the master tailor knows their craft. Yet you do this very thing with the universe every single day. The truth is, the universe has methods and channels you haven't even thought of. It has connections you don't know exist. It has timing that's far more perfect than anything your limited perspective could orchestrate. When you try to force the how, you're actually limiting the infinite ways your good could reach you. You're closing doors before they even have a chance to open. I once knew a woman who needed exactly $3,000 for an urgent matter. She was convinced it could only come from her employer as a bonus. So she spent weeks trying to manipulate circumstances at work, politicking, doing extra projects, practically camping outside her boss's office. She was exhausted and anxious, and guess what? No bonus came. Finally, she let go. She simply said, "This money is mine by divine right. I release it to come through the perfect channel." 3 days later, an aunt she hadn't spoken to in years reached out about an old family property that had sold, and this woman's share was exactly $3,000. The money was always there, waiting, but her tight grip on the how had blocked the natural channel. This is what I mean by releasing control. You're not giving up. You're not being passive. You're actually stepping into a far more powerful position. You're aligning yourself with infinite intelligence instead of finite human planning. You're opening yourself to miracles instead of limiting yourself to logic. Let me tell you what happens when you make this shift. The woman who stops forcing and starts trusting doesn't become passive, she becomes magnetic. There's a difference between doing nothing and resting in faith while remaining alert to divine guidance. I knew a woman who had been frantically networking, sending hundreds of letters, making call after call, trying to secure a position. She was exhausted, depleted, and no closer to her goal. When she finally surrendered, she didn't stop acting, she stopped straining. She made a simple statement: "Infinite intelligence, you know where my perfect position is, and you know where I am. Bring us together now." Within a week, at a casual dinner she almost didn't attend, she sat next to someone who mentioned an opening that seemed designed specifically for her talents. She wasn't looking for it, she wasn't hustling for it. She was simply in the right place because she had released the tight grip of anxiety that had been blocking her path. This is what I mean by non-resistance. You're not fighting against what is. You're not pushing against closed doors until your hands bleed. You're trusting that when a door is meant to open for you, it will swing wide with ease. And here's something most people don't understand about manifestation. Your good can come through unexpected channels. When you're forcing and planning, you're usually watching one specific door, convinced that's the only way your demonstration can arrive. But infinite intelligence has a million doors you don't even know exist. The money you need might not come from the job you're fixated on. It might come from an unexpected refund, an old debt repaid, an inheritance you didn't know about, or an opportunity that hasn't even formed yet in the physical realm. The relationship you desire might not be with the person you're currently chasing. It might be with someone you haven't met yet, someone far more suited to you than your limited human judgment could have selected. This is why Jesus said to take no thought for your life. Not because your life doesn't matter, but because your anxious thinking limits what the divine can do for you. Every time you slip into worry, you're essentially saying, "God, I don't think you're handling this right. Let me take over with my small, fearful human mind." And the moment you do that, the moment you try to micromanage the universe with your worry, you create what I call spiritual static. You jam the signal. Think of it this way. The divine is trying to broadcast the most magnificent solution to your life, but your mind is creating so much interference with its anxious chatter that you can't receive the transmission. I've watched people pray for prosperity while simultaneously obsessing over every bill, every expense, every perceived loss. They're essentially praying with one hand while pushing their good away with the other. It's like planting a seed and then digging it up every day to see if it's growing. Your constant examination, your relentless worry, disturbs the very soil in which your blessing is trying to take root. Here's what happens when you release the burden of anxiety. You create space. You become like a clear channel through which the divine can work. I knew a man who spent years agonizing over his career, making himself sick with endless planning and second-guessing. Every decision was torture. Every opportunity was analyzed to death. And nothing moved forward. His life was stagnant, not because opportunities weren't there, but because he was too paralyzed by overthinking to recognize them or act on them. One day, exhausted by his own mental gymnastics, he simply said, "I surrender. Universe, you handle this. I clearly don't know what I'm doing." It wasn't defeat, it was wisdom. Within 3 weeks, a connection he'd made years ago, someone he'd completely forgotten about, reached out with an opportunity that transformed everything. The answer had been waiting in the wings the entire time, but his anxiety had kept the curtain closed. You see, the universe has a memory far better than yours. It knows every person you've ever met, every skill you've ever developed, every desire you've ever planted. It's connecting dots you can't even see yet, arranging circumstances beyond your comprehension. But it needs your cooperation, and cooperation doesn't mean worry. It means trust. When you release anxiety, you're not becoming passive or irresponsible. You're becoming receptive. You're opening a channel that worry blocks. Think of it this way. A clenched fist cannot receive. An open hand can. I once knew a woman who worried constantly about her adult son. He was struggling, making poor choices, drifting from job to job. She couldn't sleep. She called him daily with advice he didn't want. She sent money he didn't appreciate. Her worry was like a heavy fog around him, and he felt it. He pulled further away. One day, exhausted, she simply let go. Not with bitterness, but with love. She said, "I place him in God's hands. I see him guided, protected, and fulfilled." She stopped the anxious calls. She stopped the rescue missions. And something remarkable happened. Within weeks, he called her, not because she'd been pushing, but because he wanted to. He'd found a mentor. He'd discovered a path that excited him. Her release had created space for his own divine guidance to reach him. Her worry had been static interference. Her trust was a clear signal. This is what it means to speak your word and then stand still. You don't speak your affirmation and then immediately start planning, scheming, forcing. You speak it and you rest in it. You water the seed, then you trust the soil. Does this mean you do nothing? Of course not. It means you take inspired action, not anxious action. Inspired action feels light, clear, almost effortless. Anxious action feels forced, heavy, driven by fear. You'll know the difference by how it feels in your body. When you speak from divine supply, you're not denying the physical situation. You're going to a higher court. You're appealing to the realm where all things are possible, where lack is an illusion, where every need already has its fulfillment prepared. I am not asking you to pretend you're wealthy when the bills are unpaid. I am asking you to stop empowering the appearance with your words and your focus. I am asking you to acknowledge a greater reality. Let me tell you what this looks like in practice. A woman once came to me and said, "Florence, I speak the word, I affirm abundance, but then I open my bank account and the fear comes rushing back. What do I do with that?" I said, "You do not deny the bank account. You deny its power over your future. There is a difference. One is denial. The other is discernment. You can look at your bank account and say, 'This is where I am,' but not who I am. This is what has manifested, but not what must continue. You acknowledge the present without bowing to it. You observe the condition without giving it authority over tomorrow. This is the razor's edge we walk. We live in the world of form while knowing we are not confined by it. We participate in the physical while drawing from the invisible. And here is what happens when you hold this inner knowing. The physical begins to shift. Not because you pretended it away, but because you stopped feeding it with fear, stopped cementing it with your words, stopped binding yourself to it with your emotional agreement. The universe does not reward denial, but it does respond to faith. And faith is not belief without evidence. Faith is loyalty to the unseen good, even when the seen says otherwise. Now, let me be clear. This does not mean you sit and wait. Faith is not passivity. You still take action. You still do the work. You still make the calls, send the letters, follow the leading. But you do it from a different inner climate. You act not from desperation, but from direction. Not from lack, but from expectation. I have seen people take the same action twice, once from fear and once from faith, and get completely different results. Same action, different consciousness, different outcome. Why? Because the action is only the outer movement. The consciousness is the magnetic force that determines what the action attracts. When you act from fear, you carry the vibration of lack. You are energetically signaling scarcity, and so scarcity meets you. When you act from faith, from inner knowing, you carry the vibration of abundance. You are energetically aligned with supply, and so supply responds. There is a woman I knew who needed work desperately. Every day she would wake with anxiety, scanning advertisements, asking everyone she met if they knew of an opportunity. She spoke constantly of how difficult things were, how no one was hiring, how worried she was. And week after week, nothing came. Then one day, exhausted by her own fear, she stopped. She decided to speak only prosperity. She began to say, "My right work is now manifesting. The perfect opportunity is seeking me." She stopped discussing her lack. She stopped defending her anxiety to friends. She acted as if it were already done. Within 10 days, an opportunity arrived that exceeded what she had been struggling to find. It came through a chance encounter, someone who had heard she was available and needed exactly her skills. This is not coincidence. This is law. When you change your inner conversation, you change your outer experience. Your subconscious mind does not argue with you. It simply accepts what you impress upon it and sets about making it real. When you impress lack, it produces lack. When you impress abundance, it orchestrates abundance through ways you could never have planned. Many of you still believe that certain conditions must change before you can feel at peace. You think, when I have the money, then I will relax. When the relationship is secure, then I will stop worrying. But this is backward. You must relax first. You must claim the inner state first. The outer will always follow the inner, never the reverse. You cannot receive what you are not vibrationally ready to accept. A tense, anxious, doubtful mind is not a receptive mind. It is a closed fist. And you cannot receive anything with a closed fist. Open your hand. Open your consciousness. This is done through praise, through gratitude, through affirmation. When you say, "I give thanks that the infinite supply now manifests in my life," you are opening. You are aligning. You are tuning your instrument to the frequency of the thing you desire. And the universe, which is infinitely responsive, must answer in kind. This is why I say, watch your words as you would watch your children. They go out into the world and create. They build or they destroy. Every word is a seed. And here's what most people never realize. You're already speaking these seeds into existence every single day. You're not waiting for permission. You're not waiting for the right moment. Your words are already creating your reality right now, in this very moment. When you say, "I never have enough money," you're planting poverty. When you say, "I always get sick in winter," you're planting illness. When you say, "Nobody appreciates me," you're planting isolation. These aren't just complaints. These are commands to your subconscious mind, and your subconscious mind is the most obedient servant you'll ever have. It never argues. It never questions. It simply says, "Your wish is my command," and it goes to work making your words come true. I've watched people talk themselves into disease. I've watched them talk themselves into poverty. I've watched them talk themselves into loneliness. And the tragic part? They have no idea they're doing it. They think they're just describing their reality, but they're actually creating it. They're the artist who keeps painting the same dark picture and wondering why their life feels so heavy. But here's the beautiful flip side. You can talk yourself into health. You can speak yourself into abundance. You can decree yourself into love and joy and success. The same power that works against you can work for you. The same law that brings defeat can bring victory. It's neutral. It's impartial. It simply responds to the seeds you plant. I knew a woman who changed her entire financial situation by changing one sentence. She used to say, "I can't afford it." Every time an opportunity came up, those 4 words, "I can't afford it." Her subconscious heard that as an identity, not a temporary condition. So it made sure she stayed in that identity. Then one day, she changed it. Instead of, "I can't afford it," she started saying, "That's not where I choose to invest right now." Same practical outcome in the moment, but completely different seed planted. One statement declared poverty as her identity. The other declared conscious choice and abundance as her reality. Within 6 months, her income had doubled. Not because the words themselves were magic, but because her consciousness shifted, and her consciousness creates her reality. Your word is your wand, but here's what most people miss. You cannot speak abundance while you feel poverty. You cannot declare health while you identify with sickness. This is the work beneath the words. This is where transformation actually happens. I once knew a woman who repeated affirmations for prosperity every morning. Yet when the bills arrived, she felt a knot in her stomach. When friends invited her to dinner, she calculated the cost with anxiety. Her mouth said one thing, but her consciousness lived in another. And consciousness always wins. The shift came when she stopped trying to convince herself and started excavating her beliefs. She asked, "Where did I learn that money was scarce? Who taught me I wasn't worthy of ease?" These weren't comfortable questions, but they were necessary ones. Because you cannot heal what you refuse to see. She discovered that her poverty consciousness came from watching her parents fight about money every night as a child. She had internalized the belief that money meant conflict, stress, suffering. So of course her subconscious kept her from having too much of it. It was trying to protect her from pain. Once she saw this pattern, she could release it. She began thanking money when it came and when it went. She blessed her bills as evidence that she had electricity, water, shelter. She stopped treating financial conversations like emergencies and started treating them like simple logistics. Her internal state changed, and her external reality followed. This is the work, not controlling circumstances, but transforming consciousness. Not manipulating the outer world, but aligning the inner one. Your life right now is a perfect printout of your dominant mental patterns. If you don't like what you see, the answer isn't out there. It's in here. In the stories you tell yourself. In the emotions you've normalized. In the identity you've been dragging around like old luggage. So let me be very clear about what happens when you finally let it go. You don't become someone else. You become more yourself than you've ever been. That thing you've been holding on to? That grudge? That old story? That identity built on what hurt you? It was never protecting you. It was just taking up space where something real could grow. I've watched people cling to their pain like it's a life raft when really, it's an anchor. They think if they let go of the story of what happened to them, they'll lose themselves. But here's the truth. You can't lose what you never were. You are not your trauma. You are not your mistakes. You are not the worst thing that ever happened to you or the worst thing you ever did. Every moment you spend identifying with those old patterns is a moment you're not available for what's trying to reach you right now. And I promise you, something is trying to reach you right now. But you won't see it while you're staring backward. You won't hear it while you're replaying old arguments. You won't feel it while you're numbed out on resentment and resignation. The universe is wildly generous, but it can't force feed you. It can only offer, and you have to have your hands open to receive. Think about the last time something wonderful happened that you didn't orchestrate. A connection that felt easy, an opportunity that just appeared, a moment of unexpected beauty or relief. What made that possible wasn't your control, it was your openness. And what blocks that openness? The weight you're still carrying, the story you keep telling, the identity you refuse to update. I'm not asking you to forget what happened. I'm asking you to stop letting it define what happens next. There's a difference between remembering and rehearsing, between honoring your experience and being imprisoned by it. You get to keep the wisdom. You get to keep the strength you built. You get to keep the lessons. But the bitterness, the self-righteousness, the need to be right about how wrong it all was, that's just ego, dressed up as self-protection. And when you let go of that righteousness, something miraculous happens. You stop carrying their story around like evidence at a trial. You stop rehearsing what they did. Stop cataloging every hurt. Stop building your case for why you deserve sympathy. Because here's what I know. The universe doesn't need your case. You don't have to prove you were wronged to be worthy of something better. You just have to stop giving your energy to the old story. I've watched people hold on to betrayal for years, decades even, thinking they're protecting themselves. But what they're really doing is staying energetically married to the person who hurt them. Every time you replay what happened, you're sending out the same signal. I'm still wounded. I'm still connected to this pain. I'm still defined by what they did to me. And the universe, in its perfect responsiveness, keeps reflecting that back to you. But the moment you truly decide that you're no longer available for that story, everything shifts. Not because they changed, not because they apologized or suddenly saw your worth, but because you stopped making their actions mean something about you. You stopped letting someone else's capacity determine your value. And I need you to hear this clearly. Your value was never up for debate. Not then, not now, not ever. What happened to you was never evidence of your unworthiness. It was evidence of where they were, what they could see, how much they'd healed or hadn't healed themselves. Their blindness to your light doesn't make you less luminous. It just means they were looking the other way. So when you forgive, you're not saying what they did was acceptable. You're not signing off on the harm or pretending it didn't matter. You're simply saying, I will no longer organize my entire existence around this wound. I will no longer let this be the lens through which I see myself, my life, my future. You're taking back your authorship. You're remembering that you're not the character in someone else's mess. You're the creator of your own story. And in this story, you get to decide what you're available for, what you call in, what you become. And the wildest part? When you shift this internally, when you stop making yourself small, stop rehearsing disaster, stop carrying other people's chaos like it's your responsibility, the external world doesn't fight back. It rearranges itself. Because you were the one holding the old pattern in place. You were the one saying yes when you meant no. You were the one staying in conversations that drained you, relationships that diminished you, situations that required you to betray yourself just to belong. The moment you stop participating in that, the universe rushes in to meet your new standard. Not because you forced anything, not because you manipulated or controlled, but because you finally aligned your inner world with the truth of who you are. And the universe only responds to what you are, not what you pretend to be. This is where people get confused. They think manifesting is about visualizing harder, affirming louder, doing more rituals. But all of that is just noise if you're still internally available for the thing you say you don't want. If you're still bracing for betrayal, you'll call it in. If you're still dim your light so others feel comfortable, you'll magnetize people who need you small. If you're still whispering your desires like they're too much to ask for, the universe will treat them as optional. Your inner conversation is the blueprint. Your assumptions are the architecture. And every single external experience is just a reflection of what you've been silently agreeing to. So when you change the agreement, when you say, I am no longer available for this version of reality, everything shifts. Not someday. Not when you're perfect. Right now. In this moment. Because you decided. And that decision doesn't have to be loud. It doesn't need an announcement. It just has to be true. You don't need to convince anyone, defend it, or explain yourself into exhaustion. You just start moving as the person who already lives in that reality. You start speaking to yourself the way that version of you would. You start making choices from that place. Small ones at first, then bigger ones. And before long, you realize you're not faking it anymore. You've become it. I want to tell you something that changed everything for me, and I promise you, it will shake the very foundation of how you think about money. Right now, in this exact moment, your future self is trying to send you wealth, but you keep turning it away. You don't mean to. You're not doing it on purpose. But every single day, you reject the very abundance that's rushing toward you like a river, and I'm going to show you how to stop doing that in the next 60 seconds. Listen closely. The universe is not withholding anything from you. Money is not scarce. Opportunity is not limited. The only thing standing between you and unimaginable prosperity is a tiny, invisible wall you built in your own mind, and you don't even know it's there. But your future self, the version of you living 6 months from now, 1 year from now, that person already knows the truth. That version of you has already received everything you're asking for right now. The question is, will you let them give it to you? I spent years watching people pray for money while simultaneously pushing it away with both hands. They'd come to me and say, "I'm doing everything right. I'm working hard. I'm being positive. Why isn't anything changing?" And every single time, when I looked closer, I could see it. They were speaking lack. They were imaging poverty. They were treating their future like a prison sentence instead of a promise. Their words said yes, but their consciousness screamed no, and the universe can only give you what you truly accept. So, here's what I learned, and this is the part that's going to sound strange, but stay with me because it works every single time. Your future is not something far away. It's not waiting for you somewhere down a long road. Your future is happening right now, simultaneously, in another dimension of consciousness. The version of you who already has the money, who already lives in abundance, who already walks in financial freedom, that person exists right now. And they're reaching back through time, trying to hand you everything you need. But you have to open your hands. You have to stop clenching your fists around your current circumstances and open yourself to receive what's already yours. I'm going to teach you how to do that. I'm going to show you how to speak to your future self, how to accept the wealth they're offering you, and how to collapse time itself so that what seems months or years away arrives in your life within days. This isn't about working harder. This isn't about positive thinking or vision boards or any of that surface-level stuff. This is about understanding the actual spiritual law that governs prosperity and then wielding it with precision and faith. Are you ready? Because once you see this, you can't unsee it, and your relationship with money will never be the same again. Let me start by telling you about a woman I once knew who came to me absolutely desperate. She was a talented artist, truly gifted, but she couldn't sell her work no matter what she tried. She'd go to galleries and they'd turn her away. She'd price her paintings low, thinking that would help, and still nothing. She was living in a tiny room, eating 1 meal a day, and every night she'd pray, "God, please send me money. Please let someone buy my art. Please help me survive." And every morning, she'd wake up to the same poverty, the same rejection, the same crushing disappointment. When she sat in front of me, I could feel the heaviness around her like a thick fog. So I asked her a simple question. I said, "Tell me, when you imagine your future, what do you see?" And she looked at me with these tired eyes and said, "I see myself still struggling. I see myself still poor. I see myself working and never getting anywhere, because that's reality. That's what's actually happening." And right there, I saw the whole problem. She was teaching her future self to be poor. Every single day, with her thoughts and her words and her mental pictures, she was instructing the universe to keep her exactly where she was. She was rejecting abundance before it could even reach her. Her future self, the one who could be wealthy and successful and celebrated, was trying to send her opportunities, but she kept saying, "No, that's not for me, that's not realistic. I'm not that kind of person." So I told her something that shocked her. I said, "You need to stop praying for money and start accepting it. There's a difference. Prayer without acceptance is just begging. But acceptance is a command. Acceptance says, 'This is already mine, I receive it now.' Your future self is wealthy. She's already sold those paintings. She's already living in abundance. You need to become her right now, in this moment, in your consciousness. You need to feel what she feels, speak what she speaks, and act as she would act. Not someday. Today." She looked at me like I was crazy. But she was desperate enough to try. So I taught her the 60-second practice, the exact one I'm about to teach you. And I told her to do it every single morning and every single night without fail. No matter what her circumstances looked like, no matter how much fear tried to creep in. Just 60 seconds of pure acceptance, of speaking directly to her future self and receiving the abundance that was already hers. 3 days later, a woman walked into a cafe where she was sitting, saw one of her small sketches she'd been doodling on a napkin, and offered her $200 for it on the spot. 1 week after that, a gallery owner who had rejected her before suddenly called and said they'd had a cancellation and wanted to feature her work. Within a month, she'd sold more paintings than she had in the previous 2 years combined. Within 6 months, she moved into a beautiful apartment and was traveling to art shows across the country. What changed? Not her talent, not her circumstances, not the economy or the art market or anything external. What changed was her consciousness. She stopped teaching her future self to be poor and started teaching her future self to be wealthy. She stopped rejecting abundance and started accepting it. And the moment she made that shift internally, everything shifted externally. Now, I know what you're thinking. That sounds too simple. That sounds too easy. How can 60 seconds change anything? But here's what you need to understand about how the universe actually works. The spiritual realm doesn't operate on time the way we do. In consciousness, in the realm of spirit, everything exists right now. Your past, your present, your future, they're all happening simultaneously. The only thing that makes them seem separate is your perception, your focus, your awareness. When you worry about the future, you're not just thinking about something far away. You're actually creating it. You're speaking it into existence. You're teaching it what to become. And if you're constantly imagining a future of struggle, of lack, of barely getting by, then that's exactly what you're commanding the universe to deliver. Your future self hears you loud and clear, and they become exactly what you tell them to be. But the opposite is also true. When you speak to your future self with confidence, with acceptance, with absolute knowing that they are wealthy and abundant and free, you're commanding a completely different reality into being. You're instructing the universe to deliver prosperity. You're opening the channel for money to flow. You're removing every invisible barrier you've built, and suddenly the abundance that was always there, always trying to reach you, comes flooding in. This is not wishful thinking. This is not just being positive or hopeful. This is actual spiritual law. As within, so without. As above, so below. What you accept in consciousness must manifest in form. It has to. It's not a maybe. It's not a hope. It's a law, as reliable as gravity. The problem is, most people don't actually accept abundance in their consciousness. They hope for it, they wish for it, they beg for it, but they don't command it. They don't receive it with their whole being. I remember watching a man turn down a job opportunity because he said it seemed too good to be true. Someone offered him exactly what he'd been asking for: more money, better hours, work he actually enjoyed, and his first instinct was suspicion. Why would they offer me this? What's the catch? I'm not qualified enough. This will probably fall through. And guess what happened? It did fall through. Not because it was too good to be true, but because he rejected it in his consciousness before it could fully manifest. He taught his future self that he wasn't worthy of good things, and the universe said, "All right, your wish is my command." That's the power you have, and that's the responsibility you carry. You are not a victim of your circumstances, you are the creator of them. Every thought you think, every word you speak, every image you hold in your mind, you're instructing your future self on what to become. You're either accepting abundance or rejecting it. You're either opening the door or slamming it shut, and most people, tragically, spend their entire lives slamming the door and then wondering why nothing good ever comes through. But not you, not anymore, because in the next few minutes, I'm going to give you the exact 60-second practice that will reprogram your entire relationship with money and abundance. This is the same practice that transformed that artist's life. The same practice that's brought unexpected checks, surprise opportunities, and miraculous provision to hundreds of people I've worked with. The same practice that, if you actually do it, will begin shifting your reality within days, not weeks, not months, days. But before I give you the practice, you need to understand 3 fundamental truths about money and consciousness. These are non-negotiable. These are the foundation. If you don't get these, the practice won't work, or it'll work weakly, inconsistently. But when you understand these 3 truths deep in your bones, the practice becomes unstoppable. The first truth is this: money is energy, not paper. It's not coins or numbers in a bank account. It's a current, a flow, a form of divine substance that moves through the universe constantly. It's always circulating, always available, always seeking channels to flow through. When you understand that money is energy, you stop treating it like a scarce resource that has to be hoarded or fought for. Instead, you become a channel. You open yourself. You let it flow to you and through you, and the more you let it flow, the more comes. Most people block the flow without realizing it. They say things like, "I can't afford that," or "money is so hard to make," or "rich people are greedy." And every single one of those statements is a dam. It's a barrier. It's a sign that says, "Money, stay away from me. I don't trust you. I don't like you. I'm afraid of you." And money, being energy, obeys. It goes where it's welcomed, where it's celebrated, where it's expected. It flows toward consciousness that accepts it and away from consciousness that rejects it. The second truth is that your words create your reality. Not just influence it, create it. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. Your words are not just sounds coming out of your mouth. They're vibrations, they're commands, they're seeds that you plant in the invisible realm, and those seeds must, by spiritual law, produce fruit in the visible realm. When you say, "I'm broke," you're not just describing your current situation, you're commanding more brokenness to come. When you say, "I'm always struggling," you're guaranteeing that struggle continues. But when you begin to speak as your future self speaks, when you say things like, "I am abundantly supplied, money flows to me easily, I am grateful for my ever-increasing prosperity," you're planting completely different seeds. You're commanding a completely different reality. And here's the key: you don't have to see the money yet to speak this way. In fact, you have to speak this way first, before you see it. That's the whole point. Your words create the reality. The reality doesn't create your words. I had a student who was buried in debt, couldn't even afford groceries some weeks, and I told her to start saying every morning, "I am debt-free and financially abundant." She said, "But that's a lie. I'm not debt-free." And I told her, in your current circumstances, no. But in your consciousness, in your future self, yes. You're speaking to what's already true in the spiritual realm, and you're commanding it to manifest in the physical realm. Stop letting your current circumstances dictate your words. Let your words dictate your future circumstances. She did it. She felt ridiculous at first, like she was lying to herself. But she kept going. And within weeks, unexpected money started showing up. An old friend paid back a loan she'd forgotten about. Her employer gave her a bonus she wasn't expecting. She found an error in her bank account that was actually in her favor for once. Small things at first, then bigger things. Within a year, her debt was completely gone, and she had savings for the first time in her adult life. The third truth is the one people resist the most, but it's the most important. Your future already exists. It's not something you're moving toward. It's something that already is, and you're simply catching up to it in consciousness. Think of it like a movie that's already been filmed. The ending already exists. The middle already exists. All the scenes are already complete. You're just watching it unfold. Like flipping through a photo album where every picture was already taken, you're just turning the pages. This is why faith feels so different from hope. Hope says, "Maybe it'll work out." Faith says, "It's already done. I'm just waiting for my eyes to catch up with what my spirit already knows." I knew someone once who needed to move apartments. Desperate situation, lease ending, no money for a deposit, no leads. But instead of spiraling into panic, she did something strange. She started packing, not frantically, methodically, folding clothes, wrapping dishes, labeling boxes. Her roommate thought she'd lost her mind. "Where are you even going?" She smiled and said, "I don't know yet, but the apartment is already arranged. I'm just getting ready." 3 days later, a friend of a friend called out of nowhere. A tenant had suddenly broken their lease. Beautiful place. Move-in ready, no deposit needed. The boxes were already packed. Now here's what's important. She didn't pack because she was trying to manipulate the universe. She packed because she genuinely saw it as done. Her actions were the natural response to an inner conviction. That's the difference. When you're pretending or forcing, there's tension in it. When you know, there's ease. Your body relaxes. Your movements become almost casual, because what's there to stress about? It's handled. Think about how you act when you know someone's coming over for dinner. You set the table, you prepare the food, you light the candles. You don't sit there chewing your nails, wondering if they'll show up. You received the RSVP. The knowing changes everything. It shifts you from anxiety to preparation, from begging to receiving. This is living from the end, not visualizing the end while standing in the beginning, actually living from the end, thinking from it, feeling from it, acting from it. And here's what happens when you truly live from the end. The middle stops being a test and starts being a ceremony. The waiting stops feeling like torture and starts feeling like a sacred procession. You're not crawling toward your desire, you're walking a path that's already laid out. Each step an inevitability, each moment just another scene in a play that's already been written. You see, most people are trying to make things happen. They're pushing, forcing, strategizing, thinking if they just manipulate the right circumstances, pull the right strings, convince the right people, they'll finally get what they want. But that's exhausting. That's resistance dressed up as action. When you live from the end, you don't make things happen. You allow them to happen. You become a channel, not a dam. You stop blocking your own good with doubt and fear and micromanagement. I remember a woman who came to me desperate for work. She'd been unemployed for months, sending out hundreds of applications, hearing nothing back. She was frantic, convinced she needed to apply to more places, rewrite her resume for the 1,000th time, network harder, do times something asterisk. I told her, stop, you're operating from lack. Every application you send out screaming, please hire me, I'm desperate, is just magnetizing more rejection. Instead, see yourself already employed, not hoping for it, being it. Walk like someone who has meaningful work. Dress like it. Feel the satisfaction of it in your bones. She resisted at first. It felt irresponsible, even reckless, to stop the frantic searching. But she tried it. She spent 1 week simply living as if she already had the perfect position. She dressed well, kept a schedule, spent her days preparing for success rather than begging for opportunity. Within 10 days, she received a call about a position she'd applied to months earlier, one she'd completely forgotten about. They'd kept her resume, and suddenly a role opened up that was exactly what she wanted. Better pay, better fit, better everything. Coincidence? Please. The universe doesn't do coincidence. It does resonance. You have to understand, your inner conviction creates outer conditions. Not sometimes, not if you're lucky. Always. It's law. The world you see is the world you are. So when you're living from the end, you're not pretending everything's fine while secretly terrified. You're not doing positive affirmations through gritted teeth. You're genuinely done with the old story. You've already moved into the new one. And here's the beautiful part. When you're truly there, you stop caring about the how and the when quite so desperately. Not because you've given up, but because you know asterisk. You know it the way you know your own name, the way you know how to breathe. There's a relaxation that comes with that kind of knowing, a divine ease that cannot be manufactured or faked. I once knew a woman who was determined to change her financial circumstances. She did everything right on paper. She affirmed. She visualized. She made vision boards. But every single day, she checked her bank account 7 times. She refreshed her email constantly, waiting for the opportunity to arrive. She felt panic every time a bill came in the mail. And one day she said to me, exhausted and frustrated, I'm doing everything you said, but nothing is working. I looked at her gently and said, you're living in the problem, not the solution. You're rehearsing lack, not abundance. Every time you check that account with fear, you're voting for poverty. Every time you panic at a bill, you're casting your ballot for limitation. She didn't like hearing that. Nobody does. But it was true. The shift happened when she decided to treat her current money, no matter how little, with respect and joy. She paid her bills with gratitude, saying, thank you that I have this to give. Money flows to me easily and constantly. She stopped the obsessive checking. She started acting as if she was already financially free. And you know what happened? Within 2 months, she received an unexpected inheritance from a distant relative she barely knew. 3 months after that, A business idea she'd casually mentioned to a friend turned into a profitable partnership. Did the affirmations do it? Did the vision board? No. The Times Consciousness Times did it. She stopped vibrating poverty and started vibrating prosperity. She stopped living in the Times wish times and started living in the Times fact asterisk. This is what I mean when I say you must occupy the state. You must live there mentally and emotionally before it can manifest physically. The physical world is always the last to know. It's always playing catch-up to your inner world. So when you find yourself anxious, worried, obsessing over the how and the when, pause, breathe. Ask yourself, asterisk, where am I living right now? Am I living in the wish or the fulfillment? Asterisk. Because here's what happens when you get that answer wrong. You stay in perpetual preparation mode. You keep times getting ready, times to have what you want. You organize your life around the absence of it. You talk about it like it's coming. You plan for when it arrives. You dream about how different things will be once it finally shows up. And the universe looks at you and says, all right, clearly they're not ready. Clearly they still see themselves as separate from this thing. I'll keep it at arm's length until they claim it. This isn't punishment. This is time's law asterisk. You cannot receive in the future what you are not accepting now. Not because God is withholding it, not because you haven't worked hard enough, but because you're standing in the wrong room of your own consciousness. Listen carefully. Every single thing you desire already exists in the invisible realm. It's done. It's finished. It's complete. The moment you had the desire, the fulfillment was created. They are two halves of the same coin. Your job isn't to create it. Your job isn't to force it. Your job is to times accept times it, to step into the version of yourself who already has it, to live from that state. Not as pretend, not as fake it till you make it, but as spiritual fact. I knew a woman who desperately wanted to move to a beautiful home by the sea. She would drive by homes in that area every weekend. She'd collect pictures. She'd talk constantly about when I finally get there and when it happens for me. Years went by, nothing. Then one day someone asked her, why are you waiting? In your mind, why can't you live their times now, asterisk? She started to argue, started to list all the logical reasons, the money, the timing, the market, but then something shifted. She stopped visiting the neighborhood like a tourist. She started walking those streets like a resident. She'd go to the local coffee shop and chat with people, times, as if she belonged, asterisk. She'd imagine her morning routine in that space. She'd thank God for her home by the sea in present tense. Within 3 months, an opportunity appeared that was so unexpected, so perfectly aligned, it could only be described as miraculous. What changed? Not her desire, not her worthiness, her time's state of consciousness asterisk. She stopped living in the wish. She started living in the fulfillment. And that, my dear friend, is where the power lives. Because when you live in the fulfillment, something extraordinary happens. The universe stops seeing you as someone who wants. It starts seeing you as someone who has. And it rushes to confirm that truth. I once worked with a man who came to me desperate for a business breakthrough. He'd been affirming prosperity for months, nothing. We sat together, and I asked him a simple question. When you speak your affirmations, where do you feel yourself standing? In the wanting or in the having? He paused, then admitted, in the wanting, always in the wanting. So we shifted it. Instead of money is coming to me, he began to declare, I am a channel of divine abundance. Prosperity flows through me now. Not tomorrow. Not someday. Now. Within 3 weeks, an opportunity he'd forgotten about materialized. A contract he'd written off came through. Not because the affirmation was magic words, but because he stopped vibrating lack and started vibrating abundance. You see, your inner speech creates your outer world. What you habitually say to yourself in the privacy of your own mind becomes the blueprint the universe follows. If you're constantly saying, I hope this works, you're building hope, not certainty. If you're saying, when will it happen? You're building, waiting, not receiving. But when you shift to, it is done, something clicks into place. You're no longer begging, you're declaring. You're not asking permission from the universe. You're claiming what's already yours in the invisible. And here's what so many miss. The invisible is more real than the visible. What you can see with your eyes is just the shadow of what exists in the realm of spirit. That's where creation happens. That's where your word has power. So when you speak, speak as though you're addressing the very substance of creation itself, because you are. You're not talking to the walls, you're not talking to yourself. You're speaking to the intelligent, responsive, creative force that turns thought into form. And it's listening. Oh, it's always listening. Every word you speak, every image you hold, every feeling you generate, it's all being recorded and reproduced in your experience. Not someday, right now. This very moment. Because when you step into this awareness, when you truly know that prosperity is your divine inheritance, something extraordinary happens. The universe begins to rearrange itself around your consciousness. I've watched this happen countless times. A woman comes to me, worried about money, speaking words of lack and limitation. I teach her the game. I show her how to speak the word. Within weeks, sometimes days, opportunities appear seemingly out of nowhere. But here's what most people miss. The opportunities were always there. The abundance was always present. What changed wasn't the universe. What changed was her consciousness. What changed was her vision. She stopped looking at what was missing and started seeing what was present. She stopped declaring poverty and started claiming her divine supply. This is the great secret that mystifies the world. You don't attract what you want. You attract what you are. If you are in consciousness of lack, you'll magnetize situations that confirm that lack. If you are in consciousness of abundance, you'll magnetize prosperity from every direction. But I've tried affirmations, you might say. I've said the words, and nothing changed. Ah, but did you believe the words? Did you feel the truth of them in your bones? Or were you just repeating empty phrases while your heart whispered, "This will never work"? Because the universe doesn't respond to your words alone. It responds to the vibration beneath your words. It responds to your faith or your doubt. I remember a man who came to me, declaring prosperity morning and night. Beautiful affirmations, perfect words. Yet his circumstances grew worse, not better. "Why isn't it working?" he demanded. I watched him as he spoke. I listened to the tremor in his voice, the fear beneath his declarations. "You're speaking prosperity with your lips?" I told him, "but cursing it with your heart. You're declaring abundance while believing in lack, and the universe always honors your deepest belief." He was shocked. He hadn't realized how deeply the roots of poverty thinking had penetrated his consciousness. So we worked differently. Instead of trying to convince himself of prosperity, we began to recognize it. We looked for evidence of supply that already existed. The roof over his head, the food in his cupboard, the gift from a friend, the unexpected refund. Small things, but real things. And as he began to recognize the abundance already present, as he gave thanks for what he had, something shifted in his consciousness. The affirmations became real. The words had power because they were rooted in recognition, not desperation. Within 2 months, his income had tripled. I've seen this pattern over and over. When you stop begging and start recognizing, everything shifts. The universe doesn't respond to pleading, it responds to conviction. There was a woman who came to me exhausted from years of affirming prosperity while feeling poor. She'd say the words, but inside, she was calculating how many days until rent was due. Her affirmations were like putting a fresh coat of paint on a crumbling foundation. I told her what I'm telling you now. You cannot fool the subconscious mind. It knows what you truly believe, and what you truly believe is what manifests. So we started differently. Instead of declaring what she wanted, we began recognizing what was already true in the spiritual realm. Not someday. Not if she was good enough. Now. Divine abundance is my natural state, she would say. Not as a wish, as a fact. I am already provided for in ways I cannot yet see. Not hoping, knowing. The shift was subtle at first. She stopped checking her bank account with dread. She began to feel a quiet assurance that had nothing to do with the numbers on a screen. And then, as always happens when the inner world changes, the outer world had no choice but to follow. An unexpected check arrived, then another opportunity, then a complete transformation of her financial life, not through force, but through alignment. This is the work, you see, not to create something from nothing, but to allow what already exists in spirit to take form in matter. You are not manifesting, you are revealing. And here's what most people miss. The revelation requires that you stop being divided against yourself. You cannot say one thing and believe another. You cannot affirm abundance while feeling resentful of those who have it. You cannot claim prosperity while secretly believing you don't deserve it. The inner house must be unified. Every room must be in agreement. When Jesus said, "A house divided against itself cannot stand," he was speaking spiritual law. Your consciousness must be whole, not fragmented. I've watched people sabotage themselves for years because one part of them wanted success, while another part was terrified of it. One part affirmed love, while another part believed they were unworthy of it. The inner conflict created outer chaos. The path forward is integration, bringing every thought, every belief, every hidden fear into the light of truth. This isn't comfortable work. It requires honesty that most people avoid. But it's the only work that matters. Because every external problem, every single one, is just a messenger pointing you back to something unresolved inside you. The person who betrayed you? They're showing you where you betrayed yourself first, where you ignored your intuition, where you stayed too long, where you said yes when your whole body screamed no. The money that won't come? It's revealing your hidden belief that you're not worthy of ease, that you have to struggle to deserve anything. That abundance is for other people, not you. The relationship that keeps repeating the same painful pattern? It's mirroring the relationship you have with yourself, the criticism, the abandonment, the conditional love. This is the part where most people close the book. Because this level of responsibility feels overwhelming, it's easier to stay a victim. It's simpler to believe that life just happens to you, that you're powerless, that if only they would change, everything would be fine. But you're here, which means some part of you knows the truth. Some part of you is ready to stop running. So let's be clear about what spiritual responsibility actually means. It doesn't mean you caused your trauma. It doesn't mean you're to blame for what happened to you. It means you're the only one who can heal it. You're the only one who can stop giving it power over your present. It means you stop waiting for apologies that may never come. You stop replaying conversations, trying to make people understand. You stop performing your pain, hoping someone will finally see you and save you. You save yourself, not through force or willpower, but through the simple act of returning to truth. Again and again, every time the old pattern rises, you meet it with the word. I remember working with a woman who had spent 15 years angry at her mother. 15 years of justified rage, of rehearsed grievances, of waiting for acknowledgement that never came. And one day she asked me, exhausted, "When does this end?" I said, "When you decide it ends. When you realize that holding on to this anger isn't punishing her, it's imprisoning you." She didn't like that answer. But 6 months later, she told me, "I finally understood. My mother will never be who I needed her to be. But I can be that for myself now. I can give myself the acceptance I was waiting for." That's the shift. From victim to creator, from reaction to response, from waiting to acting. And here's what's beautiful. The more you practice this, the easier it becomes. Your subconscious mind is like a muscle. The more you train it to look for evidence of your good fortune, the stronger that capacity becomes. I've watched people transform their entire experience of reality in a matter of weeks, simply by changing what they choose to notice. A woman came to me once, drowning in financial worry. Bills piling up, creditors calling. She was convinced the universe had abandoned her. I gave her one assignment: find 3 pieces of evidence every day that money flows to you easily. She looked at me like I'd lost my mind. "But Florence, there is no money flowing to me." "Then find the evidence that's preparing to flow," I told her. A coin on the sidewalk, an unexpected discount, a bill that's lower than expected. Train your mind to see the current, not just the drought. She did it, reluctantly at first, found a quarter, got a free coffee when the barista made an extra by mistake, discovered she'd overpaid her insurance, and was due a small refund. Small things, tiny things. But within 3 weeks, something shifted. A client she'd forgotten about paid an old invoice. A side opportunity appeared out of nowhere. Her tax refund came earlier than expected. Within 2 months, her financial situation had completely turned around. Did the universe suddenly decide to favor her? No. She changed the frequency she was broadcasting. She stopped affirming lack and started affirming flow, and the universe, as it always does, matched her energy. This is the mechanics of manifestation that most people miss. They think it's about vision boards and wishful thinking. It's not. It's about becoming a vibrational match for what you desire, by choosing moment by moment, thought by thought, to align with the reality you want to experience. Your subconscious is listening to every word you speak, every thought you think, every story you tell about your life. Make sure you're telling the story of the person you're becoming, not the person you used to be. Because, darling, you're not who you were yesterday. You're not even who you were this morning. Every moment is a new opportunity to choose differently, to think differently, to be differently. You are standing on holy ground right now, not because this room is special or because the hour is sacred, but because you have arrived at this moment, ready to hear what has been waiting for you since before you were born. I want you to listen very carefully to what I am about to tell you, because what I am going to share is not theory. It is not philosophy. It is not something I read in a book and thought sounded lovely. This is truth I have lived, tested, and proven again and again in the fires of real life, in the desperate moments when I had nowhere left to turn but to the invisible power that governs all things. There is a law operating in this universe that is more reliable than gravity, more constant than the rising sun, and more powerful than any army ever assembled on Earth. This law does not care about your past. It does not judge your mistakes. It does not require you to be worthy or prepared, or even particularly good. What it requires is that you speak with the authority of one who knows, not one who hopes, not one who wishes, not one who begs, but one who knows with every fiber of their being that what they command must come to pass because it is already done in the realm where all things are first created. I have seen miracles that would make you weep with joy. I have watched penniless women find checks in their mailboxes for the exact amount they needed within hours of speaking their word. I have seen relationships dead as stones suddenly bloom back to life. I have witnessed bodies riddled with disease restore themselves to perfect health. And none of it, not one single miracle, happened by accident. They happened because someone finally understood how to speak to the invisible and make it bow. Your word is not just sound vibrating in the air. Your word is the creative force of the universe itself, channeled through your unique consciousness. When you speak knowing the truth, you set into motion powers that rearrange circumstances, move people, open doors, and manifest what seemed utterly impossible just moments before. Most people go through their entire lives praying with their fingers crossed, speaking with doubt dripping from every syllable, commanding nothing because they believe themselves to be small and powerless. They beg God for scraps when they were meant to claim kingdoms. They whispered timid requests into the void when they should be speaking with the thunder of one who knows their divine inheritance. Listen to how people speak about their lives. They say things like, "I hope things work out. Maybe if I'm lucky. I'll try my best, but I don't know." Things like that don't happen to people like me. Every single one of these statements is a command sent directly to the universe, and the universe, being perfectly obedient, arranges itself to match exactly what has been spoken. You hoped, so you got uncertainty. You said maybe, so you got perhaps and possibly, but not definitely. You declared limitation, so limitation built walls around you with your own words as bricks. I learned this law the hardest way possible. I did not come to this understanding sitting in comfort. I came to it through heartbreak, through financial disaster, through standing in my own kitchen wondering how I would feed myself, through relationships crumbling in my hands like ash. I came to it because I had to. Because when you are drowning, you either learn to swim or you sink. And I decided I was going to swim. I swam through doubt so thick I could barely see my own hand in front of my face. I swam through voices, my own voice, mostly telling me I was delusional, that this spiritual stuff was just wishful thinking, that I should be more realistic, more practical, more resigned to struggle. But here's what I discovered in that swimming. The universe doesn't reward resignation. It rewards faith. Not blind faith, informed faith. Faith backed by understanding. Faith that says, I don't know how this will work out, but I know that there is an invisible law at work, and when I align with it, circumstances must shift. You see, most people think faith means believing without evidence. That's not faith, that's hope dressed up in Sunday clothes. Real faith is the evidence itself. It's the inner knowing that precedes the outer demonstration. It's the feeling of certainty before the fact appears. I learned to cultivate that certainty the way you'd cultivate a garden, daily, with attention, with care, pulling out the weeds of doubt the moment they sprouted, watering the seeds of my declarations with emotion and conviction, speaking to my circumstances the way a mother speaks to a frightened child, firmly, lovingly, with absolute authority. And things began to change. Not overnight, let me be clear about that. Anyone who tells you this work produces instant results is selling you something. The universe operates on its own timetable, not yours. But it does operate. It must. It's law. The first shift was internal. I noticed I stopped feeling like a victim. Stopped waiting for rescue. Stopped looking at my bank account with that sick, twisting feeling in my gut. I began to look at it as a temporary reflection, nothing more. A photograph of yesterday's consciousness, not a prophecy of tomorrow's reality. I started speaking differently, not just in my formal affirmations, but in casual conversation. I caught myself saying things like, "I can't afford that," and I'd stop mid-sentence and rephrase, "I'm choosing not to allocate resources there right now." Different energy entirely. One is powerless. The other is sovereign. The words we use aren't just descriptions of reality, they're blueprints. They shape what comes next. I started treating my language like I was placing an order with the universe. And here's what nobody tells you. The universe is very literal. It doesn't interpret. It doesn't add context or read between the lines. It takes your words at face value and says, "Okay, noted." So when I'd say, "I'm trying to pay off debt," the universe heard trying, which means not succeeding, just attempting. When I said, "I hope things get better," it heard doubt disguised as optimism. Hope without conviction is just wishful thinking wearing a positive mask. I had to learn to speak as if the thing was already done. Not in some airy-fairy, denial-of-reality way, but with the quiet confidence of someone who knows how the story ends. Instead of "I'm trying to save money," I started saying, "I'm building my reserves." Instead of "I want to be financially free," I said, "I'm practicing financial freedom now." That last one was crucial. You don't become free in the future. Freedom isn't a destination you reach after hitting some magic number in your bank account. It's a state of being you practice right now, with whatever you have. I started making small decisions from a place of freedom rather than fear. I'd buy the organic vegetables even when they cost more, not because I was being reckless, but because I was affirming that I have enough. That I live in abundance, not scarcity. And wouldn't you know it, every single time I made a choice from abundance rather than lack, money would show up. Not always immediately, not always in obvious ways, but it would come. A refund I'd forgotten about. A friend paying back an old loan. A surprise discount. The universe was matching my energy, reflecting back what I was putting out. I also stopped arguing for my limitations. This was huge. I noticed how much I'd defend my financial struggles, like they were a core part of my identity. Someone would suggest an opportunity, and I'd immediately list 5 reasons why I couldn't do it, why it wouldn't work for someone like me. I was building a case for my own smallness, and I was winning that case. It took me months to see that my words weren't describing my reality, they were prescribing it. Every time I said, "I can't afford that," I was placing an order with the universe. Every time I said, "Money doesn't come easily to me," I was writing my own financial script and then acting surprised when my life followed it perfectly. The shift started small. I began catching myself mid-sentence. "I'm always broke" would start to come out of my mouth, and I'd stop, literally pause, and rephrase. "I'm learning to manage money differently." It felt awkward at first, like speaking a language I wasn't fluent in yet. But here's what nobody tells you about changing your words. You don't have to believe them at first. You just have to stop reinforcing the old story. I started treating my complaints like contracts I was signing with the universe, because that's essentially what they were. Every complaint was an agreement. "Yes, I'd like more of this painful thing, please." When you understand that, complaining loses its appeal fast. I remember sitting with a friend who was drowning in financial stress, and I watched her catalog every money problem she had, the bills, the debt, the unfairness of it all. And I recognized myself. I'd done that exact thing for years, thinking I was just being honest, just venting. But venting isn't neutral, it's reinforcement. It's taking your limited creative energy and using it to strengthen exactly what you don't want. So I started a practice I called catching and flipping. Every negative statement about money got caught and flipped. I never have enough became money flows to me in surprising ways. I'm terrible with money became I'm learning to be a good steward of abundance. Some days I had to flip the abundance. Same thought 20 times. Some days I failed completely and fell back into the old patterns. But here's the thing about words, they're not just sounds we make. They're directives to our subconscious mind, which doesn't judge or question, it just executes. Tell it you're broke, and it will find evidence of that everywhere. Tell it you're learning abundance, and it starts noticing opportunities you'd previously walked right past. Your subconscious doesn't argue. It doesn't fact-check your declarations or wait for logical proof. It simply accepts what you affirm with feeling and conviction, then goes to work orchestrating circumstances to match that inner blueprint. This is why affirmations without feeling are like seeds scattered on concrete. They bounce right off. But when you speak with authority, with that deep inner knowing, something shifts. You're not begging the universe for crumbs. You're claiming what's already yours in the spiritual realm, waiting to manifest in the physical. I've watched people transform their entire financial reality in months, not through harder work, but through changing their inner conversation. A woman came to me drowning in debt, speaking constantly about what she owed, what she couldn't afford, how trapped she felt. I told her, stop reporting on lack. Start declaring the truth you want to see. She began affirming, Infinite Spirit, open the way for my immediate supply. Let all that is mine by divine right now reach me in perfect ways. She said it morning and night, not as a desperate plea, but as a statement of spiritual fact. Within 3 weeks, an old insurance policy she'd forgotten about matured. 2 weeks later, a friend repaid a loan she'd written off years ago. A month after that, she received a promotion she hadn't even applied for. The money didn't fall from the sky. It came through natural channels, but the channels opened because her inner signal changed. That's the mechanism. You're always broadcasting. The question is, what frequency are you sending out? Fear or faith? Lack or abundance? Your subconscious is listening to every word, especially the ones you say when no one else is around. And here's what most people miss. It's not about lying to yourself. It's about speaking to the deeper reality beneath appearances. When you say, I am prosperous, you're not denying your current bank balance. You're affirming the spiritual truth that abundance is your natural state, that you are one with infinite supply. You're calling forth what already exists in potential. You're giving your subconscious mind clear instructions instead of confused, contradictory ones. And here's what most people don't realize. Your subconscious mind doesn't distinguish between what you're affirming for yourself and what you're declaring about others. When you criticize someone else's prosperity, when you judge another person's success with suspicion or resentment, you're actually instructing your subconscious to reject those very things for you. I've watched this play out countless times. A woman comes to me, desperate for her own business success, yet she spends her days gossiping about how her neighbor probably cheated to get ahead, how that successful woman downtown is just lucky or must have connections. She doesn't see that every word of criticism is a brick in the wall between herself and her own prosperity. She's literally training her mind to view success as something suspicious, something that requires justification or defense. The spiritual law is precise. What you wish for another, you wish for yourself. What you resent in another, you reject for yourself. If you can't celebrate someone else's mansion, how can you expect the universe to deliver one to you? Your subconscious will simply say, oh, we don't like people with mansions. We judge them. We question their character. Better keep us away from that. This is why blessing others is such a powerful prosperity practice. When you see abundance in another person's life and you genuinely say, how wonderful, there's plenty for everyone, including me, you're opening the channels. You're affirming that prosperity is natural, that it's flowing freely, that it's available to all who align with it. I knew a man who transformed his entire financial situation through this one shift. He was a salesman, struggling constantly, watching his colleagues close deals while he barely scraped by. He was bitter, convinced they were somehow gaming the system, taking his clients. Then he learned this spiritual principle. He began, deliberately and consciously, to bless every sale his colleagues made. When someone announced a big commission, he'd silently say, "Wonderful, that's the flow of abundance. There's plenty more where that came from, and it's flowing to me too." Within 3 months, his sales tripled. The outer circumstances hadn't changed, same company, same products, same territory, but his inner consciousness had shifted, and the universe could finally deliver to him what he'd been blocking with his resentment. Now, this principle of celebrating others' success applies to every area of your life, not just money. Are you single and longing for love? Then bless every happy couple you see. When you witness 2 people holding hands, walking together in harmony, don't let that bitter voice whisper, "Must be nice," or "Why not me?" Instead, silently affirm, "I celebrate your love, and I know mine is on its way." I knew a woman, 38 years old, who had been single for 7 years. She came to me in despair, convinced she'd missed her chance at love. And I noticed something immediately. Whenever we'd walk down the street and pass a couple, her face would tighten. At wedding invitations, she'd force a smile that never reached her eyes. She was broadcasting resentment on the frequency of love, and then wondering why love wasn't finding her. I gave her one assignment. For 30 days, actively bless every expression of love she encountered. Wedding announcements? Send a genuine congratulations. Couple kissing in the park? Silently bless them. Friend gushing about a new relationship? Listen with real joy and affirm, "Love is everywhere, including on its way to me." The first week was torture for her, she admitted. It felt fake, forced. But she persisted, and something miraculous happened not in the world, but in her. By week 3, the blessings had become genuine. She actually felt happy for these couples. Her heart had softened, opened. The bitter shell had cracked. 6 weeks later, she met her now husband at a charity event she almost didn't attend. But here's what she told me later that still gives me chills. "The moment I stopped resenting other people's love, I suddenly became lovable to myself." And that's when he appeared. You see, resentment doesn't just block blessings from coming to you. It makes you unable to recognize them when they arrive. The universe has a curious sense of humor. It often delivers exactly what we've been asking for, but disguised in wrapping paper we don't recognize because we're too busy staring at what someone else received. I remember a woman who came to me furious because her colleague got promoted to a position she had desperately wanted. For months, she stewed in resentment, convinced the universe was unfair, that the system was rigged against her. "Why does she get everything?" she kept asking me. "I work twice as hard. I'm twice as qualified." I asked her a simple question. "What would you do with that position if you had it right now?" She went silent. Then she admitted something remarkable. "Honestly, I'd be miserable. The hours are crushing. She has no life outside that office. But I wanted it because it proved I was good enough." There it was, the real prayer underneath the false desire. Sometimes what looks like a blessing denied is actually protection in disguise. And our resentment blinds us to the actual gift the universe is preparing. Within 6 months, this woman was offered a different position, one that paid more, offered better balance, and aligned perfectly with her actual skills and passions. But she almost didn't take it. Why? Because she was still so consumed with resentment over the first rejection that she nearly missed the real answer to her prayers. This is what resentment does. It keeps you facing backward, obsessing over what you didn't get, while your actual good is trying to tap you on the shoulder from behind. Every moment you spend resenting someone else's blessing is a moment you're unavailable to receive your own. Think of it like this. Imagine you're at a magnificent banquet. The table is overflowing with delicious food, prepared specifically for you. But you're standing in the corner, arms crossed, glaring at someone else's plate, muttering, "Why do they get lobster when I only got chicken?" Meanwhile, behind you, the chef is trying to serve you your own lobster, perfectly seasoned exactly how you like it, but you won't turn around. You're too busy resenting. And here's what the universe does when it sees that. It waits. It doesn't force. It doesn't argue. It simply holds your blessing in suspended animation until you're ready to receive it. Because resentment, my dear, creates a vibrational mismatch. You cannot be bitter and blessed simultaneously. You cannot curse one person's fortune while expecting your own to multiply. It doesn't work that way. The universe reads your frequency, not your words. You can affirm abundance all day long, but if your heart is seething with jealousy, you're broadcasting scarcity on every channel. I remember a woman who came to me, furious because her colleague had been promoted. "It should have been me," she kept saying. "I work twice as hard. I stay late. I do everything right." And perhaps she did, but her resentment was so thick you could cut it with a knife. Every day she went to work radiating bitterness. Every conversation became an opportunity to subtly undermine her colleague. Every success in the office felt like a personal attack. I asked her one simple question: "How can your good find you when you're standing guard against everyone else's?" She didn't have an answer. Here's the truth that might sting a little. When you resent someone's success, you're telling the universe, "I believe in lack. I believe there isn't enough. I believe that their gain is my loss." And the universe, being the perfect mirror that it is, responds with, "Your wish is my command." It shows you more lack, more reasons to feel left out, more evidence that life is unfair. But when you can genuinely celebrate someone else's blessing, when you can look at their new house, their promotion, their thriving relationship, and say, "Good for them. If it can happen for them, it can happen for me too," you open a floodgate. You shift from competition to circulation. You recognize that we're all drawing from the same infinite supply, and one person's cup running over doesn't drain the well. There's more where that came from. There's always more. And here's what's beautiful about this consciousness shift. When you truly live from abundance, you become a channel for even greater good. You become a distributor of blessings. You're not hoarding or protecting what you have. You're circulating it, knowing with absolute certainty that as you give, so shall you receive. I've watched this principle in action countless times. A woman came to me once, terrified about her finances. She had just enough to cover her rent, and someone in her building needed help with groceries. Every fearful thought told her to hold tight to her money, to protect herself first. But something in her spirit whispered differently. She bought those groceries. She trusted. And you know what happened? Within 2 days, a check arrived in the mail, money she'd completely forgotten about from work she'd done months prior. It was 3 times what she'd spent on those groceries. Now, I'm not telling you this so you'll give with the expectation of immediate return that's still operating from lack, just dressed up differently. No, you give because you understand that you're part of a flowing river, not a stagnant pond. The river keeps moving. It keeps bringing fresh water. It keeps nourishing everything in its path. When you think from abundance, your prayers change. Instead of begging and pleading with the universe, "Please, please, give me this thing I desperately need," you begin to claim what's already yours. You declare it. You recognize it. Infinite Spirit, I give thanks that divine abundance now manifests in my life in perfect ways. See the difference? One prayer speaks of lack and desperation. The other speaks from a place of knowing and gratitude. Your words are so powerful, my friend. They're not just sounds that disappear into the air. They're creative forces. They're setting things in motion in the invisible realm that must eventually take form in the visible world. This is why I'm always telling people, watch your words. Stop saying, "I can't afford that." Stop declaring, "I never have enough." Every time you speak those words, you're ordering up more of the same. Instead, even when appearances say otherwise, speak as though the abundance is already present. I am abundantly supplied. All my needs are met. Money flows to me easily and naturally. Does this feel like lying when your bank account is low? Perhaps at first. But you're not lying. You're speaking to the truth that exists in the spiritual realm, calling it forth into manifestation. Your word is the bridge between the invisible and the visible. When you declare, "I am prospered in all my ways," you are not pretending poverty doesn't exist. You're refusing to give it permanent residence in your experience. There's a profound difference. Let me share a story that illustrates this perfectly. A woman came to me years ago, nearly destitute. Her husband had left, taking most of their money. She had 3 children to feed and rent due in 2 weeks. Everything in her outer world screamed lack and abandonment. I told her what I'm telling you now. Speak to what you want, not what you see. She resisted at first. "But that feels dishonest," she said. "I don't have money. How can I say I do?" I explained that she was confusing temporary appearance with ultimate truth. The spiritual substance from which all supply comes is infinite and everywhere present. Her connection to it had never been severed, only her awareness of it had been clouded by fear. So we created a treatment together. Every morning and night, she declared, "Infinite Spirit is my instant, constant, and abundant supply. Money comes to me from expected and unexpected sources. I am a magnet for divine prosperity." She wrote these words on cards and placed them where she'd see them throughout the day. Within 1 week, she received a call from a company where she'd interviewed months before. They offered her a position with a signing bonus that covered her rent. Within a month, she received notice of an inheritance from a distant relative she barely knew. Within 3 months, she had savings. Was this coincidence? Never. This is law. This is how the universe operates when you align your word with its infinite abundance. You see, most people live their entire lives in spiritual amnesia. They've forgotten who they truly are. They walk around believing they are limited beings, bound by circumstances, ruled by conditions, victims of fate. And so that becomes their experience. But I'm here to remind you, you are not a victim. You are not at the mercy of the economy, the government, your employer, your family, or your past. You are a spiritual being with dominion over your own experience. The moment you accept this truth, truly accept it, not just intellectually agree with it, everything shifts. I've seen this transformation happen in an instant. A woman came to me years ago, absolutely convinced she was destined for poverty. Her grandmother was poor, her mother was poor, she was poor. She wore her poverty like an inherited coat, believing it was simply her lot in life. "That's not your coat," I told her. "That's a costume you've been wearing. Take it off." She looked at me with confusion, then with hope, then with something like recognition. Within months, she had tripled her income. Not because she suddenly gained new skills or education, because she changed the conversation she was having with the universe. Your word is your power. Your word creates your world. When you declare, "I can't afford that," you've just given the universe its marching orders. When you say money is hard to come by, congratulations, you've just written that into your contract with life. When you whisper to yourself, "I'm not the kind of person who has wealth," the universe says, "As you wish," and arranges your circumstances accordingly. This is why I am so insistent about the words you use, especially when you're alone with your own thoughts. That's where the real work happens. Anyone can put on a brave face in public. But what are you saying to yourself at 3 in the morning? What words are looping through your mind as you pay your bills? What story are you telling yourself about money, about worthiness, about possibility? Most people carry 2 conversations, the one they speak aloud, and the one that never stops inside their heads. And it's that second conversation, the one no one else hears, that's writing the script of your life. I remember a woman who came to me years ago. Successful by every measure, beautiful home, admired by her friends. But she was exhausted, depleted. And when we finally got quiet enough to listen to what she was actually saying to herself all day, we discovered why. Every morning, I should be doing more. Every email, they probably think I'm incompetent. Every success, I just got lucky. Someone will find out I don't really know what I'm doing. She was running a marathon inside her own mind, and the finish line kept moving further away. The moment she recognized those words as just words, as habits she'd picked up somewhere along the way rather than truths carved in stone, everything shifted. Not overnight, not with one affirmation, but with the patient, persistent work of choosing different words. Your inner dialogue isn't destiny. It's just a radio station you've been listening to for so long you forgot you could change the channel. And here's something most people don't understand. You don't have to believe the new words at first. You don't have to feel them deeply or convince yourself they're true. You just have to be willing to say them, to practice them, to let them exist in your consciousness alongside the old patterns. Say, "I am open to receiving." You might not believe it yet. Say it anyway. Say, "My good is coming to me now." Your circumstances might argue otherwise. Say it anyway. Say, "I trust the divine plan of my life." Even when nothing makes sense. Especially when nothing makes sense. Because words are seeds. You don't plant a seed and then dig it up every day to see if it's growing. You plant it, you water it, and you trust that beneath the surface, Something is shifting. Your words are working whether you see evidence or not. They're restructuring your consciousness. They're sending out vibrations that the universe must respond to. Not because of some mystical magic trick, but because that's how the law works. Every word you speak is a decree. Every statement you make is setting forces into motion. That's why I'm so insistent about your language. That's why I won't let you get away with saying I'm so broke, or I never have enough, or nothing ever works out for me. You think you're just venting. You think you're just being honest about your current situation, but you're not. You're commanding the universe to keep giving you exactly what you're declaring. The law doesn't distinguish between complaining and commanding. It only responds to the vibration of your words. When you say, I'm always struggling, the universe hears a command. More struggle, please. And it delivers. Not because it's punishing you, because it's obeying you. I worked with a woman who couldn't understand why she kept attracting terrible relationships. One after another, the same patterns repeated. All men are liars, she'd tell me. You can't trust anyone. And I'd ask her, well, what do you expect the universe to give you when that's your constant decree? She was shocked. She thought she was just observing reality, but she was creating it. Her words were her bridge to the subconscious, and her subconscious was arranging circumstances to match her declarations. We changed her words. Instead of all men are liars, she began to say, my right man is honest and true. Instead of, you can't trust anyone, she declared, the universe is bringing me trustworthy people. Simple shifts, but profound ones. Within months, everything changed. Not because the men in the world suddenly became different, because she became different. Her consciousness shifted, and therefore her attraction shifted. This is what I mean when I say your word is your wand. You're not manipulating reality, you're aligning with it. You're choosing which frequency to broadcast, and the universe is matching that frequency with corresponding experiences. Now, I know some of you are thinking, but Florence, what if I'm in a terrible situation? Am I supposed to just pretend everything's fine? No, I'm not asking you to deny reality. I'm asking you to stop reinforcing it with your words. There's a difference between acknowledging where you are and declaring where you're staying. You can say, this is my current situation, but I'm moving beyond it without giving power to the limitation. You can face facts without making them permanent decrees. There was a woman I knew whose bank account was drained. She had $17 to her name. When someone asked her how she was doing, she didn't lie and say, I'm wealthy when she was holding $17. That would have been denial. But she also didn't say, I'm broke, I'll always be broke, money never comes to me. Instead, she said, I'm in a tight spot right now, but I'm expecting my good to come through. Do you see the difference? She acknowledged the temporary condition without claiming it as her permanent identity. This is what I mean by intelligent affirmation. You're not pretending the problem doesn't exist. You're refusing to give it a forever home in your consciousness. You're treating it like a guest that's passing through, not a tenant with a lifetime lease. When you speak about your challenges, speak about them in the past tense or present progressive, never as permanent fixtures. Not I am sick, but I am experiencing symptoms that are leaving my body now. Not I am poor, but I am in a transition period on my way to abundance. Not I am alone, but I am preparing the way for my right relationships. Language like this keeps the door open. It maintains your inner conviction while acknowledging outer appearances. And here's what happens when you master this balance. Your words begin to carry actual creative force. They stop being mere descriptions and become instructions to the universe. When you declare, every plan made for me by infinite intelligence is now coming to pass, you're not commenting on what you see, you're authoring what will be. When you say, my good now overtakes me in a surprising way, you're not analyzing your situation, you're setting a new trajectory. The difference is profound. In the old paradigm, you might have said, I hope things get better, or I'm trying to attract abundance. These passive phrases keep you in the position of the observer, the one reacting to circumstances. But affirmations rooted in spiritual law are commands from your higher self. They carry authority because they're aligned with truth. I've seen students transform their entire lives by changing just the quality of their statements. One woman had spent years saying, I want to be successful. Notice the lack, the wanting, the distance between her and her desire. I taught her to say instead, "Success is mine by divine right." Within weeks, her demeanor changed. She moved differently in the world. Opportunities appeared because she was no longer sending out the vibration of wanting, she was emanating the frequency of having. Your subconscious mind doesn't argue with you. It accepts what you consistently impress upon it. When you persistently declare, "I am now in my right place, doing my right thing," your subconscious begins reorganizing your entire life around that statement. It's not wishful thinking. It's reprogramming the operating system through which you experience reality. But here's what most people miss. The affirmation must be accompanied by the feeling of its truth. You can say the words 1,000 times, but if your emotional body is vibrating fear and doubt, you're sending mixed signals. The universe responds to your dominant vibration, not just your words. This is why I always emphasize speaking with conviction, with faith, with the feeling that it's already done. When you say, "Infinite Spirit, open the way for my great abundance," you must feel the relief, the gratitude, the expansion that comes with that opening. You must see it in your mind's eye. Doors swinging wide, channels clearing, the universe rearranging itself on your behalf. The emotional component is what gives your words wings. This isn't about forcing yourself to feel something you don't. It's about touching that place within you that already knows the truth. Somewhere in your being, beneath all the conditioning and fear, there's a part of you that remembers you're infinite, that knows lack is impossible, that understands you're heir to the kingdom. That knowing doesn't need to be cultivated. It needs to be uncovered. And the way you uncover it is by refusing to give your attention to the evidence that contradicts it. This is where most people stumble. They say, "But the evidence is right in front of me. My bank account is what it is. My body is what it is. My circumstances are what they are. How can I ignore reality?" You're not ignoring reality. You're choosing which reality gets to be real for you. See, what you call reality is just the end result of old thinking. It's yesterday's news made visible. Every condition you're looking at right now was formed by the consciousness that preceded it. If you keep reacting to it, validating it, treating it as immovable truth, you lock it in place. You create more of the same. The spiritual approach isn't about denying what's visible. It's about recognizing that what's visible is changeable. It's about understanding that you're not a prisoner of circumstances, you're the creator of them. And creation happens first in consciousness, then in form. So when you look at that empty bank account and you feel that contraction of fear, you have a choice. You can follow that fear down the rabbit hole of worry, doubt, and desperation. Or you can catch yourself and say, "No, this is not my reality. This is the shadow of an old belief. My true reality is abundance. My Father's kingdom is my birthright. I am supplied from an infinite source." Now, the mind will scream at you. It'll call you delusional. It'll present evidence. It'll remind you of every past failure. That's what the mind does. It's programmed for survival, not for truth. It doesn't want you stepping into the unknown, even when the unknown is where your freedom lives. But here's what I want you to understand. You don't need to convince your mind. You need to override it. You do that by making a decision. Not a wish, not a hope, a decision. You decide that abundance is your truth. You decide that supply is constant. You decide that you are divinely supported. And then you act from that decision, regardless of what your senses report. This is where most people stumble. They make the decision intellectually, but then they monitor the physical world for evidence. They declare abundance, and then immediately check their bank balance to see if it's working. They affirm divine supply, and then panic when the bill arrives. This is not faith. This is experimentation. And the universe doesn't respond to experiments, it responds to certainty. When you truly decide, you stop checking. You stop measuring. You stop gathering evidence to prove or disprove your decision. You simply proceed as though the thing is already done, because in the realm of consciousness, it is. I knew a woman who decided her business would thrive. Not hoped, not wished, decided. And when clients canceled or payments delayed, she didn't waver. She didn't revise her decision based on temporary appearances. She said to me, "I've already decided this business is successful. These little disruptions are just the old patterns clearing out." And within 3 months, her revenue had doubled. Not because she worked harder, but because she stopped contradicting her own decision with doubt. You see, every time you worry, you're casting a vote against your own declaration. Every time you complain about lack, you're rehearsing poverty. Every time you speak about what you don't have, you're instructing the subconscious to produce more of that experience. Your word is law in your universe. But you must be consistent. You cannot declare prosperity on Sunday and poverty on Monday. You cannot affirm health in the morning and disease in the afternoon. The subconscious doesn't recognize contradictions. It simply records your dominant expectation and produces accordingly. This is why I say, watch your words as you would watch a small child near fire. Words are creative. They set forces in motion. And once spoken with feeling, they must manifest unless you cancel them with an opposite statement of equal or greater intensity. So, if you've been speaking lack, speak abundance now with even more conviction. If you've been rehearsing failure, rehearse success with doubled passion. You must outspeak, outfeel, and outbelieve your previous limitations. And here's the beautiful part. You don't need anyone's permission to do this. You don't need to wait for conditions to improve. You don't need proof before you begin. You just need to start right now, right where you are. I once knew a woman who wanted desperately to move to a beautiful home by the water. She'd dreamed of it for years, but felt trapped by her circumstances, trapped by her lease, by her income, by what seemed like 1,000 practical impossibilities. Then something shifted. She stopped focusing on how times it would happen, and started living as though it was already done. She began taking morning walks to the waterfront. She'd stand there, breathing in the salt air, feeling the sun on her face, and whisper times, "Thank you, asterisk. Thank you for my beautiful home. Thank you for waking up to this view. Thank you for the peace I feel here." She started small. She bought a single piece of artwork that reminded her of the ocean. She painted one wall in her current apartment the color of sea glass. She played recordings of waves while she worked. Was she pretending? No. She was times preparing asterisk. She was tuning her entire being to the frequency of what she desired. And within 6 months, a series of completely unexpected events unfolded. A job opportunity she never could have predicted. A property that came on the market at exactly the right moment. Circumstances aligning in ways that would have seemed impossible when she was locked in resistance and worry. The universe conspires with those who dare to claim their good. You see, when you shift your inner state, you don't just change times, you change what you attract. You change what you notice. You change the opportunities that seem to present themselves out of nowhere. The skeptic says this is just selective attention, just confirmation bias. But I've seen it work too many times, in too many lives, in ways too specific and too miraculous to dismiss. There's an intelligence in this universe, far greater than our limited minds can comprehend. Call it God, call it Source, call it the universe. The name doesn't matter. What matters is that this intelligence responds to the mental images we consistently hold. And here's what most people miss. Your time's already times using this power. Every single day. The question isn't whether it works. The question is whether you're using it consciously or unconsciously. When you wake up dreading the day, expecting problems, anticipating difficulty, you're using this creative power. You're just using it against yourself. When you replay your failures, rehearse your grievances, imagine worst-case scenarios, that you're using this creative power. You're just directing it toward what you don't want. The power itself is neutral. It responds to your dominant thoughts like soil responds to seeds. It doesn't judge whether you're planting flowers or weeds. It just grows whatever you consistently plant. And most people? They're planting weeds while praying for roses. They're affirming abundance while thinking about bills. They're declaring health while obsessing over symptoms. They're claiming love while rehearsing rejection. Your subconscious doesn't hear what you say in that moment of positive thinking. It hears what you repeat, hour after hour, when you think nobody's listening, especially yourself. That's why affirmations alone don't work for most people. They stand in front of the mirror saying, "I am wealthy, I am wealthy, I am wealthy," while their inner dialogue is screaming, "Who are you kidding? Look at your bank account. You're broke." The subconscious takes orders from the dominant voice. And for most people, the dominant voice is fear, doubt, and limitation dressed up in reasonable-sounding logic. But here's what changes everything. You can reprogram that inner voice, not by fighting it, not by shouting louder positive thoughts over it, but by gently, persistently replacing those old patterns with new ones. It's like retraining a muscle. At first, the old pattern is automatic. Your mind defaults to worry, to worst-case scenarios, to "I can't afford that," or "that never works for me," or "people like me don't get those opportunities." But when you catch yourself, and this is the practice, when you catch yourself in that old thought, you don't shame yourself. You don't say, "I'm so bad at this, I keep thinking negatively." That's just more negative programming. Instead, you simply notice it. Oh, there's that old pattern again. And then you consciously choose a different thought. Not a fake, pumped-up affirmation that makes you feel ridiculous, but a true statement that opens possibility. Instead of, "I'm so broke," try, "I'm in the process of improving my finances." It's true, it's believable, and it points your mind in a different direction. Instead of, "I always fail," try, "I'm learning what works." Again, true, believable, growth-oriented. Instead of "nobody wants me," try, "I'm becoming the person I want to attract." Empowering, actionable, real. When you speak this new language, the language of possibility, instead of prison, you stop being a victim of circumstance and become an architect of experience. You're no longer waiting for life to happen to you, you're co-creating it. And here's something most people miss entirely. Your inner dialogue doesn't just shape your feelings, it literally rewires your nervous system. When you repeat, "I'm a failure," your body responds with cortisol, tension, shutdown. When you say, "I'm learning and growing," your system releases different chemistry entirely. Dopamine, openness, energy. You're not just thinking differently. You're becoming different at a biological level. Now, let's talk about the sneakiest trap of all, the trap of what I call spiritual bypassing disguised as realism. This is when people say things like, "I'm just being honest about my limitations," or "I'm just acknowledging the facts." But here's the question that changes everything. Whose facts? The fact that you've struggled in relationships doesn't mean you're unlovable. It means you haven't yet learned what you need to learn. The fact that you've failed at businesses doesn't mean you lack capability. It means you haven't found the right approach yet. See the difference? One interpretation closes doors. The other keeps them open. I'm not asking you to deny reality. I'm asking you to expand what you consider real. The caterpillar's reality is crawling, but the butterfly's reality was always there, waiting in potential. Your words determine which reality you're tuning into. So here's your assignment. If you're ready to actually transform, for 1 week, become a guardian of your inner speech. Not a censor, a guardian. Every time you catch yourself speaking limitation, pause, breathe, reframe. Not with fake positivity. With true possibility. "I never finish anything" becomes, "I'm learning to follow through." "I'm too old" becomes, "I have experience and wisdom others don't." "It's too late" becomes, "I'm beginning exactly when I need to." Watch what happens, not just in your mind, but in your life. Opportunities appear, people respond differently, doors open that were invisible before. And yet, and this is where so many miss the mark, you cannot simply wait passively once you've spoken your word. Faith without works, as the ancient text tells us, is dead. You must act as though the thing is already done. You must move in the direction of your vision, even when the path seems unclear. I knew a woman who desired to open a small shop selling beautiful things. She had no money, no location, no inventory. But she had the vision. She began to act. She sketched designs. She visited empty storefronts, not to negotiate, she couldn't yet, but to plant the seed in her consciousness. She told trusted friends, "When my shop opens." Not, "If my shop opens." Within 6 months, an elderly relative she barely knew left her a small inheritance. A storefront became available at a price she could manage. Suppliers appeared, offering generous terms. Was this coincidence? Or was this the law responding to her unwavering faith combined with corresponding action? The universe reads your conviction through your behavior. If you say you believe something is yours, yet you prepare for failure, pack your bags for defeat, rehearse your disappointment, the universe receives a mixed message. It responds to the stronger vibration. Usually, that's fear. But when your words, your thoughts, and your actions align, when there is no contradiction between what you declare and how you move through the world, resistance dissolves. The path reveals itself. Not always as you imagined, mind you, often far better. This is why I say, speak with authority, but then release with trust. Do not clutch. Do not chase. Do not beg the universe to hurry. Desperation repels. Certainty attracts. The farmer plants the seed and trusts the soil. He does not dig it up every day to check its progress. He waters. He tends. He waits with faith. Your word is the seed. Your faith is the soil. Your consistent action is the watering. And the harvest, the manifestation, comes in its perfect time. Not early, not late. Always exactly when the conditions are ripe. So examine today. What are you speaking over your life? What are you declaring into the invisible? And more importantly, are you believing it enough to act as though it's already true? I want to tell you something that might sound impossible right now, but December is actually standing at your door with gifts that already have your name on them. Not because you've earned them, not because you've done everything perfectly, but because you finally stopped blocking the door. I've seen this truth play out in my own life and in countless others. And right now, at this very moment, while you're listening to these words, something inside you knows exactly what I'm talking about. You've been working so hard, haven't you? Pushing, striving, making things happen through sheer force of will. And somewhere deep inside, you're exhausted. But what if I told you that the very thing you've been fighting for has been trying to reach you all along, and your struggle is actually the wall keeping it out? Let me be clear about something from the start. I'm not here to give you another list of things to do, another way to manifest, another technique to master. I'm here to help you understand something that changed everything for me. Something that's been true since the beginning of time, but that we keep forgetting in our rush to make life work. There is an invisible law at work in this universe, and it doesn't care about your doubts, your past failures, or how many times you've gotten it wrong. This law is impersonal, absolute, and always working. It's working right now as I speak these words to you. The question isn't whether it's working. The question is what you're asking it to create. December carries a particular energy, doesn't it? There's something about this month that makes people reflect, hope, wish for change. But most people approach December with the same tired energy they've carried all year. They want things to be different, but they haven't become different. And here's what I discovered after years of watching this pattern in myself and others. The universe can only give you what you're open to receive, not what you want, not what you think you deserve, what you're actually open to receiving. And right now, I'm going to show you exactly how to open yourself in a way you perhaps never have before. You see, most people walk through life with their hands outstretched, begging the universe for scraps. They say, please, if it's not too much trouble, could I have a little more money, a little more love? And the universe, responding to that energy of lack, gives them exactly what they're asking for scraps. But I'm going to tell you something that might shock you. The universe doesn't respond to your words. It responds to your consciousness. It responds to the vibration you're holding in your mind and heart. When you beg, you receive beggar's wages. When you demand with quiet certainty, you receive a king's ransom. Now, I don't mean demand in the harsh sense. I mean knowing. Absolute knowing. There's a difference between hoping you'll get something and knowing it's already yours. Hope is wonderful, but it still contains doubt. Knowing eliminates doubt entirely. Let me tell you about a woman I once knew. She came to me absolutely desperate. Her business was failing, her marriage was crumbling, and she had convinced herself she was cursed. Florence, she said, nothing works for me. I try and try, but every door slams in my face. I asked her one simple question. What do you say to yourself when you wake up in the morning? She looked at me, confused. I don't know. I suppose I think about all the problems waiting for me. There it was. Every single morning, before her feet touched the floor, she was programming her subconscious mind for failure. She was closing every door before she even approached it. I gave her a new morning practice. Before opening her eyes, she was to say, Infinite Spirit, open the way for my highest good. Let the divine plan unfold perfectly today. I am a channel for miracles. She resisted at first. That sounds like lying to myself, she said. No, I told her. Lying is saying something you know to be false. This is recognizing a higher truth that you've temporarily forgotten. Within 3 weeks, everything shifted. Not because the external world suddenly became kind to her, but because she stopped blocking her own good. A client she thought she'd lost came back with a bigger project. Her husband, responding to her changed energy, softened. Money appeared from unexpected sources. This is what I mean by opening yourself. You must stop being a dam and become a river. A river doesn't hoard water. It receives and it gives, continuously. The same current that brings to you must carry away from you. This is the divine circulation, and you are meant to be a channel, not a storage facility. I once knew a woman who came to me in desperation. She had $20 to her name and rent due within the week. I asked her a question that shocked her. "What are you giving?" She looked at me as though I'd lost my senses. "Giving?" she said. "I have nothing to give." But this was her very problem. She had closed herself off completely. Her hands were clenched so tightly around that $20 that nothing new could come in. I instructed her to give something, anything, with joy. Not from fear, not from obligation, but from the consciousness of abundance. She was terrified, but she obeyed. She gave $2 to a street musician whose playing had lifted her spirits. She gave freely, blessing the gift as it left her hand. Within 3 days, a forgotten insurance policy surfaced enough to cover her rent for 6 months. This is not magic. This is spiritual law. You must give as though you are wealthy, because in truth, you already are. The universe doesn't recognize your bank balance. It recognizes your consciousness. When you give from a consciousness of lack, you simply create more lack. When you give from a consciousness of abundance, you set in motion the principle that brings abundance back to you, pressed down, shaken together, and running over. But here's what troubles most people. They want to see the money first. They say, "When I have more, then I'll give." This is backwards thinking. It's like saying, "When the room gets warm, then I'll put wood in the fireplace." You must act first. You must demonstrate your faith in the invisible supply by your visible actions. Let me be clear, I am not telling you to give recklessly or to bankrupt yourself. I am telling you to break the consciousness of poverty by recognizing that what you give, you establish. If you give love, you establish yourself as a channel for love. If you give money, you establish yourself as a channel for money. If you give grudgingly, you establish yourself as a grudging receiver. I have seen this work without exception, without fail. The person who gives joyfully is the person who receives joyfully. Give, and it shall be given unto you. This is not philosophy. This is physics. This is the mechanics of the universe operating with mathematical precision. Now let me address something that troubles many of you. You say to me, "But I have so little. How can I give when I myself am in need?" And I tell you this, that very thought is the prison keeping you bound. You see, when you say, "I have so little," you are making a declaration to the universe. You are announcing your poverty. And the universe, being the perfect mirror that it is, reflects that poverty right back to you with unfailing accuracy. But when you give from your little, you are making an entirely different declaration. You are saying to the invisible forces around you, "I have plenty. I have more than enough. I am a channel of infinite supply." I knew a woman once, a widow with barely enough to feed her children. She came to me in desperation. The rent was due. The cupboards were nearly empty. And yet when I looked at her, I saw someone clutching, grasping, holding on with white knuckles to every penny. I said to her, "You must give something today. Give from what you have." She looked at me as though I'd lost my senses entirely. But something in her recognized truth when she heard it. That very afternoon, she baked bread with the last of her flour. She took it to a neighbor who was ill. She gave with a full heart, expecting nothing in return. 2 days later, 2 days, she received a letter from a distant relative she hadn't heard from in 15 years. An inheritance. Not a fortune, but enough. More than enough to meet her needs and then some. Coincidence? I don't believe in coincidences. I believe in law. I believe in cause and effect. The universe was simply responding to a new vibration. She had shifted from "I am poor" to "I am abundant enough to give." And abundance met her at that level. This is why I tell you, never wait until you have more to start giving. Give now. Give from where you are. Give cheerfully, freely, with no thought of return. And here is what I have witnessed time and time again. The moment you begin to give, something shifts in the universe. The very act of giving sets into motion a spiritual law as reliable as gravity. You cannot outgive God. You cannot outgive the infinite source that supplies all things. I knew a woman who was down to her last few dollars. She was frightened, desperate, wondering how she would pay her rent. And then she received a letter, a missionary appeal, asking for help. Every practical bone in her body said, "Keep what you have. You need it." But she had been studying these spiritual laws, and something in her spirit said, "Give." She sent half of what she had, not out of obligation, but out of faith. She was testing the law, yes, but she was also declaring to the universe, "I trust the source, not the supply." Within 2 days, money came to her from 3 unexpected directions. A refund she had forgotten about, a small inheritance from a distant relative she barely knew, a payment for work she had done months prior and assumed would never be honored. The total was 10 times what she had given away. This is not magic. This is spiritual law. But let me be clear, you do not give in order to get. That is manipulation, not demonstration. You give because you are a channel, not a reservoir. You give because hoarding chokes the flow, and generosity opens it wide. You give because it aligns you with the nature of the divine, which is perpetual giving, endless supply, infinite abundance. Now, I want to speak to those of you who say, "But I have debts, I have obligations. Surely I must pay what I owe before I can give." No, you give first. This sounds reckless to the intellect, but it is wisdom to the spirit. When you give first, you are placing God first. You are saying, "I acknowledge the source of my supply, and I honor it above all material claims." Pay your tithes. Give your offerings. Do it consistently, faithfully, joyfully, and then watch as your debts dissolve, as doors open, as the way is made clear where there seemed no way at all. I have seen debts of thousands vanish as though they never existed. I have seen creditors suddenly become lenient, forgiving, even generous. I have seen money appear in the exact amount needed, at the exact moment required. But it always begins with giving. There is a divine order to abundance. First you give, then you receive. First you bless, then you are blessed. First you release, then the channel opens. This is not philosophy, this is the mechanics of manifestation. I knew a woman who owed money to 7 different people. 7 different debts, weighing on her consciousness like stones. She came to me in desperation, saying, "I cannot pay anyone. I have nothing." I asked her, "Do you have anything at all?" She said, "I have $5. I told her, "Give $1 away as an offering, not to your creditors, to someone who needs it more than you. Give it with joy, as proof to the universe that you trust the supply." She looked at me as though I had lost my senses, but something in her shifted. She found a family that needed food. She bought bread and milk with that dollar and left it at their door. Within 3 days, an old friend repaid a forgotten loan. Within a week, she had received enough to pay 3 of her creditors. Within a month, all 7 debts were cleared, and she had more left over than when she began. This is not luck. This is law. When you give, you declare to the invisible, "I am not in lack. I am in the flow of supply. I trust the source." And the universe, which responds only to consciousness, rearranges itself to match your belief. But understand this clearly. You cannot manipulate this law. You cannot give with one hand while clutching fear with the other. You cannot give to get and expect the windows of heaven to open. The motive must be pure. The heart must be open. You must give because you understand that all supply comes from God, not from people, not from circumstances, not from your bank account. I have watched people tithe when they had barely enough to eat, and seen abundance return to them tenfold. I have watched others give away their last coin in faith, and witnessed miracles unfold within hours. This is not about recklessness, it is about consciousness. When you give from a place of trust, you are in harmony with the giving nature of the universe itself. The invisible supply is limitless. There is no shortage in spirit. Every dollar you give creates a vacuum that divine substance rushes to fill. Every act of generosity signals to the law, "I believe in infinite supply." And belief, my dear friend, is the very thing that manifests. Now, I want to share with you something that transformed my entire understanding of money and success. It's what I call the principle of joyful expectancy. You see, most people approach their desires with a sense of desperation or anxiety. They want the money, yes, but they want it with clenched fists and furrowed brows. This very tension repels the good they seek. I learned to replace anxiety with joyful expectancy. When I sent out my words, my affirmations, my prayers, I didn't sit around worrying whether they would manifest. I went about my day with a light heart, watching for signs, remaining open to surprises. I expected my good to come, but I didn't strangle it with impatience. There was a time when I needed a substantial sum for a particular purpose. Instead of lying awake at night calculating and scheming, I simply declared, "Infinite Spirit, open the way for my immediate supply. Let all that is mine by divine right now reach me in great avalanches of abundance." Then I went to a concert. I enjoyed myself thoroughly. I was light, free, expectant but not desperate. Within 3 days, the money came through a channel I had never anticipated. You see, when you're tense and anxious, you create energetic blocks. When you're joyfully expectant, you become magnetic. You draw your good to you effortlessly. This is the subtle difference between faith and fear. Faith is relaxed. Fear is tense. Faith knows. Fear hopes and doubts. The manifestation responds not to your words alone, but to the vibration you carry. Are you vibrating with trust or with terror? I always tell my students, act as if it's already done. If you've declared your prosperity, walk as a prosperous person walks. Speak as they speak. Give as they give. Not from a place of pretending, but from a place of knowing that in the invisible realm, it is already accomplished. You're simply allowing the visible world to catch up with the spiritual reality you've claimed. Now, I want to address something that trips up so many people on this path. They say, "But I've been affirming for weeks, months even, and nothing has changed. The money hasn't come. The relationship hasn't manifested. Where is my demonstration?" Here's what you must understand. There is no such thing as unanswered prayer. Every word you speak, every thought you think with conviction, sets something in motion in the invisible realm. But manifestation works on divine timing, not ego timing. The universe doesn't wear a wristwatch. It operates according to perfect order. Sometimes the delay is actually divine protection. I've seen it countless times, someone desperate for a particular opportunity, pounding on that door with all their might. The door stays closed. They feel rejected, abandoned by the universe. Then, 6 months later, something far better appears. Something they couldn't have imagined when they were so fixated on that one closed door. Looking back, they realized that delay was divine orchestration, saving them from what would have been a limitation. Other times, the delay exists because you're not quite ready for what you're asking. Not because you're unworthy, never that, but because the consciousness that can hold what you desire hasn't fully formed yet. Think of it like pregnancy. You can't rush a child into the world before it's fully developed. There's a gestation period for every manifestation. The invisible work must be complete before the visible form can appear. This is where patience becomes a spiritual virtue, not a passive waiting, but an active knowing. You're not sitting around hoping something might happen. You're standing firm in the knowledge that it is already done. You're maintaining your position. You're holding the frequency. I knew a woman who affirmed for years for her right work. Years. Others might have given up, declared the law didn't work, returned to struggle. But she held steady. She didn't waver. And when her demonstration finally came, it was so magnificent, so perfectly aligned, so abundantly beyond what she'd even asked for, that she wept with gratitude. The wait had been worth it because the invisible realm had been arranging every piece, every person, every circumstance to deliver not just what she asked for, but what her highest self truly needed. So when you find yourself in the waiting period, don't collapse into doubt. Don't start rehearsing the old story of lack. Instead, recognize that the invisible realm is in motion on your behalf. Speak the word of completion. Say it out loud. It is done. The perfect outcome is manifesting now. And then, this is crucial, act as though it's already handled. Not with arrogance, but with the calm knowing of someone who has mailed a letter and trusts it will arrive. You don't stand by the mailbox wringing your hands. You go about your day. I knew a man who was waiting for a business deal to close. Months went by. His partners were anxious, his investors were pulling back. But he had spoken his word. He had claimed divine timing. And instead of collapsing, he used that waiting period to prepare. He organized his operations, he trained his team, he refined his vision. When the deal finally came through, it came through bigger than originally planned, and he was ready. He didn't have to scramble. The waiting period wasn't wasted. It was purposeful. The invisible realm was preparing him, while it prepared the outcome. This is what people miss. They think waiting is passive. They think it's dead time. But in the invisible realm, waiting is active. It's construction time. It's alignment time. Forces are gathering, pieces are moving, hearts are softening, doors are unlocking. Your job is to hold the vision and not let doubt steal it from you. Now, let's talk about something that might surprise you. Sometimes the manifestation comes in a form you didn't expect, and you almost miss it because you were looking for a specific package. I've seen this happen so many times. Someone is praying for financial security, and they're watching their mailbox for a check. But the universe sends them an idea, an introduction, an opportunity that requires them to step forward, and they ignore it because it doesn't look like the answer they had in mind. This is the great disconnect. You're asking for bread, but when the universe hands you seeds, soil, and sunshine, you complain that it's not bread. You don't see that you're being given something far more valuable, the means to create an endless supply. The universe doesn't work on your timetable or through your preferred channels. It works through the path of least resistance, through the door that's actually open, not the one you've been staring at for months while it remains locked. I've seen this pattern repeat itself endlessly. A woman prays for healing, then refuses to visit the doctor who could help her. A man asks for business success, then ignores the networking event that makes him uncomfortable. Someone asks for love, then stays home every evening because meeting new people feels too vulnerable. They're all waiting for divine intervention that looks like magic, effortless, instant, requiring nothing of them. But real manifestation is a co-creative process. You provide the desire and the faith. The universe provides the pathway and the opportunities. And then you must provide the action, the courage, the willingness to meet the universe halfway. Here's what many people misunderstand. When you plant a seed, you don't dig it up every day to check if it's growing. That would kill it. But you also don't just walk away and forget about it. You water it, you give it sunlight, you tend the garden. You do your part while trusting the seed to do its part. Your demonstration works the same way. You can't sit in anxious obsession, checking constantly for results, demanding proof every 5 minutes. That energy of doubt and desperation chokes the life out of your good before it can fully form. But you also can't use faith as an excuse for passivity. Real faith is active. It walks toward the good it seeks, while trusting that the path will be made clear step by step. The instructions come through intuition, through doors that open, through people who appear, through ideas that won't leave you alone. And you must be willing to act on what you receive, especially when it doesn't match the picture you had in your mind. Because the universe sees what you cannot see. It knows connections and possibilities that are invisible to your limited perspective. I once knew someone who prayed for financial abundance. She affirmed, she visualized, she held the mental picture. And then one day, a friend mentioned an opportunity, a position in a new field, something she'd never considered before. Her immediate reaction was no. It didn't look like the abundance she'd imagined. It required her to learn new skills, to step into unfamiliar territory. It wasn't the comfortable, easy windfall she'd pictured. But something whispered to her, a quiet knowing beneath the noise of her preferences. And she said yes. That position led to connections she never would have made. Those connections opened doors she didn't know existed. Within 2 years, she had not only the financial abundance she'd requested, but work that fulfilled her in ways she hadn't thought to ask for. The universe had seen the larger pattern, the greater good. This is why we must develop what I call spiritual flexibility, the ability to bend without breaking, to remain open even when circumstances seem to be taking us away from our goal. The bamboo survives the storm not because it's rigid, but because it knows how to yield. Your intuition might direct you to take a walk at a specific time. That walk might lead to a chance encounter. That encounter might spark a conversation. That conversation might plant a seed that grows into the very thing you've been seeking. But if you dismiss the guidance because it seems too simple, too ordinary, too unrelated to your desire, you block the channel through which your good must come. The universe is always speaking, always guiding, always orchestrating, but it requires your cooperation. It requires you to show up, to pay attention, to follow through. You cannot demand that infinite intelligence deliver your good in a specific wrapper, tied with a specific bow, arriving at a specific time. That's not faith. That's control dressed up in spiritual language. Real faith says, I know my good is coming. I don't know how. I don't know when. I don't know through which door it will arrive. But I trust the intelligence that spins galaxies and orchestrates seasons to handle the logistics of my blessing. This is where most people stumble. They pray, they affirm, they visualize, and then they sit by the window, watching for the specific delivery truck they've decided must bring their answer. Meanwhile, their good is being delivered through the back door, and they miss it entirely because they're so fixated on their preconceived notion of how it should appear. I've seen people reject perfect opportunities because those opportunities didn't match the mental picture they'd created. A woman affirming for a romantic relationship turns down a wonderful man because he doesn't match her list of physical requirements. A person declaring prosperity ignores a lucrative job offer because it's not in the industry they decided was right for them. This isn't faith working, this is ego interfering. The universe has a much bigger perspective than you do. It can see connections you cannot see. It knows about the person you'll meet 3 steps down, a path you haven't even considered yet. It understands timing in ways your limited human consciousness simply cannot grasp. When you demand specifics, you're actually limiting what can come to you. You're saying, I only want my good if it arrives exactly this way. But what if the universe had something even better planned? What if your rigid requirements are blocking a miracle that would exceed anything you could imagine? I'm not saying you shouldn't have preferences. There's nothing wrong with knowing what you want. The problem comes when preference hardens into demand, when desire becomes attachment, and when faith gets replaced by a need to control the divine delivery system. True faith is flexible. It says, this or something better. It declares what it desires, and then releases the how entirely. It stays alert and receptive to guidance, willing to move in unexpected directions when inner wisdom prompts. I have watched countless demonstrations of this principle. A woman desperately sought a specific job with a particular company. She affirmed it daily, visualized herself in that exact position, but the door remained closed. Then she shifted her approach. She declared, Infinite Spirit, open the perfect door for my talents and abilities. This or something better. Within days, a different opportunity appeared, one she had never considered, in an industry she had not imagined, offering twice the salary and fulfillment beyond her original vision. Her rigidity had been blocking the greater good. This is not passivity, this is wisdom. When you release the specific form, you are not abandoning your desire, you are allowing it to manifest in its highest expression. The universe often has plans far superior to the limited pictures our conscious minds can construct. Prayer, true prayer, is not begging or pleading with a reluctant deity. Prayer is recognition. It is the acknowledgement of what already exists in the spiritual realm, waiting to take form in the visible world. When I pray, I do not ask God to create something from nothing. I recognize that the substance is already present, and I align myself with its manifestation. There is a vast difference between treatment and petition. Petition says, please God, if it be your will, perhaps you might consider. Treatment says, I give thanks that this is already accomplished in divine mind. One comes from lack, the other from recognition of abundance. I have seen people pray for years without results because they prayed from desperation rather than realization. They reinforced their sense of lacking the very thing they claimed to desire. True prayer lifts you into the consciousness where the thing already exists. You speak from the end, as though it were already done. Jesus understood this completely. He said, Therefore I tell you, whatever you ask for in prayer, believe that you have received it and it will be yours. Not believe that you might receive it. Not hope you will receive it someday. Believe you have already received it. This is the secret of answered prayer, assuming the consciousness of already having. When you pray this way, gratitude becomes natural. You are not thankful for something you hope might arrive eventually. You are thankful for what is already yours in the invisible, making its way into form. This gratitude is magnetic. It draws the manifestation to you rapidly. You see, when you live in this state of gratitude before the physical appearance, you are living as the mystics have always lived. You are walking by faith, not by sight. And faith, I remind you, is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. This is not blind faith. This is intelligent faith, rooted in your understanding of the law. You know that what you have claimed in consciousness must appear in form. It is done. The universe is already rearranging itself to accommodate your conviction. I have watched people transform their entire lives by this simple shift from begging to thanking, from anxiety to appreciation, from doubt to certainty. A woman once told me she had been affirming for prosperity for months with no result. When I listened to her speak, I heard the problem immediately. Every word was tinged with desperation. I need money. I must have money. When will it come? She was declaring lack with every breath, even as she tried to affirm abundance. I gave her new instructions. Stop asking, I said. Begin thanking. Thank the divine supply for the abundance that is already yours. Thank it for the unexpected channels, for the large sums coming to you under grace in perfect ways. Within 2 weeks, an old debt she had written off years ago was repaid in full. Within a month, she received a promotion she hadn't even applied for. The universe was simply waiting for her to open the door with gratitude instead of bolting it shut with desperation. You must understand this. Desperation repels. Gratitude attracts. Desperation says, I lack. Gratitude says, I have. And so I say to you now, as we approach the completion of this teaching, live in perpetual thanksgiving. Make it your daily practice, your hourly practice. Before your feet touch the floor each morning, give thanks. As you move through your day, give thanks. Before sleep claims you each night, give thanks. Thank the invisible for health, for wealth, for love, for harmony, for right action, for divine guidance. Thank it for protection, for supply, for joy, for peace. Thank it for the perfect outworking of every situation in your life. This attitude of gratitude keeps your consciousness high, your vibration clear, your path illuminated. You become a magnet for miracles. I once knew a woman who was desperate. She had bills piling up on her kitchen table like a paper mountain threatening to collapse her entire world. She came to me with tears in her eyes and said, Florence, I've tried everything. Prayer, affirmations, positive thinking. Nothing works. I looked at her with all the love in my heart and said, have you tried writing down the exact amount you desire and placing it under your pillow before you sleep? She looked at me like I'd lost my mind. But here's what I need you to understand right now, at this very moment. As you're listening to these words, there is an invisible law operating in this universe that most people die never knowing about, and it has absolutely nothing to do with luck, privilege, or being special. It works for anyone who learns its language. That woman I just mentioned, she went home that night, wrote down a specific number on a piece of paper, $37,000, the exact amount she needed to clear every debt and start fresh. And she placed it under her pillow. But here's the part most people miss. She didn't just write it down and hope. She did something else. Something I'm going to teach you today. Something that activates a frequency in the invisible realm that must, by spiritual law, manifest in the visible world. 3 weeks later, she received a phone call. A distant relative she hadn't spoken to in years had passed away and left her, specifically her, an inheritance. Can you guess the amount? $37,412. Now, I can already hear some of you thinking, that's just coincidence, Florence. And to that, I say this with all the tenderness and fire in my soul. There are no coincidences in a universe governed by law. There is only cause and effect. There is only consciousness and its perfect reflection in form. What I'm about to share with you isn't superstition. It isn't magic in the fantasy sense. It's the most practical, scientific, spiritual truth you'll ever encounter. And if you stay with me until the end of this conversation, you will never see money, abundance, or your own power the same way again. Your subconscious mind is listening right now. It's recording every word, every feeling, every image I paint for you. And that's exactly where transformation begins. Let me tell you something about numbers that will change how you see everything. Numbers aren't just symbols we use to count things. They're vibrational frequencies. They carry power. They speak a language that your subconscious mind understands perfectly, even when your conscious mind is filled with doubt and fear. When I teach you to place a specific number under your pillow, I'm not teaching you folk magic. I'm teaching you how to program your subconscious mind while it's in its most receptive state, during sleep, to become a magnet for that exact vibration. Think about this for a moment. Every single night, you lay your head down on your pillow and drift into sleep. For 6, 7, 8 hours, your conscious mind, the part of you that worries and doubts and argues with reality, goes offline. And what remains? Your subconscious mind, wide awake, incredibly powerful, and in direct communication with the infinite intelligence that governs all creation. This is your doorway. This is your secret passage to manifestation. And most people waste it by falling asleep with worry, with fear, with the television playing stories of disaster and limitation. But you're not going to do that anymore, because I'm going to teach you exactly what I've taught thousands of people over the years. People who've manifested stunning reversals of fortune, unexpected money, miraculous opportunities, and live so abundant they barely recognize their former struggling selves. The number you write down isn't just a wish, it's a command. It's a declaration to the universe that you are claiming what is already yours in the invisible realm of infinite supply. And 37 million, or 37,000, or whatever 37 means to you, this number carries a special frequency, a vibrational signature that aligns with sudden manifestation and divine compensation. You see, the universe doesn't respond to begging. It doesn't reward desperation. It answers conviction. When you declare $37 million, you're not asking permission from some distant deity who might or might not grant your request. You're activating a law as reliable as gravity. You're speaking the language that moves mountains and parts seas. I've watched people whisper their desires like secrets they're ashamed of, and then wonder why nothing changes. But the ones who transform their lives, they speak with authority. They don't say, I hope, or maybe someday, or if I'm worthy enough. They say, it is mine, it is done. Thank you for what is already accomplished. Now, let me tell you something that might shake you awake. Your current bank account is not reality. It's just a temporary reflection of old thoughts, old beliefs, old patterns. It's yesterday's consciousness made visible. That's all it is. The real reality, the truth that sets you free, exists in the invisible realm where all things already are. In that place, there is no lack. There is no limitation. There is only infinite abundance waiting for you to claim it. Think about this. Before the oak tree appears, there's an acorn. But before the acorn, there's an invisible pattern, a divine blueprint that contains the entire tree, every branch, every leaf. The same is true for your wealth. Before the money appears in your physical account, it exists as a perfect idea in divine mind. Your job isn't to create it from nothing. Your job is to align yourself with what already is. This is why worry is so destructive. When you worry about money, you're watering the wrong seeds. You're giving life to lack instead of abundance. You're declaring not enough instead of more than enough. And the universe, which is always listening, always responding, says yes, your word is law, and reflects that consciousness back to you. This is why I tell everyone who comes to me in financial distress, stop fighting the lack. Stop wrestling with the empty bank account. Stop arguing with the bills. You cannot solve a problem by giving it all your attention and emotion. You're just feeding it, making it bigger, giving it more power in your world. Instead, turn completely away from it. Refuse to give it the energy of your fear. This doesn't mean ignoring practical responsibilities. Pay your bills with peace, not panic. Handle your affairs with calm, not crisis. But don't sit and stare at your lack all day. Don't rehearse poverty in your mind. Don't tell everyone who will listen how broke you are. I've watched people talk themselves into poverty. They wake up and immediately start the litany. I can't afford this. I'll never have enough. Money is so tight. I'm always behind. They speak these words casually, unconsciously, not realizing they're placing orders with the universe. Every statement is a decree. Every complaint is a prayer, an invocation. And the law doesn't judge whether your words are good for you. It simply says, so be it, and makes it so. One woman came to me years ago. utterly convinced she was cursed with poverty. She had a good job, no major debts, yet she always ended each month with nothing. I listened to her for 10 minutes and I heard the problem. Every other sentence was about lack. I can't afford to go out. I never have extra money. I'm always just scraping by. She had hypnotized herself into poverty through her own words. I gave her one instruction: stop speaking lack. For 30 days, she was not allowed to say anything negative about money. If she couldn't say something prosperous, she was to say nothing at all. She thought I was crazy, but she was desperate enough to try. The first week was torture for her. She had to catch herself dozens of times a day. She realized how much of her conversation revolved around complaining about money, but she persisted. And by the end of the month, something had shifted. Not just in her bank account, though that had improved, but in her entire energy. She felt lighter, more expectant, open to possibilities she had been blind to before. And then, the most remarkable thing happened. Within days, she received a call from a former colleague. A project had fallen through, and they needed someone with her exact expertise. The timeline was flexible. The pay was more than fair. It felt, she told me later, like the universe had been waiting for her to simply stop pushing. This is what I mean when I speak of non-resistance. You see, most of us have been taught that we must force our way through life, that struggle equals effort, and effort equals worthiness. We believe that if we're not exhausted, we haven't tried hard enough. If it comes easily, it can't be valuable. But this is the lie that keeps us locked in limitation. The spiritual law works differently. It works through attraction, not pursuit, through alignment, not force. When you resist what is, you create a wall between yourself and your good. When you accept what is not as permanent, but as present, you create a doorway. Acceptance is not defeat, it is strategy. Let me be clear. I am not asking you to become passive. I am not suggesting you abandon your desires or stop taking action. What I am suggesting is that you change the quality of your action, that you move from desperation to expectation, from grasping to receiving. There is a vast difference between the two. When you grasp, you tell the universe you don't believe it will provide. When you receive, you acknowledge that provision is already on its way. One is rooted in fear, the other in faith. And faith, my dear friend, is not belief without evidence. Faith is knowing that the evidence is forming, even when you cannot yet see it. Faith is planting a seed and not digging it up every day to check its progress. You plant it, you water it, you trust it. This is how all great things come into being. Not through force, but through faithful expectation. Not through worry, but through wonder. I remember a woman who came to me, her face drawn with anxiety. She said, "I've been affirming for weeks that my perfect home is coming to me, but I keep worrying that someone else will take it first. Why isn't it working?" I smiled gently and said, "My dear, you cannot hold the vision of your answered prayer in one hand while clutching fear in the other. Your worry is the very thing blocking your demonstration. You see, the universe responds not to your words alone, but to the feeling behind them. When you affirm abundance while feeling lack, you are speaking two languages at once, and confusion cannot bring clarity into form. This is why I always say, your word is your wand, but only when it carries the weight of conviction. Let me be very clear about something that trips up so many seekers. There is a vast difference between wishing and knowing. Wishing says, I hope this comes true. Knowing says, it is already done. Wishing keeps you in a state of longing. Knowing places you in a state of receiving. The spiritual law doesn't reward hope, it rewards expectancy. Think of it this way, when you plant a seed in the ground, you don't dig it up every day to see if it's growing. You don't stand over it with clenched fists, demanding it sprout. You water it, you give it sunlight, and you trust the intelligence within that seed to do what it was designed to do. Your word is that seed. Once spoken with faith, your only job is to prepare the soil of your consciousness to receive its harvest. I've watched people sabotage their own demonstrations time and time again by trying to control the how. They say, I want this outcome, but only if it comes through this door, in this way, at this exact time. But spirit is infinitely more creative than your limited reasoning mind. The how is none of your business. Your business is the what and the why. The universe handles the delivery method. There was a man who desperately wanted a new position. He affirmed daily, my right work, in my right place, with my right pay. But he insisted it must come through one particular company. He sent application after application, each one ignored. Then one day, he surrendered. He said, "Infinite intelligence, I trust you to bring this to me in the perfect way." Within a week, a former colleague called him out of the blue with an opportunity he'd never considered: better pay, better location, better everything. The door he was knocking on was locked, but the window beside it had been open all along. Now, I want to talk to you about something that most people get completely backwards: the timing of things. We live in a world that worships speed. Instant coffee, instant messaging, instant results. And when our demonstration doesn't show up on our timeline, we think we've failed. We think God has forgotten us. We think the universe isn't listening. But here's what I've learned through years of watching this law in action. There is never a delay in the divine plan. The delay is always in our acceptance. The universe isn't withholding from you. You're withholding from yourself through doubt, through fear, through that persistent looking back at what hasn't worked before. I once worked with a woman who wanted to sell her house. She needed to sell it quickly because she was moving across the country for a wonderful new opportunity. Month after month, no buyers. The real estate agent kept bringing lower and lower offers. Her friends told her to take whatever she could get. The pressure was mounting. She came to me in tears, saying, "Why isn't this working? I've been affirming. I've been declaring. Where is my buyer?" I asked her one simple question: "Are you grateful for the house you haven't sold yet?" She looked at me like I'd lost my mind. Grateful? It's become a burden. And there was the block. She was resenting the very thing she was trying to bless into someone else's hands. I told her to walk through that house every single day and bless it. Thank it for sheltering her. Thank it for the memories. Thank it for being the perfect home for its next owner, whoever that would be. Most importantly, I told her to stop checking the real estate listings, stop calculating her losses, stop telling everyone about the house that wouldn't sell. And here's what happened. Within 1 week, she got a call. A couple who'd been circling for months suddenly made an offer. Not just any offer, the exact amount she'd been asking for. They didn't haggle. They didn't negotiate. They simply said yes. When she called to tell me, she was crying. Not because of the money, but because she finally understood. The house wasn't stuck. She was. The moment she let go, the universe could move. This is the great paradox, isn't it? We think holding on keeps us safe. We think worrying proves we care. We think control is the same thing as faith. But true faith, the kind that actually moves mountains and opens doors, requires the one thing most of us refuse to give: surrender. Not the surrender of defeat, not the collapse into hopelessness, but the surrender that says, "I've done my part. I've planted the seed. Now I trust the soil to do its work." That kind of surrender is active, not passive. It's powerful, not weak. It's the difference between a clenched fist and an open hand. Think about a farmer. He doesn't dig up his seeds every morning to check if they're growing. He doesn't stand in the field yelling at the ground to hurry up. He plants, he waters, and then he goes about his business. He trusts the process. He knows the soil has intelligence. He knows the seed knows what to do. And because he trusts, the harvest comes. But what do? We plant our desires, our prayers, our intentions, and then we immediately start digging them up. Is it working? Is anything happening? Maybe I should try something else. Maybe I should worry a little more. Just to make sure the universe knows this is important. We treat the invisible world like it's hard of hearing, like it needs us to shout and repeat ourselves, and prove how badly we want something. But here's what I've learned. The invisible world doesn't respond to volume. It responds to conviction. It doesn't hear your words, it reads your vibration. And when you're constantly checking, constantly doubting, constantly asking, "Is it working yet?" you're broadcasting the frequency of lack, not faith. Think of it like planting a seed. You don't dig it up every day to see if it's growing. You don't stand over it with a magnifying glass, measuring the roots, questioning whether you planted it correctly. You water it, you give it sunlight, and then you trust the process that's been working since the beginning of time. The seed knows what to do. Your job isn't to micromanage the miracle, it's to provide the conditions and then get out of the way. This is where most people lose the game. They plant the seed of their desire with a prayer or affirmation. They water it for a day, maybe 2. And then they start digging. Let me just check if anything's happening. Let me just peek at my bank account one more time. Let me just see if he's called yet. And every time you dig up that seed to inspect it, you damage the very roots that were beginning to form. I watch people do this with money constantly. They'll say their affirmations in the morning. I am prosperous. Abundance flows to me easily. Beautiful. But by noon, they're checking their account balance with a knot in their stomach. By evening, they're complaining to a friend about how broke they are. By night, they're lying awake, calculating exactly how many days until disaster strikes. That's not faith. That's fear wearing a positive thinking costume. Real faith is boring. It doesn't give you much to do. It doesn't give you much to worry about. It simply asks you to hold steady while the invisible becomes visible, to water your seed and walk away, to speak your word and then trust it to do what words do in the spiritual realm create. I knew a woman who understood this perfectly. She needed money desperately, but instead of obsessing over her empty mailbox, she spent her days acting as if prosperity was already hers. Not in a fake, manifesting way, in a genuine, peaceful way. She cleaned her house like someone who had the luxury of time. She dressed beautifully even though no one would see her. She tithed from the little she had. And when people asked if she was worried, she'd smile and say, "Why would I be? It's already done." 3 weeks later, money came from a source she'd completely forgotten about. Not because she manifested it through technique, but because she stopped blocking it with doubt. Now, here's where most people get tripped up. They think surrender means giving up. It doesn't. Surrender means giving over. You're not abandoning the desire. You're releasing the death grip that's choking the life out of it. Think of it like holding a bird. If you squeeze too tight, you crush it. If you open your hand completely, it might fly away. But if you hold it gently, with an open palm, it rests there peacefully. That's the energy of surrender. I learned this lesson the hard way through my own desperation. Years ago, I was so worried about a specific outcome that I couldn't sleep. I'd wake up at 3 a.m, mentally rehearsing scenarios, trying to control every variable. And you know what happened? Nothing. Absolutely nothing moved forward. Then one day, I was so exhausted from the mental gymnastics that I just stopped. I said out loud, "Fine. I can't do this anymore. I'm handing it over." And I meant it. Not in a petulant, giving up way, but in a genuine, I trust there's something bigger than my anxiety way. Within 48 hours, the thing I'd been forcing for months suddenly shifted. The person called. The door opened. The solution appeared. Not because I finally said the right affirmation, but because I finally got out of the way. Your desperation is not proof of your desire, it's proof of your doubt. When you truly believe something is yours, you don't desperately grasp at it. You prepare for it. You make room for it. You act like someone who already has it. I once knew a man who wanted to meet his life partner. He'd been alone for years, and the loneliness was eating him alive. Every date felt like an audition. Every conversation felt like a test he might fail. And of course, nothing worked. He was radiating need. And need repels. Because here's what most people don't understand about desire and manifestation. Desperation and desire feel similar on the surface, but energetically, they're opposites. Desire says, "I would love this." Desperation says, "I'll die without this." One is magnetic, the other is repellent. When you're desperate, you're actually affirming lack. Every anxious thought, every checking behavior, every "why hasn't it happened yet?" is a statement to the universe that says, "I don't have it, and I'm terrified I never will." And the universe, being the perfect mirror it is, reflects that exact frequency back to you. I've watched people sabotage their greatest desires through sheer force of anxiety. A woman who wanted a relationship so badly that she interrogated every date about their intentions within the first hour. A man who wanted financial success so intensely that he couldn't stop talking about how broke he was, thereby ensuring everyone around him saw him only as broke. An artist who craved recognition but was so hungry for validation that her work reeked of people-pleasing rather than authentic expression. They were all focused on their desire, yes. But focus isn't enough. The quality of that focus matters enormously. Think of it like this. When you plant a seed in soil, you don't dig it up every day to check if it's growing. You don't stand over it with a flashlight at midnight, demanding to see progress. You water it, you give it sun, and then you trust the process. You know the seed contains everything it needs to become the plant. Your job isn't to make it grow through force of will. Your job is to provide the right conditions and then get out of the way. But so many of us treat our desires like that paranoid gardener, constantly digging up the seed to check on it, actually preventing the very growth we're desperate to see. We check our bank accounts 17 times a day when we're trying to manifest money. We refresh our inbox obsessively when we're waiting for an important message. We monitor our phones like security guards when we want someone to call. And every single time we check, we're sending the signal, it's not here yet, it's still missing, I'm still lacking. That's the checking energy I'm talking about, and it's absolutely toxic to manifestation. Because every time you check, you're essentially placing a new order with the universe that contradicts your original order. You're saying, where is it? And the universe responds to that vibration, the vibration of absence, of waiting, of incompleteness. Think of it like this. Imagine you plant a seed in your garden. You've planted it with care, with intention, with faith. Now, if every single day you dig up that seed to check if it's sprouting yet, what happens? You kill it. You disrupt the natural process. You prevent the very growth you're so anxious to see. Manifestation works the same way. Once you've planted your intention, once you've claimed it in consciousness, once you've felt the reality of it as already done, your job is to leave it alone. Not because you're passive, not because you're disengaged, but because you're truly, deeply confident that it's handled. The master gardener doesn't dig up seeds every day. She waters, she tends, she creates the right conditions, and then she trusts the intelligence of nature to do its work. You do the same with your desires. You hold the vision, you maintain the feeling, you align your actions with the assumption that it's done. And then you let the universe handle the delivery method. Now, I know what some of you are thinking. But Florence, how do I know the difference between trusting and just being lazy? How do I know when to take action and when to let go? Beautiful question. And here's your answer. Inspired action feels light. It feels natural. It feels like the next logical step in a journey you're already on. You're not forcing, you're not straining, you're not acting from fear or lack. Forced action feels heavy. It's driven by anxiety, by the need to make something happen because you don't trust that it will happen on its own. When you're living from the end, action becomes effortless. Opportunities appear, doors open, people show up, and you simply walk through them because you already know where you're going. You're not desperately knocking on every door, hoping one will open. You're the person who walks up to the right door just as it swings open because you expected it to. That's what it means to live as if. That's what it means to dwell in the wish fulfilled. You're not pretending. You're not faking it. You're aligning yourself with the frequency of your desire so completely that the external world has no choice but to reflect it back to you. Because, and I cannot stress this enough, your external world is always, always a reflection of your internal world. Now, I know what some of you might be thinking, but Florence, I've been visualizing, I've been affirming, I've been trying to feel good, and nothing's happening. Here's what I want you to understand. The lag time between your internal shift and the external manifestation is where most people lose faith. They plant the seed, and 3 days later they're digging it up to see if it's growing. You wouldn't do that with a garden, would you? You wouldn't plant a tomato seed on Monday and throw a tantrum on Thursday because you don't see tomatoes yet. You trust the process. You water the soil. You give it sunlight. You know beyond a shadow of a doubt that if you do your part, nature will do hers. The same is true for your desires. The moment you truly claim something in consciousness, the moment you accept it as yours, the universe begins orchestrating everything necessary to bring it into form. But it doesn't always happen on your timeline. It happens on divine timing, which is always perfect. And let me be clear, divine timing doesn't mean never. It means when all the pieces are aligned. It means when you're energetically ready to receive it. It means when the path has been cleared of obstacles you can't even see yet. I've watched people sabotage their own manifestations by getting impatient. They ask, they receive the inner knowing, they start seeing signs, and then they panic. They think, it's taking too long, and they flip back into doubt. And doubt, my dear, slams the door shut on your good. Faith is not a one-time decision. It's a daily practice. It's waking up every morning and saying, I still believe. Even though I can't see it yet, I know it's on its way. It's refusing to let circumstances dictate your inner state. Because here's the truth. Circumstances are old news. They're the result of yesterday's thinking. If you want to change your circumstances, you've got to change your thinking today and then hold that new thought steady until the outer world catches up. And let me tell you that holding steady part, that's where most people stumble. They affirm for a day, maybe a week, and when they don't see instant results, they throw up their hands and say, "See, I knew it wouldn't work." But you wouldn't plant a seed in the ground on Monday and dig it up on Wednesday to see why it hasn't become a tree yet, would you? Of course not. You'd water it, give it sunlight, and trust the process. You'd know that something is happening beneath the surface, even when you can't see it yet. Your thoughts work exactly the same way. Every positive thought you think, every time you redirect your attention from lack to abundance, from fear to faith, you're watering that seed. You're creating invisible roots in the spiritual realm that will eventually push through into visible form. The universe isn't withholding from you. It's not testing you or making you prove yourself worthy. It's simply responding to the signal you're consistently broadcasting. And if that signal keeps changing, if you're hopeful one moment and doubtful the next, grateful in the morning and complaining by afternoon, you're confusing the system. Think of it like tuning a radio. If you keep turning the dial back and forth, you'll never get a clear station. You've got to find the frequency of your desire and stay there long enough for the music to come through crisp and clear. Now, I know what some of you are thinking, but Florence, I've tried to think positively, I've tried to believe, and still nothing changes. And to that I say, check your subconscious beliefs. Because you can affirm abundance all day long with your conscious mind, but if your subconscious is running a program that says, "People like me don't get to have that," or "Money is hard to come by," or "I'm not the lucky type," well, that subconscious program is going to win every time. Your subconscious is like the soil your thoughts are planted in. If that soil is toxic with old limiting beliefs, even the best seeds won't grow properly. This is why doing the inner work matters so much. This is why you've got to dig up those old weeds of unworthiness, shame, and inherited limitation. How do you do that? You catch yourself in the act. You become a witness to your own thoughts. You pause before you speak. You notice the story you're telling yourself before you believe it. You feel the contraction in your body when you're about to agree with a limiting thought, and you choose differently. This is not about perfection. This is about awareness. And awareness, my dear friend, is the doorway to freedom. You don't need to wrestle your thoughts to the ground. You don't need to wage war against your own mind. You simply need to stop feeding the thoughts that diminish you. A thought without your agreement has no power. It's like a fire without oxygen. It simply goes out. And in that space, in that beautiful space where you're no longer hostage to every passing thought, something miraculous happens. Your true voice begins to emerge. Not the voice of fear, not the voice of conditioning, but the voice of your deeper knowing, the voice that has always known you were meant for more. This voice doesn't shout, it doesn't argue, it simply states truth, and when you hear it, something in you recognizes it. Something in you says, yes, I am guided, I am provided for. The right opportunities come to me. I am exactly where I need to be. These aren't just pretty affirmations. These are recognitions of what is already true. And when you speak them, when you allow yourself to rest in them, your entire system begins to reorganize around them. Your body relaxes, your breath deepens, your perspective shifts. And from this shifted perspective, you see possibilities you couldn't see before. You take actions you wouldn't have taken before. You attract circumstances that match your new frequency. This is the power you've been looking for. Not the power to force, not the power to manipulate, but the power to align, the power to allow, the power to become a clear channel for the abundance that is always flowing. And here's what I want you to understand. This isn't magic. This isn't wishful thinking. This is simply how consciousness works. What you give your attention to grows. What you withdraw your attention from diminishes. It's really that simple. So today, right now, you have a choice. You can continue to give your power away to every fearful thought, every limiting belief, every voice that tells you you're not enough, or you can reclaim it. You can decide that you are the authority in your own life. You can decide that your word is law in your own consciousness. Most people are introduced to money through fear, through worry, through a tight fist and a clenched jaw, through the words, "We can't afford it," whispered like a prayer in the dark. And that becomes the only language they ever learn to speak with money. But here's something most people will never tell you. Money is listening to every word you say about it, every thought, every trembling belief you hold in your secret heart. And it responds not to your needs, not to your desperation, but to your invitation. I want to tell you something that will sound absolutely strange at first. Money has intelligence. Not in the way a person has intelligence, but in the way the universe has intelligence. The same way that a seed knows exactly how to become a flower, the same way your body knows how to heal a cut without you thinking about it, money knows how to find its way to you, but you have to speak its language. You have to introduce yourself properly. You wouldn't walk up to someone at a gathering and say, "You never come to me. You love everyone else, but you hate me. Why do you avoid me?" Would you? Of course not. Yet that's exactly how most people talk to money every single day. When I first discovered this truth, I was standing in my small apartment, looking at a stack of bills I didn't know how to pay. My hands were shaking, my throat was tight. And I heard myself saying out loud, "There's never enough." 3 words, simple, deadly. Because the moment I spoke them, I felt the universe agree with me. I felt possibility close like a door. That's when I realized I had been introducing myself to money the same way for years. "Hello, I'm Florence, and I'm someone who never has enough." What a terrible introduction. So I decided to try something different, something that felt foolish and radical and completely against everything I'd been taught. I decided to introduce myself to money the way I would introduce myself to a dear friend I wanted in my life, with welcome, with warmth, with absolute expectation that we belonged together. I stood there, still shaking slightly, and I said, "Money flows to me easily and constantly." It felt like a lie in my mouth. My logical mind screamed at me. But something deeper, something that knew better, relaxed. Let me tell you what happened next, because it wasn't magic in the way you might think. It was something better. It was a shift. Within 3 days, someone paid me for work I'd done months before and forgotten about. Within a week, I had an idea for a service I could offer that I'd never considered. Within 2 weeks, money that had been stuck suddenly moved. Did the universe rain gold coins on my head? No. But doors opened, ideas came, opportunities appeared. Because I had finally introduced myself properly. You see, most of us meet money like an enemy, an abuser, a ghost we're terrified of. We approach it with our list of failures, our history of lack, our terror of tomorrow. We say, "I'm so bad with you. I never keep you. You slip through my fingers. I'm not worthy of you." And money, intelligent as it is, hears this introduction and thinks, "Well, if that's who you say you are, then that's who I'll meet." The universe is always saying yes to your deepest beliefs about yourself. Always. It never argues. It never corrects you. It simply reflects back what you've claimed. So the question isn't whether money is listening. It absolutely is. The question is, what are you telling it about who you are? What introduction are you offering every single day with your words, your thoughts, your expectations? Because I promise you this, money is waiting for a proper introduction. It's waiting for you to speak to it the way you'd speak to something you love, something you welcome, something you absolutely expect to see walking through your door. And when you finally do, everything changes. Now, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking this sounds too simple, too easy, maybe even too strange. You might be saying to yourself, "But Florence, I have real bills. Real debt, real problems. I can't just talk nicely to money and expect it to appear." And you're right about one thing. This isn't about pretending your reality doesn't exist. This isn't about denial or fantasy or ignoring what's true. This is about understanding a deeper law that governs how substance moves in this universe. It's about understanding that your word is the bridge between the invisible and the visible, between the possible and the actual. Your word is creative power itself. Let me share with you exactly what I mean. There was a woman who came to me once, absolutely desperate. She owed money to everyone. Her landlord, her grocer, her sister. She would wake up in the middle of the night with her heart pounding, rehearsing conversations where people demanded payment she didn't have. She had, without realizing it, built an entire relationship with money based on fear, shame, and avoidance. When I asked her to describe money, she said, "It's the thing I can never hold on to. It's proof that I'm a failure." Do you hear that? That was her introduction. Hello, money. I'm a failure who can't hold on to you. I told her we were going to change her introduction. She looked at me like I was insane, but she was desperate enough to try. I had her write a new introduction and speak it every single morning and every single night. This is what she said. I am someone money loves to come to. I am a good steward. I am provided for abundantly. Money comes to me in expected and unexpected ways. At first, she cried when she said it because it felt so far from her reality. Her mind fought her history fought her. But she kept saying it. She kept offering that new introduction. Within a month, her sister called and forgave a debt without being asked. Within 6 weeks, she found $20 in an old coat pocket, then $50 in a book. Then she got a job offer that paid twice what she'd been making. Were these coincidences? No. This was the universe responding to a new vibration, a new claim, a new introduction. She had stopped telling the story of the woman who couldn't keep money, and she started telling the story of the woman money loved to find. And the universe, always listening, always agreeing, said yes. This is what I need you to understand deeply, in your bones, in your soul. Every single day, you are in conversation with the substance of the universe. You are speaking to money, whether you realize it or not. When you sigh and say, I wish I could afford that, you're speaking to money. When you think, people like me don't get to have nice things, you're introducing yourself to money. When you panic at the mailbox, when you avoid checking your bank account, when you say, I'm so broke, you are actively, powerfully, creatively introducing yourself. And money is receiving that introduction and responding accordingly. But here's the beautiful, liberating truth. You can change your introduction right now, this very moment. You don't have to wait until you have more money to speak differently about money. You don't have to earn the right to claim abundance. You simply have to understand that your word shapes your world. This is not positive thinking. This is spiritual law. This is understanding that consciousness precedes form, that your inner conversation externalizes as your circumstances, that you cannot have in your experience what you do not first claim in your awareness. So how do you introduce yourself to money? Not with begging, not with desperation, not with a recitation of all your past failures. You introduce yourself with claim, with recognition, with the kind of calm certainty that someone uses when they're simply stating what is. You say, I am divinely guided and prospered. You say, infinite substance manifests for me now. You say, I am a channel for infinite supply. And you say it, not because it's true in your bank account yet, but because it's true in the realm of the possible. And your word is the key that unlocks the door between those two realities. I've watched this transformation happen hundreds of times. I've seen people go from absolute lack to overflow. Not because they worked harder, though inspired action always follows. Not because they got lucky, though what looks like luck often appears, but because they changed their introduction. They stopped meeting money as a beggar and started meeting it as a beloved. They stopped talking about money like it was their enemy and started talking about it like it was their friend. They stopped introducing themselves with their history and started introducing themselves with their vision. Think about this. When you meet someone new and you want them to like you, to know you, to understand who you are, you don't lead with your worst qualities. You don't say, hello, I'm terrible at relationships and I always mess things up and I'm probably going to disappoint you. You lead with your best self, with your intention, with who you're becoming. That's all I'm asking you to do with money. Lead with your highest vision of yourself in relationship to abundance. Lead with claim, not complaint. Lead with expectation, not fear. But you must be consistent. You cannot introduce yourself one way in the morning and another way by afternoon. You cannot speak words of abundance and then spend the rest of your day rehearsing lack. Your inner conversation must align with your spoken word. This is where most people fail. They say an affirmation once and then spend the next 23 hours contradicting it. They declare prosperity and then immediately worry about bills. They claim abundance and then gossip about how broke they are. And they wonder why nothing changes. Your word is powerful, but it must be your sustained word, your committed word, your word that you defend against every contradicting thought. I remember a man who would say his prosperity statements beautifully, with such conviction, but then he'd pick up the phone and tell his friend, I'm drowning in debt, I don't know how I'm going to survive. Do you see what he was doing? He was introducing himself two different ways, and the universe didn't know which one was real. Actually, that's not quite right. The universe knew exactly which one was real. It could feel which statement carried his true belief. And it was the second one. The complaint carried more emotional weight than the affirmation. His fear was louder than his faith. So that's what manifested: more debt, more struggle, more drowning. Your introduction to money must become your dominant conversation. Not your only conversation, but your dominant one. The conversation you return to. The conversation that carries the most weight. The conversation you defend. When a thought comes that says, "You'll never have enough," you must immediately counter it with your true introduction: "I am supplied from the infinite." When fear whispers, "What if it all falls apart?" you must answer with your claim: divine supply is always present. This is not about lying to yourself. This is about understanding which voice speaks truth and which voice speaks from the trauma of the past. Money is not your problem. Money is neutral. Money is substance seeking an outlet, seeking someone who can receive it with grace and wisdom. Your problem has never been money. Your problem has been your introduction. Your problem has been the story you tell about yourself in relationship to money. And here's what's so magnificent about this truth. You can rewrite that story today, right now, this very moment. You don't need anyone's permission. You don't need to wait for circumstances to change. You simply need to change your introduction and commit to it with everything you have. So let me give you the introduction that will change everything if you use it. Are you ready? This is how you meet money from this day forward. I am a perfect channel for infinite abundance. Money flows to me easily, frequently, and joyfully from expected and unexpected sources. I am divinely guided in all my ways, and right action is revealed to me. I am a wise steward of wealth, and I use it to bless myself and others. There is no lack in spirit, and I am spirit manifest. I welcome money as a friend, and use it as a tool for good. That is your new introduction. That is how you shake hands with prosperity from this moment on. Say it until it feels natural in your mouth. Say it until your nervous system stops fighting it. Say it until you catch yourself believing it in unguarded moments. Say it until it becomes the background hum of your consciousness. Because I promise you, money is listening. The universe is listening. And the moment your introduction changes with genuine commitment, your experience will begin to shift. Not because you're manipulating some cosmic vending machine, but because you've finally aligned yourself with the truth of infinite supply that has been waiting for you all along. You've finally introduced yourself as who you really are, a divine being with full access to all that the universe contains. And that changes absolutely everything. Now let me tell you a story that will show you exactly how this works in real life, because I know the logical mind needs proof. There was a time in my own life when I needed $800 urgently. This was a substantial sum, and I had absolutely no idea where it would come from. My old self would have panicked, would have made phone calls, begged, borrowed, schemed, would have stayed up all night sick with worry. But I had learned by then about proper introductions. I had learned about the law. So instead of panicking, I did something that looked completely foolish to the logical mind. I spoke to the universe as though the money was already on its way. I said out loud, "I give thanks that the $1,000 comes to me now, under grace, in a perfect way." I didn't beg. I didn't plead. I spoke with the authority of someone who already possessed what they were asking for. My friends thought I had lost my mind. "That's not how the world works," they said. But I had seen too much by then. I had witnessed too many so-called coincidences, too many perfect timings, too many impossible doors swinging open at precisely the right moment. And you know what happened? Within 3 days, I received a check, not from any source I could have predicted, not through any channel I had been watching. The money came from a completely unexpected direction, almost as if the universe had conspired to prove a point. This is what I need you to understand. The universe doesn't care about your logic. It doesn't operate according to the limited understanding of the conscious mind. It responds to the frequency you're broadcasting, to the faith you hold, to the words you speak with conviction. When you say, I can't afford this, the universe hears that as an order and ensures you remain in a state where you cannot afford things. When you say, money never comes to me, you're literally instructing the creative force of life to keep money away. Your words are not passive observations, they are active commands. I've worked with people who were flat broke, who had every logical reason to despair, and I've watched them completely transform their circumstances by changing nothing but their inner speech. One woman I knew was facing eviction. She had $7 to her name. But she started blessing her bills, saying, I give thanks for my wealthy places, and speaking to money as though it was a cherished friend returning after a long absence. Within 2 weeks, she received an unexpected inheritance. The relative who left it to her had made the decision months before, but the timing of its arrival was perfect. Was that coincidence? Or had her shift in consciousness created a pathway for the money to flow? This is the part that frustrates the skeptics. They want a mechanical explanation, a formula they can trace with their fingers. But consciousness doesn't work that way. You cannot see the mechanism by which your thoughts shape reality any more than you can see electricity, but you can see its effects. You can witness the light that comes on when you flip the switch. And so you begin to understand. You are not a victim of circumstance. You are a participant in creation. Every thought you think is a vote for the world you want to live in. The woman who constantly says, I can never find good help, will continue to attract unreliable people. The man who declares all the good opportunities are taken will walk past open doors without seeing them. They are not cursed. They are simply living in the world their words have built. But here is the magnificent truth. You can change your world by changing your word. I have seen it happen in an instant. A woman came to me drowning in debt, her life a cascade of financial disasters. She spoke constantly of lack of money, lack of opportunity, lack of luck. Her words had built a prison around her prosperity. I gave her one instruction. For 30 days, speak only words of abundance. When you open your wallet, bless what is there. When you pay a bill, thank the universe for the service you received. When you see wealth, say, there is plenty for everyone, including me. She thought I was mad, but she was desperate enough to try. Within 2 weeks, an old debt was forgiven. Within a month, she received an unexpected inheritance from a distant relative she barely knew. Within 3 months, her income had doubled. Magic? No. She had simply removed the dam that her own negative speech had built against the river of supply. The universe is not withholding from you. You are withholding from yourself through the frequency of your thoughts and words. This is why I teach. Never speak defeat. Never claim limitation. Never describe your life in terms that bind you to suffering. When someone asks how you are, and you are struggling, you need not lie. But neither must you reinforce misery. Instead of I'm broke, try, I'm reorganizing my finances. Instead of I'm so unlucky, say I'm learning and growing. Instead of nothing ever works. Out for me, declare, my good is on its way. These are not empty affirmations. They are the reconstruction of your reality from the ground up. You are standing at a crossroads right now. In one direction lies the path of unconscious creation, where you speak carelessly, think habitually, and wonder why your life never changes. In the other direction lies the path of deliberate creation, where every word is chosen, every thought is examined, and your life becomes a reflection of your highest vision. Which path will you choose? The choice, my friend, is yours alone. No teacher can make it for you. No guru can walk this path in your place. I can show you the principles, illuminate the laws, share the stories of those who have proven these truths, but you must be the one to apply them. You must be the one to stand guard at the door of your mind and say, no, that thought shall not enter here. And here is what I've learned after years of watching students transform their lives. The ones who succeed are not necessarily the most educated, the most wealthy, or the most naturally optimistic. They are simply the most consistent. They are the ones who refuse to give up, who catch themselves when they slip into old patterns of speech, who gently redirect their thoughts back to truth again and again and again. Success in this work is not about perfection, it's about persistence. It's about waking up each morning and consciously choosing your words, even when the outer world seems to contradict everything you're affirming. It's about catching yourself in the middle of a complaint and transforming it into a statement of faith. It's about speaking your good into existence day after day, even when you can't yet see the evidence with your physical eyes. You see, most people give up just before the breakthrough. They affirm for a week, a month, maybe even 3 months, and when they don't see immediate results, they throw up their hands and say, "This doesn't work." But invisible forces have been set in motion. Seeds have been planted in the invisible realm. The manifestation is already taking form, but they abandon the garden just before the harvest. I want you to imagine a farmer who plants seeds in the spring, then digs them up a week later to see if they're growing, then plants them again, then digs them up again. Would you be surprised if no crop ever appeared? Of course not. Yet this is exactly what most people do with their words. They affirm one day and doubt the next. They speak faith in the morning and fear in the evening. They plant and uproot, then wonder why nothing grows in their life. The law requires consistency. Your word must be steadfast. When you declare a thing, you must continue to declare it until it manifests not with desperate straining, but with calm, joyous expectation. You water your affirmations with faith. You protect them from the weeds of doubt. You wait with confidence, knowing that harvest time will surely come. I want to speak to you right now. Yes, you, who has been searching, and something deep inside you whispered to click on this message at this exact moment. You didn't arrive here by accident. There are no accidents. You are what I call a rare soul, someone who knows, even if just barely, that there is a power within you that can transform everything, and I mean everything. Your bank account, your relationships, your health, the very circumstances that right now might feel like prison walls around your dreams. I'm going to share something with you today that changed my life completely, and if you really let it sink into the deepest part of your being, it will change yours too. Now, I know what you might be thinking. You've heard promises before. You've tried affirmations that didn't work. You've visualized and hoped and prayed, and still, the bills keep coming. Still, the lack persists. Still, you feel like you're on the outside of prosperity looking in, through a window, at everyone else's abundance. But darling, what if I told you that the only thing standing between you and the infinite abundance that is your divine right, is a single shift in consciousness? Not more effort, not more struggle, a shift. You see, most people are walking around half asleep, hypnotized by what they see with their physical eyes. They look at their empty bank account and declare, "I am poor." They look at their circumstances and announce to the universe, "This is who I am." And the universe, being the perfect mirror that it is, the perfect responder to our inner speech, simply says, "Yes, you're right," and it gives them more of exactly what they're declaring. But you, my dear friend, you're different. You're here because somewhere in your soul you remember something. You remember that you were not born to struggle. You were not placed on this earth to barely survive, to scrape by, to apologize for wanting good things. You have a divine inheritance, and it's time to claim it. Not tomorrow. Not when conditions are perfect. Right now, in this moment, as you hear these words, I spent years of my life watching this truth play out in the most remarkable ways. I've seen people go from complete financial ruin to extraordinary abundance, not through hard labor alone, but through aligning their consciousness with the truth of who they really are. I've watched relationships healed in an instant. I've witnessed bodies restored, and it all begins with understanding one simple, powerful principle that most people miss entirely. The principle is this: asterisk. Your word is your wand, asterisk. Every time you speak, you are decreeing your reality, not requesting it, not hoping for it, asterisk. Decreeing times it. Most people walk through life speaking carelessly, unconsciously. They say, "I'm so tired," and wonder why exhaustion follows them. They declare, "I can't afford that," and then marvel at how money slips through their fingers. They announce, "People always disappoint me," and can't understand why betrayal shows up at every turn. They don't realize they're casting spells with every sentence. I learned this truth the hard way. Years ago, I had a student, a brilliant woman, talented, capable, who came to me in despair. Her life was falling apart. Her health was failing. Her relationships were toxic. Her finances were in ruins. "Florence," she said, "I don't understand. I'm a good person. Why is God punishing me?" I listened to her speak for 20 minutes. And in that time, I counted 17 negative declarations. I never have enough. Nothing ever works out for me. I'm always sick this time of year. I can't trust anyone. She wasn't being punished by God. She was hypnotizing herself with her own words. So I gave her an assignment. For 1 week, she was to speak only blessings, only truth, only what she wanted to experience. If she couldn't say something positive, she was to say nothing at all. The first day, she told me later, she barely spoke 10 sentences. She hadn't realized how negative her habitual speech had become. But by the third day, something shifted. Her words became intentional, powerful. I am divinely guided. My body is temple of the living God. The right and perfect relationships now come to me. Within 2 weeks, her entire life had transformed. A job offer appeared out of nowhere. A toxic friendship naturally fell away, replaced by someone who truly valued her. Her chronic pain she'd had for years, simply vanished. She hadn't changed her circumstances. She'd changed her times, word asterisk, and her circumstances had no choice but to follow. This is not metaphor. This is metaphysical law. Because here's what most people get wrong about faith. They think it's about believing harder, gritting their teeth, and forcing themselves to accept something they don't actually believe. That's not faith. That's exhausting yourself. Real faith is effortless. It's the quiet, knowing that already exists beneath all the noise of doubt. It's not something you manufacture. It's something you uncover. Think of it like this. A seed doesn't strain to become a tree. It doesn't lie awake at night, worrying about whether it has enough faith to grow. The intelligence within that seed knows exactly what to do. Your only job is to plant it in fertile soil and stop digging it up every 5 minutes to check if it's working. Your word is that seed. Your consciousness is the soil. And doubt is you digging it up, examining it, questioning it, strangling it before it ever had a chance to take root. I've watched people pray for healing while mentally planning their funeral. Affirm abundance while calculating exactly how broke they'll be next month. Declare love while rehearsing the speech they'll give when it inevitably falls apart. And then they wonder why nothing changes. You cannot plant apple seeds and expect oranges. You cannot hold the feeling frequency of disaster and expect miracles to show up at your door. Now, I know what you're thinking, but Florence, I can't just ignore reality. I can't pretend I'm not sick when I'm sick, broke when I'm broke, alone when I'm alone. And you're right, I'm not asking you to ignore facts. I'm asking you to stop worshiping them. There's a difference between acknowledging where you are and building an altar to it. Between observing a condition and giving it your faith, your energy, your creative power. Every time you rehearse your problems, you're praying for more of them. Every time you tell the story of your limitation, you're signing a contract with the universe to keep experiencing it. This is why Jesus said, "Judge not by appearances." Not because appearances aren't real, but because they're not final. Your word is the most powerful force in your life, and you're speaking it all day long. The ancient Hebrews understood this so deeply that they wouldn't even speak the name of God aloud. They knew that words weren't just sounds, they were creative forces that shaped reality itself. Think about the conversations you had today. How many times did you say, "I can't afford it"? How many times did you say, "I'm so tired"? How many times did you describe yourself as stressed, overwhelmed, or struggling? Each of those statements was a command to your subconscious mind, and your subconscious mind is the most obedient servant you'll ever have. It doesn't question, it doesn't judge. It simply says, "Your wish is my command," and gets to work making your words true. This is why I always say, watch your words as you would watch a loaded gun. Because that's exactly what they are. Every sentence you speak is loaded with creative power, and it's going to hit something. The question is, what are you aiming at? I once knew a woman who would say every single day, "I never have enough time." She'd say it in the morning, she'd say it at lunch, she'd say it before bed. And you know what? She was absolutely right. She never had enough time. She was always late, always rushed, always behind. Her words had become a self-fulfilling prophecy. Then one day, I challenged her. I said, "For the next 30 days, I want you to say something different. Every time you're tempted to say you don't have enough time, I want you to say instead, 'I have plenty of time for everything that truly matters.'" She looked at me like I was insane. "But that's not true," she protested. I said, "Neither was the other statement, but you believed it into existence. Now let's believe something better into existence." She tried it. And within 2 weeks, her entire experience of time had shifted, not because she suddenly had more hours in the day, but because her consciousness had changed. She stopped creating the experience of time scarcity with her words. This is the secret the masters have always known. You're not describing your life with your words. You're prescribing it. You're writing the script, and the universe is an actor that never misses its cue. Think about that for a moment. Really let it sink in. The universe doesn't argue with you. It doesn't debate. It simply says, your wish is my command. It takes the blueprints you hand it through your words and your thoughts, and it builds your reality exactly to specification. I remember a woman who came to me, and she was drowning in debt. She would tell anyone who'd listen, I can't afford anything. Money just slips through my fingers. I'm always broke. Every conversation, every thought, every word was soaked in lack. And what did she get? More lack. The universe heard her proclamation and said, absolutely, you're broke. Let me show you more ways to be broke. But then something shifted. We worked together, and she began to change her inner speech. Instead of I can't afford it, she started saying, money flows to me easily and constantly. Instead of I'm always broke, she declared, I am a magnet for marigold. Abundance. At first, she felt ridiculous. The bills were still there. The bank account was still empty, but she persisted. Within 3 months, opportunities started appearing. A former employer reached out about a project. She found money she'd forgotten about. Someone repaid an old debt. It wasn't magic in the sense of fantasy. It was magic in the sense of natural law responding to a new vibration, a new declaration. Your words aren't just communication, they're incantations. Every time you speak, you're casting a spell. The question is, are you cursing yourself or blessing yourself? Most people don't realize they're walking around all day long practicing black magic on themselves. I'm so tired. This is too hard. I never get what I want. People always disappoint me. These aren't observations. These are commands. And the universe, in its infinite obedience, must fulfill them. You see, your subconscious mind doesn't argue with you. It doesn't say, are you sure about that? It simply says, your wish is my command. It's the most loyal servant you'll ever have, and the most dangerous master if you don't take charge. I knew a woman who would say every single morning, I'm terrible with money. She'd laugh when she said it, as if it were charming, as if it were just a personality quirk. And year after year, she proved herself right. Not because she lacked intelligence, not because she couldn't learn, but because she had given herself a command, and her faithful subconscious obeyed. I finally asked her, why do you keep saying that? She looked at me, genuinely puzzled. Because it's true, she said, and there it was. The prison she'd built with her own words, and then locked herself inside. The truth is, nothing is just true until you decide it is. Your reality is far more flexible than you've been taught to believe. What you call facts are often just habits of thought that have hardened into experience. So I gave her new words. I am learning to manage money wisely. Simple. Not a lie, not a leap too far for her belief to accept. Just a gentle redirection. And do you know what happened? Within weeks, she found a financial advisor. Within months, she had a budget she actually followed. The money didn't change, she changed, and the money followed. This is the power you're wielding every moment of every day. Whether you realize it or not, your words are setting the trajectory. They're programming the destination into your life's GPS. And the universe doesn't care if you're programming in coordinates for paradise or prison. It just takes you where you tell it to go. Listen to yourself for one full day. I mean, really listen. Hear the casual cruelties you speak over your own life. I'm so stupid. I can't ever remember names. I'm always late. Nothing ever works out for me. Every single one is a brick in the wall between you and your arfiness. Good. The ancient wisdom tells us life and death are in the power of the tongue. Not metaphorically, not poetically, literally. You are speaking life or death over your circumstances, your relationships, your bank account, your very body every single day. Now here's where most people stumble. They think they can affirm abundance while secretly believing in lack. They say, I am wealthy, while their inner voice screams, who are you kidding? Look at your bank account. This is what I call the split mind. And let me tell you, the split mind receives split results. Confusion, starts and stops, 2 steps forward, 3 steps back. You cannot serve two masters. You cannot hold the word of prosperity on your lips while clutching the word of poverty in your heart. The subconscious mind is listening. Always. It's like a faithful servant who takes every order you give it, whether you speak it consciously or unconsciously. It doesn't judge, it doesn't filter. It simply says, "Yes, master," and gets to work creating whatever you've declared. This is why I tell my students, watch your inner conversations more carefully than your outer ones. What are you saying to yourself in the shower, in traffic, when you look in the mirror, when you check your bank balance, when someone mentions that person who hurt you? Those words matter. Those silent declarations are shaping your world just as powerfully as anything you speak aloud. I knew a woman who wanted to marry, desperately. But every time she saw a happy couple, she would think, "Must be nice. That'll never be me." Every single time. Then she wondered why she kept attracting unavailable men. Your words are setting the table for your life. If you're constantly saying, "I can't afford this," you're sending out invitations to poverty. If you're saying, "I'm always sick," you're rolling out the welcome mat for disease. If you're saying, "Nothing ever works out for me," you're hiring failure as your personal assistant. I've watched this play out thousands of times. A person comes to me in complete chaos, and within 5 minutes of conversation, I can tell you exactly why their life looks the way it does. Their words have painted the picture. But here's the magnificent truth that makes me want to shout from every rooftop. The moment you change your words, you begin to change your world. Not eventually, not someday, now. Because right now, while you're hesitating, while you're waiting for permission or the perfect moment or all your doubts to magically disappear, someone else is claiming the very thing you want. I'm not saying that to scare you. I'm saying it because it's true. The universe doesn't hold things in reserve. It doesn't put opportunities in a vault with your name on them while you get ready. Energy flows where attention goes, and if you're not claiming something, someone else is. This is why the lukewarm attitude is so dangerous. You can't whisper your desires and expect the universe to shout them back. You can't tiptoe around your dreams and expect them to run toward you. You can't give half your heart to something and expect full manifestation. The universe responds to conviction, to certainty, to the person who says, "This is mine," and doesn't flinch. I've seen it 1,000 times. 2 people wanting the same thing, same qualifications, same circumstances. But one of them claims it with absolute faith, and the other one hopes for it with fingers crossed. Guess who gets it every single time? The one who claims. Not because they're luckier, not because they deserve it more, but because they aligned themselves with it completely. They became an energetic match for what they wanted. And here's what most people don't understand. Claiming isn't arrogance. It's not entitlement. It's not demanding that the universe bend to your ego. Claiming is recognizing what's already yours in the spiritual realm and calling it forth into the material. It's knowing that before you even asked, it was given. And your job isn't to create it from nothing, it's to accept the gift that's already been wrapped. Think about it this way. If someone handed you a present with your name on it, would you stand there debating whether you deserve it? Would you push it away and say, "Oh no, I couldn't possibly"? No, you'd take it. You'd say thank you. You'd open it with gratitude and joy. That's what claiming is. It's accepting what's already yours. But we've been taught to be small, to wait our turn, to not ask for too much, to be grateful for crumbs while the feast sits untouched. And I'm telling you, that's not spiritual. That's not humble. That's fear dressed up as virtue. Because real humility isn't about making yourself small. Real humility is recognizing that God didn't create you to be small. Real humility is saying, "I am a channel for infinite abundance, and I accept it with gratitude." That's not arrogance, that's alignment. You want to know what true spiritual poverty looks like? It's refusing the gift that's already been given to you. It's like standing in the rain with an umbrella in your hand, refusing to open it because you think getting drenched proves you're holy. God isn't impressed by your suffering. God is waiting for you to open the umbrella. Now, I've watched people sabotage their own blessings because they thought they had to pay for them with pain first. They'd get an opportunity, a real, tangible opportunity, and they'd immediately start creating obstacles. "Oh, but I'm not ready. Oh, but what if it doesn't work out? Oh, but I don't deserve this yet." and I would say to them, "Who told you that you don't deserve it? Was it God? Or was it your Aunt Ethel who's been miserable for 40 years and doesn't want you to be happy because it would remind her of her own wasted life?" Because here's what I know. Your inner voice, the real one, the one connected to divine intelligence, that voice never tells you that you're unworthy. That voice never says, "Suffer more, wait longer, prove yourself, harder." That's the voice of fear. That's the voice of the world. That's the voice of people who gave up on their own dreams and now make a hobby out of crushing yours. The voice of God says, "This is for you. Take it. I made it specifically for you." And if you can't hear that voice, it's because you've been listening to the other voices for so long that they've drowned it out. You've tuned your radio to the station of lack, and that station plays the same song on repeat. Not enough, not yet, not you, not now. I'm here to tell you to change the station. You change it with your words, with your thoughts, with your absolute refusal to participate in poverty consciousness one more single day. I learned this from a woman who came to me with $17 in her purse and no idea where rent was coming from. She was a talented seamstress, but she'd been affirming poverty for so long that it became her reality. "I can't afford fabric. I can't afford a better machine. Nobody wants to pay what my work is worth." I stopped her right there. Every single word you just spoke is a prayer for poverty. Do you understand that? You're literally asking the universe to prove you right. We changed her statement that very hour. "I am abundantly supplied with all the materials I need. My work is recognized and valued. Money flows to me easily and constantly." She said it felt like lying at first, like she was playing pretend. But I told her, and I'm telling you, that feeling is just your old consciousness dying. Let it die. Within 3 weeks, a woman approached her at church, saw a dress she'd made, asked if she did custom work. That one commission led to 5 more. Within 2 months, she had more work than she could handle. Within 6 months, she moved into a larger apartment with a dedicated studio space. Magic? No. Law. Absolute, unchangeable, responsive law. Your word is your wand. Every time you speak, you're casting a spell. Most people are walking around cursing themselves all day long and wondering why their life feels cursed. "I'm so broke. I'm struggling. I can't catch a break. Nothing ever works out for me." Stop it. Stop it right now. Your words are setting the mold that the universe must fill. When you say, "I can't afford it," the universe says, "Your wish is my command." When you say, "I never have enough," creation responds, "You're absolutely right. Here's more not enough for you." You think you're just making conversation, just venting, just being realistic. But there's no such thing as just words. Words are containers of power. They carry vibration, frequency, creative force. The same force that spoke worlds into existence is flowing through your mouth right now. What are you creating with it? This is why I'm so ruthless about language. I correct myself mid-sentence. If I hear myself starting to claim limitation, I stop and reverse it immediately. I don't have weight, no. There is infinite supply available to Broad. To me right now. It might sound strange to people around you at first, but your bank account won't think it's strange when it starts filling up. Your words are the architects of your reality. I cannot emphasize this enough. Every single thing you say after "I am" is creating your future. When you say, "I am broke," the universe doesn't argue. It says, "Your wish is my command," and sends you more broke. When you say, "I am abundant," it does the exact same thing. It matches that frequency and brings you abundance. I've watched people sabotage million-dollar opportunities with their mouths. They get the interview, the meeting, the connection, and then they say things like, "I'm not really qualified," or "I probably won't get it anyway." And guess what? They're right. Not because they weren't qualified, but because they claimed their disqualification with their own words. Here's what I do differently now. I speak about money as if it's already mine, not in some fake, forced way that feels like lying, but in a way that acknowledges the truth of the spiritual realm. "I am so grateful for the financial abundance flowing to me" isn't a lie. It's a truth that hasn't manifested in the physical yet. But it's real in the invisible, and the invisible always precedes the visible. I also stopped explaining my lack. Someone asks how business is going, and the old me would launch into a 10-minute explanation of why things were slow, why the market was tough, why clients weren't paying. Now, business is wonderful. I'm experiencing tremendous growth. Even if my bank account hasn't caught up yet, I'm speaking the end result, not the current condition. Because whatever I speak about, I bring about. And here's something that might surprise you. I stopped letting other people speak poverty over me. When someone says, must be nice, or in this economy, I don't accept that. I don't argue with them, but I don't agree either. I just smile and change the subject, because I refuse to let someone else's limited thinking contaminate my abundant reality. You have to guard your mouth like you guard your bank account. Actually, guard it more carefully, because your mouth determines what goes into your bank account. Every complaint is a prayer for more things to complain about. Every statement of lack is an order placed with the universe for more lack. I know this sounds dramatic, but I watched a woman lose her business because she couldn't stop talking about losing it. 6 months before it actually happened, she was already telling everyone who would listen how hard things were, how clients were leaving, how she probably wouldn't make it through the year. And you know what? She was right. But here's the thing. She wasn't predicting the future. She was creating it. Every conversation was a brick in the wall of her own prison. Every business is terrible was an instruction to her subconscious mind. Every I can't afford this was a command to universal law. Now, contrast that with someone I know who treats her words like seeds she's planting in a garden. She doesn't lie about her circumstances, but she carefully chooses what she speaks into existence. Instead of I'm broke, she says, money is flowing to me now. Instead of nobody's buying, she says, my perfect clients are finding me. Same circumstances, completely different harvest. See, your subconscious mind doesn't judge whether your words are true or false. It just says, okay, you're the boss, and gets to work manifesting whatever you're consistently declaring. It's like a faithful servant who takes every instruction literally. This is why wealthy people talk differently than poor people, even before they're wealthy. They guard their words the way a soldier guards a fortress. They understand that speech is the bridge between the invisible and the visible. You cannot speak poverty and live abundance. It's impossible. It's like trying to plant tomatoes and harvest roses. The universe doesn't work that way. And yes, I can hear some of you saying, but Florence, I'm just being realistic. I'm just telling the truth about my situation. Are you though? Or are you rehearsing one possible future and calling it truth? Because last time I checked, truth includes the fact that you have creative power. Truth includes the fact that circumstances can change. Truth includes the infinite possibilities available to you right now. When you say, I can't afford it, you're not being truthful. You're being limited. The more accurate statement would be, I'm choosing not to purchase this right now. Or better yet, this or something better is coming to me now. Because here's what I've observed time and time again. Your words are setting your financial thermostat. Every single day, you're either expanding or contracting your receiving capacity with the language you choose. I once knew a woman who would say, I'm so broke 5, 6, 7 times a day. It was her greeting, her goodbye, her explanation for everything. And you know what happened? She became a magnet for broken things. Broken appliances, broken relationships, broken opportunities. Because broke wasn't just describing her bank account, it was describing her entire consciousness. When I suggested she change her vocabulary, she resisted at first. But it's true, she insisted. I am broke. And I said to her what I'm saying to you now. Stop defending your limitations as if they're treasures worth protecting. Your job isn't to be accurate about your current circumstances. Your job is to be faithful to your vision. So she began a new practice. Instead of I'm broke, she started saying money flows to me easily and naturally. Instead of I can't afford it, she said I'm open to receiving this or something better. Instead of complaining about bills, she blessed them as she paid them, saying, I give thanks for the abundance that allows me to pay this easily. Within 3 months, she played of Hife, received an unexpected inheritance from a distant relative she barely knew. Within 6 months, she'd started a small business that grew beyond anything she'd imagined. Within a year, she was teaching others about prosperity. Was it magic? No. It was law. Universal law that works with mathematical precision every single time. Your subconscious mind is incredibly literal. It doesn't judge whether your words are helping or hurting you. It simply accepts what you tell it and sets about making it real. When you say, I never have enough, it says, yes, master, and creates more situations where you don't have enough. When you say, money comes to me from expected and unexpected sources, It says yes, master, and opens channels you never even knew existed. This is why I'm so passionate about this work. Because I've seen what happens when people finally understand that their words aren't just sounds, they're creative forces that shape their entire reality. Now, let me share something with you that might sound radical, but it's absolutely true. Your subconscious mind doesn't care whether something is realistic or not. It only knows what you consistently tell it. If you tell it every day that money is scarce, that you have to struggle, that things are hard, it will faithfully create that experience for you. But if you tell it every day that you are divinely supplied, that abundance is your natural state, that all your needs are met, it will create that instead. I've watched people transform their entire financial situations simply by changing their daily declarations. A woman came to me once who was drowning in debt. Every morning, she would wake up and immediately start worrying about her bills. I said to her, "What if, instead of worrying, you spent those first moments speaking words of abundance?" She looked at me like I was suggesting she ignore reality. But I explained, worrying is ignoring reality, the reality that God is your source, not your bank account. She started saying every morning, "I am a daughter of the infinite. All that belongs to the Father belongs to me. My supply is endless, immediate, and divinely orchestrated." Within 3 months, she received an unexpected inheritance from a distant relative she barely knew. Within 6 months, her business tripled its income. Within a year, she was completely debt-free with money in savings. Did the affirmations magically create money out of thin air? No. They shifted her consciousness from lack to abundance, and that shift opened her awareness to opportunities that had always been there, but that she couldn't see through the fog of her worry and fear. This is what I mean when I say, your word is your wand. You are literally casting spells, speaking things into existence every time you open your mouth. The question is, are you casting spells that bless your life or curse it? Are you speaking words that open doors or close them? Are you declaring abundance or affirming lack? Every single time you open your mouth, you're either building your future or demolishing it. There is no neutral territory in the spiritual realm. Your words are never idle. They're always working, always creating, always manifesting something in the invisible world that will eventually take form in the visible. I've watched people pray beautiful prayers in church on Sunday, then spend Monday through Saturday complaining about everything in their lives, and they wonder why their prayers seem powerless. It's because they're using 6 days of cursing to cancel out 1 day of blessing. The mathematics of the spiritual world are exact. You cannot sow thistles 6 days a week and expect to harvest roses on the 7th. Your consistent conversation reveals your true faith, not what you say when you're being spiritual. Not what you declare when you're trying to impress others, but what comes out of your mouth in unguarded moments. That's your real prayer. That's your actual decree. That's what the universe is responding to. I once knew a woman who affirmed prosperity every morning. She had beautiful affirmations written all over her home. But whenever the subject of money came up in conversation, she would say, "Well, you know, people like us never get ahead." That phrase, "people like us," was her real decree, and it locked her into limitation more powerfully than 1,000 morning affirmations could unlock her. The phrase, "people like us," is one of the most dangerous curses you can speak over your own life, because it puts you in a category. It assigns you to a group, and that group has limitations built right into it. People like us don't become wealthy. People like us don't get lucky breaks. People like us have to struggle. Every time you say it, you're reinforcing the prison walls around your own potential. But here's what I want you to understand. There is no people like us. There is only you. A unique expression of divine life with infinite potential. The moment you stop identifying with any limiting group and start identifying with the infinite possibilities within you, everything changes. Your mouth is the rudder of your life's ship. A tiny rudder directs a massive vessel. Your words may seem small, but they determine the direction of your entire existence. Turn the rudder toward abundance, and your life follows. Turn it toward lack, and your life follows just as faithfully. So I'm asking you now, what direction is your mouth pointing your life? Listen to yourself for 1 full day. Really listen. Notice what you're saying about your health, your relationships, your finances, your future. I want you to stop right where you are and listen to me very carefully, because what I'm about to share with you in the next few minutes has the power to completely transform your relationship with money, abundance, and prosperity forever. Now, I know that sounds bold, I know it sounds almost too good to be true, but I promise you, if you stay with me, if you truly open your heart and your mind to what I'm going to tell you, you will walk away from this moment a different person. You will understand something about the nature of abundance that most people never grasp in their entire lifetime. And here's the most beautiful part, the part that makes my heart absolutely sing with joy. This transformation doesn't take years of struggle, it doesn't require you to work yourself to the bone, and it certainly doesn't depend on your current circumstances, how much money is in your bank account right now, or what your financial history looks like. The change begins right here, right now, in this very moment we're sharing together. You see, I've spent years studying the invisible laws that govern our universe, the spiritual principles that determine whether we live in lack or abundance, in struggle or ease, in poverty or prosperity. And what I've discovered, what I've proven time and time again in my own life and in the lives of countless others, is that money, true lasting wealth, doesn't come from where you think it does. It doesn't come from working harder or longer hours. It doesn't come from manipulating others or scheming and plotting. It doesn't even come primarily from your education or your connections, though these things certainly have their place. No, my dear friend, money comes from something far more powerful, far more reliable, and far more available to you right now than any of those external things. Money flows from your consciousness. It flows from your thinking. It flows from the words you speak and the images you hold in your mind. And most importantly, it flows in direct response to spiritual law, laws that are just as real and just as reliable as the law of gravity. Now, I can almost hear some of you thinking, but Florence, I've tried positive thinking before and it didn't work. Or, I've said affirmations and nothing changed. Or, I've visualized and prayed and still my bank account is empty. And I want you to know, I understand that frustration completely. I've felt it myself in the darker moments of my own journey. But here's what I've learned, and here's what I need you to really hear. Those approaches failed not because the law doesn't work, but because they were applied without true understanding. They were applied with doubt underneath. They were applied with fear lurking in the shadows. They were applied with one part of your mind saying the words, while another part was secretly contradicting them, canceling them out, making them powerless. You see, the universe doesn't respond to what you say with your lips alone. The universe responds to what you truly believe in your heart. The universe responds to your deep conviction. The universe responds to the vibration of your entire being, conscious and subconscious, and that's what we're going to address today. You see, most people come to spiritual work with what I call a divided consciousness. They say their affirmations in the morning, they visualize their desires, they speak their words of power, and then they spend the rest of the day worrying. They build their house of faith with one hand while tearing it down with the other. I've watched this pattern unfold countless times. A woman comes to me and says, "Florence, I've been affirming abundance for 6 months. I say my statements every single day, but nothing's changing." And then, in the very next breath, she tells me how worried she is about her bills. She tells me how she can't afford this or that. She tells me all the reasons why money is scarce and hard to come by. Do you see the contradiction? She's trying to plant roses while watering weeds. Your subconscious mind is always listening. Always. It doesn't take a vacation. It doesn't clock out at 5 o'clock. Every word you speak, every thought you entertain, every emotion you feel, your subconscious is recording it all, accepting it all as instruction, as direction for what to create in your outer world. This is why I tell my students, you must become a guardian at the gateway of your thoughts. You must stand watch over your inner conversations. Because these inner conversations, these habitual thought patterns, are writing the script of your life far more powerfully than any affirmation you speak for 5 minutes each morning. Let me share something that might surprise you. The subconscious mind doesn't understand negatives. When you say, "I am not poor," your subconscious simply hears poor and goes to work creating more experiences of poverty. When you say, "I will not be sick," it hears sick and manifests illness. This is why affirmations must always be stated in the positive. You must claim what you desire, not push against what you don't want. But here's where it gets deeper, and this is what most teaching on affirmations misses entirely. It's not just about the words being positive. It's about the feeling beneath the words. It's about the vibration that accompanies your statement. You can say, "I am abundantly supplied" all day long, but if underneath those words there's a trembling fear, If there's a silent voice whispering, "But what if it doesn't work?" If there's a clenched desperation in your solar plexus, that's what your subconscious receives. That's what goes into the creative medium of mind. Your subconscious responds to conviction. It responds to the feeling of certainty. It responds to that quality of consciousness that already knows, that already possesses, that already has what it desires. This is what I mean when I speak of faith. Real faith isn't blind belief. Real faith is a quality of knowing. It's a settled assurance in your heart. It's the ability to see with your inner eye what hasn't yet appeared to your outer eye and to feel it as absolutely real. Think about this for a moment. When you know you have money in the bank, there's a certain feeling that accompanies that knowing. There's ease, there's relaxation, there's confidence. You don't worry about the check you just wrote because you know it's covered. That's the feeling you must bring to your affirmations. That's the consciousness you must establish. Not the desperate hoping of someone who's broke and terrified, but the calm assurance of someone who knows their supply is certain. Every morning, you must mentally rehearse this truth. Before the bills arrive, before the doubts come screaming, before your logical mind starts calculating lack, you speak your word. You declare, "Infinite Spirit, open the way for my immediate supply. Let all that is mine by divine right now reach me, in great avalanches of abundance." Notice I said times great avalanches asterisk. Not a trickle, not just enough to scrape by. Avalanches. Because God doesn't do poverty. The universe doesn't deal in limitations. Those are human inventions, manufactured in the factory of fear. I knew a woman who came to me in absolute despair. Her husband had lost his position, they were 3 months behind on rent, and eviction was imminent. She wept as she told me, "I've tried everything. I've looked for work, we've sold what we could, and still nothing comes." I said to her, "You've tried everything except the one thing that works. You've tried human effort without spiritual recognition. You're rowing your boat with tremendous energy, but you haven't raised your sail to catch the divine wind." I taught her to stop looking at the empty bank account, stop rehearsing the disaster, stop telling everyone her tale of woe, which only planted more seeds of lack. Instead, every morning and evening, she stood before her mirror and declared, "I am a child of the infinite. My supply is endless, immediate, and right at hand." Was it easy for her? No. Her mind fought back viciously. It screamed, "You're lying to yourself. Look at the facts." But she persisted. She treated those negative thoughts like uninvited guests, acknowledged them, then firmly showed them the door. Within 1 week, her husband received a telegram about a position he'd applied for 6 months earlier and forgotten about. The salary was double what he'd been making. Within 2 weeks, they had paid every debt and had money remaining. Magic? No. Law, spiritual law, as reliable as gravity. She changed her consciousness, and her world rearranged itself to match. This is what I mean by treatment. You're not begging God to change your circumstances. You're aligning yourself with the truth that has always existed. You're remembering what you forgot in your panic, that you are an inlet and an outlet of infinite supply. The moment you truly accept this, something shifts in the invisible realm. Doors you didn't know existed swing open. People think of you out of nowhere and offer opportunities. Money comes from directions you never anticipated. I've seen it happen with such peculiar precision that it would make a skeptic's head spin. A woman needed exactly $300 by Thursday. She did her spiritual work, holding fast to the vision of supply. On Wednesday, she received a check for $300 from a company refund she'd completely forgotten about from 2 years prior. The universe has no problem with details. It's not confused about timing. Your job isn't to figure out times how times or times when times or times from where asterisk. Your job is to establish the consciousness of abundance, then get out of the way. Your subconscious doesn't reason, it doesn't argue. It simply accepts what you persistently feed it and begins to outpicture that in your world. If you feed it worry about bills, it says, "All right, more situations to worry about bills." If you feed it gratitude for abundance, it says, "Wonderful, more reasons to feel abundant." This is why affirmation without feeling is just noise. You can say, "I am rich" 1,000 times while feeling poor inside, and nothing shifts. But when you say, "I am grateful for the abundance flowing to me now," and actually times that warm certainty in your chest, in your belly, that's when the subconscious receives the instruction. I worked with a woman who'd been affirming prosperity for months with no results. I asked her to stop affirming and start noticing. For 1 week, I said, just notice every single thing you already have that someone somewhere is praying for. She came back transformed. I have running water, she told me, tears in her eyes. I have a bed. I have working eyes to read with. I have a body that wakes up every morning. That noticing created times feeling asterisk. That feeling impressed the subconscious. Within 3 weeks, an unexpected contract came through that doubled her income. You see, the universe doesn't respond to your words. It responds to your vibration, your emotional state, the consciousness you're broadcasting. And you cannot fake that vibration. You can't pretend your way into abundance, but you can genuinely find things to appreciate right now, and that genuine appreciation shifts everything. Now, let's talk about what I call the supply chain of the universe. Most people think supply comes from their job, their spouse, their business, their investments. And so they live in constant fear that those channels might close. They clutch, they control, they manipulate. But here's the truth that sets you free. Your supply comes from times God asterisk, from the universe, from infinite intelligence, whatever name you prefer. Your job, your business, these are merely channels through which supply flows. They are not the source. When you understand this deeply, truly understand it, you stop being afraid. A channel closes? Fine. The universe will open another one. You lose a client? Wonderful. That makes room for 3 better ones. Your employer downsizes? Perfect timing for the new opportunity that's already on its way. I've seen this play out so many times it would make your head spin. A man loses what he thinks is his dream job and falls into despair. 6 months later, he's running his own company, making 3 times the salary, saying that firing was the best thing that ever happened to me. A woman's biggest client leaves without warning. 2 weeks later, a contract 10 times larger lands in her lap. The universe is always upgrading your good when you let it, but you have to release your death grip on the old channels. You have to trust that source is bigger than any one person, any one opportunity, any one stream of income. This is where most people stumble. They intellectually understand the concept, but emotionally they're still white-knuckling whatever they've got, terrified it'll slip away. And that very fear, that clutching, blocks the new good trying to reach them. I tell my students, hold everything lightly, appreciate what you have, yes. Be grateful for current blessings, absolutely. But don't strangle them with fear-based attachment. Don't make anything your God except the infinite intelligence that sources all things. When you truly grasp that your good comes through people and situations, but from the universe itself, you walk differently. You breathe differently. You stop begging and start expecting. You stop manipulating and start allowing. You stop trying to convince the universe and start knowing it already knows. I've watched people exhaust themselves for years, trying to force doors open, pushing against reality with their bare hands, demanding that life comply with their timetable. And then one day, they simply decide. They decide that what they want already exists. They decide that the universe heard them the first time. They decide to rest in the knowing instead of drowning in the asking. And that's when everything shifts. Because here's what most people don't understand about divine timing. It's not slow. It's not making you wait for the sake of building character or teaching you patience through suffering. Divine timing is actually instant, but you have to be the right person to receive what you're asking for. The universe isn't delaying your good. You are. With every moment you spend identifying as someone who doesn't have it yet, every single day you wake up and practice being the person who's still waiting is a day you push your desire further away. Every single day you rehearse lack, you're casting yourself in that role. You're the actor who keeps showing up to play the part of person without what they want, and then you're confused when that's the only role you get. The universe can only give you what matches your conviction. Not your hope, not your wish, not your desperate plea in the middle of the night. Your conviction, your knowing, your unshakable certainty that it's done. I want you to think about something for a moment. Think about breathing. You don't hope you'll breathe tomorrow. You don't affirm every morning, I am now breathing, I deserve to breathe, I am open to receiving breath. You just breathe. There's no question. There's no doubt. There's no backup plan if breathing doesn't work out. That's the energy of manifestation. That's the frequency of faith. When you know something is yours, you stop checking for evidence every 5 minutes. You stop interrogating reality, demanding proof, looking for signs that you're not delusional. You simply proceed as if it's handled. You make space in your life for it. You speak about it in present tense or past tense, never future tense. Because future tense means not now, and not now is a frequency that creates more not now. I had a student once who wanted to manifest a relationship. She'd been alone for years, and she was so hungry for love that her entire energy field was screaming desperation. She would text me constantly, "When will he come? Where is he? Did I do the visualization wrong? Should I try a different affirmation?" And I finally told her, "You're treating your desire like a missing person. You're putting up flyers, checking the news, filing reports. What if you just started setting the table for two?" She looked at me like I was insane. But she did it. She started living like someone who was loved. She bought a bigger bed. She cleared space in her closet. She stopped talking about being single like it was a chronic condition. She stopped attending therapy sessions dedicated to why I'm still alone. She simply decided that her person was on their way, and she had nothing to do but be ready and enjoy her life in the meantime. 3 months later, she met him. Not because she did a special ritual, not because she finally said the right affirmation, but because she became the energetic match for the relationship she wanted. She stopped broadcasting, "I'm alone and it's a problem," and started broadcasting, "I'm whole and I'm ready." The universe reorganized itself to match her. This is what I need you to understand. You are not powerless in this process, but your power doesn't come from forcing or controlling. Your power comes from decisiveness. From the moment you decide something is yours, the universe has no choice but to deliver it. If you maintain that decision, if you don't waver back into doubt, if you don't keep reopening the case you already closed, most people make a decision on Monday and unmake it by Wednesday. They declare something is theirs in the morning and revoke it by evening. They plant a seed and then dig it up every day to see if it's growing yet. And then they wonder why nothing blooms. This inconsistency creates a vibrational confusion that stops everything in its tracks. The universe responds to your dominant frequency, not your occasional hopeful thought. When you spend 5 minutes affirming abundance and 5 hours worrying about bills, guess which signal you're actually broadcasting? I've watched people do this dance for years. They light candles and say prayers and create vision boards, and all of that is beautiful, it truly is. But then they check their bank account with dread in their stomach. They open bills with resentment coursing through them. They see someone else's success and feel that familiar sting of jealousy, and every single one of those moments is a prayer too. Every emotion is speaking to the invisible forces around you. Every feeling is placing an order with the universe. You cannot curse your situation Monday through Saturday and expect Sunday's affirmations to override it all. That's not how this works. The spiritual law is mathematical in its precision. You get what you predominantly ARA, not what you occasionally want. Here's what genuinely works. Choose your reality and stop negotiating with it. Decide what is true in the spiritual realm and refuse to let the physical world talk you out of it. When the evidence contradicts you, smile and say, "Interesting, that's the old story completing itself. I'm already living in the new one." This is not denial, this is dominion. There's a profound difference. Denial says, "I won't look at my problems." Dominion says, "I see the current circumstances, and I choose not to empower them with my agreement." Denial is running away from what is. Dominion is standing firm in what's becoming. I knew a woman who was being evicted from her apartment. She had 30 days to vacate. Every friend she had was telling her to panic, to scramble, to compromise on something less than what she wanted. But she had been studying these principles, really studying them, and she decided to do something radical. She blessed that apartment and thanked it for serving its purpose. She declared that something far better was already for self, prepared for her. She spoke to her new home as though it already existed, and she meant it. That's the crucial part. She wasn't performing, she was perceiving. She saw it completed. Every day, she'd walk through her cramped apartment and thank her beautiful new spacious home for receiving her. She'd sit in her uncomfortable chair and feel the comfort of the furniture that was coming. She treated the invisible as more real than the visible. With 3 days left before eviction, a friend called out of nowhere. Someone was leaving the country unexpectedly and needed to sublet their apartment immediately. It was twice the size, in a better neighborhood, for less money than she'd been paying. And it was available exactly when she needed it. Coincidence? Only if you believe in coincidences. I don't. I believe in spiritual law operating with perfect precision. This is what's available to all of us when we stop being spiritual tourists and become spiritual residents. When we stop visiting faith on Sundays and start living from it on Tuesdays. When we treat the invisible realm with more respect than the visible one. Your thoughts are not just things happening in your head. They're seeds planted in fertile soil. Your words are not just sounds evaporating into air. They're commands issued to creative forces that must obey. Your feelings are not just internal weather patterns. They're magnetic frequencies attracting corresponding circumstances. This means you have far more power than you've been taught. It also means you have far more responsibility. You cannot keep thinking poverty and speaking lack and feeling resentment while expecting abundance to somehow find you anyway. That's not faith, that's magical thinking, and there's a difference. Faith is knowing that the bridge is there, even when you can't see it yet. It's walking toward your good with certainty, while simultaneously putting one foot in front of the other in the physical world. I remember a woman who came to me wanting to heal her relationship with her sister. They hadn't spoken in 5 years. She wanted to do the spiritual work, to forgive, to release. And she did. She prayed, she affirmed, she visualized reconciliation. But she never picked up the phone. She never wrote the letter. She never took a single action in the direction of what she was claiming to want. And nothing changed. Because the universe responds to movement. It responds to commitment demonstrated through action, not just through thought. So I asked her, if you truly believed reconciliation was possible, what would you do? And she said, without hesitation, I'd reach out. So I said, then that's your next step. The spiritual work prepares the soil, but you still have to plant the seed. Within a week, she had written the letter. Within a month, they were talking. Within 6 months, the relationship was healed. Not because the affirmations were magic words, but because the affirmations changed her consciousness, and her changed consciousness led to inspired action. This is how manifestation actually works. You don't sit on your couch affirming a new job while ignoring opportunities. You don't visualize perfect health while eating garbage and never moving your body. You don't claim abundance while refusing to look at your bank account or take responsibility for your finances. The spiritual work changes you. And when you change, your actions change. And when your actions change, your results change. It's not bypassing. It's not just think positive. It's a complete transformation of consciousness that naturally expresses itself in your physical reality. And here's what they'll never tell you in those instant manifestation videos. Sometimes the action you're called to take is exactly the thing you've been avoiding. Sometimes the bridge to your healing is having the hard conversation. Sometimes the bridge to your abundance is getting professional help with your money trauma. Sometimes the bridge to your dream life is ending the relationship that's draining your life force. The spiritual work gives you the strength to do what needs to be done, but it doesn't exempt you from doing it. I learned this the hard way, like most of us do. There was a period in my life when I was waiting for divine intervention to solve a problem that required my participation. I was praying, affirming, meditating, all the spiritual practices, but I wasn't dealing with the practical reality in front of me. And one day, in the silence, I heard so clearly, I've given you hands, use them. It wasn't harsh, it was loving. Like a parent encouraging a child who's capable of more than they're attempting. I had been treating spirituality like a way to avoid responsibility, but real spirituality increases your ability to respond. That's what responsibility actually means. Responsibility. The ability to respond to your life with wisdom, courage, and action. So, here's the truth they won't put in a 30-second video. You are a co-creator, not a customer. You're not ordering from a cosmic menu and waiting for delivery. You're participating in the unfolding of your own life. Your consciousness sets the direction, and your actions pave the road. And when those two things align, when your inner world and your outer world are moving in the same direction, that's when you see what people call miracles, but they're not violations of natural law. They're the natural result of working in harmony with spiritual principle. Now, you might be sitting there thinking, Florence, this all sounds lovely in theory, but how do I actually live this way when everything around me seems to be falling apart? And that's a fair question. Because I'm not asking you to pretend everything is fine when it isn't. I'm not suggesting you put on rose-colored glasses and skip through life ignoring reality. What I'm saying is that your current reality is the result of your past patterns of thought and speech, and your future reality will be created by what you're thinking and saying right now. So when everything seems to be going wrong, that's actually the most important time to hold to spiritual principle. That's when your words carry the most power, because you're either going to reinforce the pattern that created the problem, or you're going to break it. I worked with a man once whose business had failed. He'd lost everything, or so it seemed. And he came to me absolutely defeated, ready to declare bankruptcy, ready to give up. I asked him what he wanted instead, not what he was afraid of, not what he was trying to avoid. What did he actually want? He said, "I want to build something solid, something that serves people, something I can be proud of." So I told him to stop talking about the failure, stop telling the story of what went wrong. Every time someone asked about his business, he was to speak about what he was building, not what he'd lost. It felt dishonest to him at first. He said, "But Florence, I don't have a business anymore. How can I talk about what I'm building when I'm starting from nothing?" And I said, "You're not starting from nothing. You're starting from experience, from wisdom, from a clear vision of what you want to create. That's not nothing. That's everything." He started speaking differently. When people asked what happened, he said, "I learned exactly what doesn't work, and now I'm building something better." He talked about his plans as though they were already unfolding. He described his ideal business as though it already existed in potential, just waiting to manifest. Within a year, he had a new venture that was thriving, but the real miracle wasn't the business. It was the transformation in him. He'd learned that he wasn't at the mercy of circumstances. He was the creative center of his own experience. This is what I mean by working with spiritual law. You don't deny the present facts, you just refuse to. Build your future out of them. Your word is the bridge between the invisible and the visible, between what is and what can be. And you get to choose, in every moment, what you're going to build that bridge toward. Now here's something that might surprise you. This work isn't about being perfect. It's about being persistent. You're going to slip up. You're going to have moments where fear takes over and you speak from limitation. I still do it myself sometimes. We're human. The difference is, now you know what you're doing. So when you catch yourself speaking fear or lack, you simply correct it. You don't make it mean you've failed. You just say, "No, that's not what I'm claiming. This is what I'm claiming instead." You treat it like correcting your aim. You're not throwing the whole game away because one shot went wide. You just adjust and take the next shot, and gradually, it becomes more natural. The new patterns start to feel normal. Speaking from faith instead of fear becomes your default setting. That's when life gets really interesting, because you're no longer working against yourself. Your inner world and your outer world start to harmonize. The things you need begin showing up without you having to force or manipulate or struggle. And that's when life becomes playful again. That's when you stop treating manifestation like a grim battle and start treating it like a dance. You begin to notice the winks from the universe, the synchronicities that make you laugh out loud, the person who mentions exactly what you needed to hear, the book that falls open to the perfect page, the coincidence that's so perfectly timed it can't possibly be random. These aren't accidents, they're confirmations. They're the universe saying, "Yes, I hear you, I'm working on it. Keep going." And here's what nobody tells you about this level of consciousness. It doesn't mean everything becomes easy. It means everything becomes meaningful. You still face challenges, but now, you see them as redirections rather than rejections. You still encounter delays, but you trust they're protecting you from something you couldn't see. The person who didn't hire you, they just saved you from a toxic workplace. The relationship that ended, it cleared space for the right person. The door that closed, it was hiding a wall, and there's a better door just around the corner. This is what Florence Scovel meant when she talked about divine timing. It's not about things happening when you want them, it's about things happening when they should. And when you stop resisting that timing, when you stop throwing tantrums because reality isn't moving at your preferred speed, everything accelerates. Because you're no longer creating energetic friction. You're flowing with life instead of against it. Now, I want to be clear about something before we close. This isn't about perfection. You're not going to master your thoughts overnight. You're going to catch yourself spiraling into worry. You're going to notice old patterns creeping back in. You'll have days when you forget everything you've learned and fall back into fear. That's not failure. That's being human. The difference is, now you have tools. Now you know how to interrupt the spiral. You can catch yourself mid-worry and say, wait, I'm creating with my words right now. What do I actually want to create? You can feel the fear and choose a different thought anyway. Not because you're suppressing the fear, but because you're no longer letting it be your only advisor. And slowly, thought by thought, word by word, choice by choice, you build a new inner world. And that new inner world starts producing a new outer world. Your life becomes evidence of your consciousness. Not because you manifested a checklist, but because you became someone who naturally attracts what they desire. Someone who speaks life into being. Someone who walks through the world expecting good. This is what Florence Scovel discovered. This is what she taught. And this is what's available to you right now, in this moment. Not someday when you're more spiritual. Not after you read 50 more books or attend 10 more workshops. Right now. Because the only moment you can ever plant a new seed is now. The only moment you can speak a new word is now. The only moment you can shift your consciousness is this one. So what will you choose? Will you keep rehearsing the old story, the one where things are hard, where you're unlucky, where what you want never quite arrives? Or will you dare to speak a new story into existence? The universe is listening. It's always listening. And it's ready to rearrange reality to match whatever you consistently claim as true. Your word is your wand. Use it wisely. Use it boldly. Use it to create the life you were always meant to live.